Welcome back, everybody, to the Nürburgring 12 hours here, M4EM for the Macmillan Cancer Charity. It's a pleasure to have you all back with us. Travis, it's been a pleasure having you once again. I've got to say, can you summarize from what we've seen so far, just as, because I know you'll be back in an hour, because you'll be coming in to replace me, but just talk us through it.
Yeah, so a lot of action at the front. We had a lot of side-by-side racing in the first half of the race. Arkadiusz Neumann's teammate in the Protocharge Simsport 2 car, racing with Pim Bao early in the race, side by side, nose to tail for a long time. That battle subsided after after one penalty. And then another penalty for Rob Tyson, Pim Bao's teammate, later on. So that scrap at the front of the order was close earlier, has now stretched out a little bit on account of penalties. But battles up and down the order. We've seen Ferrari scrapping with BMWs. We've seen we've watched a lot of the GT4 cars going around, a few GT4 battles here and there. But the race settling down. I think it was close for a long time, perhaps a bit longer than we might have expected in the opening hours. But now these drivers in a rhythm, a few battles here and there on circuit, but we're at the halfway mark, waiting for these battles to unfold once again as we close in on the end of the race.
Yeah, we certainly do. Well, Travis, I just want to say a massive thank you for joining me in that previous hour. We'll look forward to seeing you back at 5 o'clock. Have a good one.
I will. Thank you very much. It's been a joy.
Thank you. Thank you. And I'm pleased to announce that Chris Stevens is back, the man who joined me, or I joined him for qualifying at the very start, and we called the race start together. Chris, how was your break, mate? And welcome back.
Thanks, George. Yeah, it was a good break. Been keeping a close eye on the action, and it certainly has been plentiful with that brilliant battle up at the front of the field between the two BMWs, the Protocharge Simsport and the Team Racing Nederland. Of course, for the latter, it's rather unfolded for them in the last hour or so with those two drive-through penalties.
Yeah, it's been the story pretty much of this race, and I have to say, not for the right reasons, that's for sure. But Rob Tyson paying the price as well himself for the drive-through penalty, so making that the second that they have unfortunately sustained in this race so far, and has been on my stint now. We're just seeing Pascal Thomas, who's under a little bit of pressure now for the Protocharge Simsport team, and making his way through right now. He's right on the rear of Rob Tyson, in fact, so a huge opportunity here. And in fact, in behind, we've also got what looks to be the Harrison as well. These are all, I believe, for position as well as they make their way through. We've almost got a four-car affair as they make their way down the stretch now. And as they do so, in behind, you can see there that Harrison making his way through on the right-hand side. Luca Harrison with Pascal Thomas in behind him now. He gets back into the slipstream, looking to attack. We could have another change of the wings as well. Here comes Rob Tyson, who's going to fall down the field now at the hands now of Luca Harrison, who goes down the outside. Splendid move indeed, but it's not over yet, because here comes Pascal Thomas as well. Fancies a go, this time at Rob Tyson, heading up now towards the next left out of this long straight, side by side to this next section. Not quite as Rob Tyson shuts the door. They come into the next left and stuck in behind now. Pascal Thomas not quite able to make the move, but we've been waiting for something like that to occur. And what a time to come back here, Chris, as we now see the car bail into the pit lane.
Well, that Ferrari absolutely exploded down the straight, as it has done for most of the race compared to these two BMWs. And Luca Harrison getting himself back up very briefly. Oh, a very close moment there for the Protocharge Simsport number 53 BMW, almost going into the back of the Team Racing Nederland car, in underbraking into turn one. Just about avoided an incident there, but Luca Harrison putting his Ferrari back up into a worthy position of his pace, fighting for the podium, but of course back into the pits.
Yeah, no, it's, I've got to say, what an exchange, but I don't think it's over just yet. So we're going to stay tuned to this one, because Pascal Thomas is going to be looking to try and take, I think, Rob Tyson as well. Obviously, Rob Tyson's been on the end of a couple of bit of hefty moments, that's for sure, as we did allude to. Obviously, his drive-through penalty, which certainly will not have pleased him, to say the least. But obviously, this team have sustained two of them already in this race. Is now in behind. You can see there that Pascal Thomas waiting in the wings, looking to perhaps cause an upset to Rob Tyson's day even further. But what a moment heading down that long straight, that part of the circuit where, of course, where you'd usually have a chance at a rest. no one was resting at that point because, of course, we very nearly had a 3-wide affair, but nevertheless, still a battle nonetheless that we could enjoy. A little bit of action heading down in GT4 as the leaderboard gets flickered up as well, but it's been competitive across the order. There we can see now Pascal Thomas making his way around, sort of losing. I think he might be losing a little bit of time here at the moment, Chris.
Yeah, I think just a little bit of a reset after that close moment that they had down into turn 1, but he'll gather it up, and I'm sure he'll mount another challenge on Rob Tyson. Their Team Racing Nederland up by 2 on drive-through penalties, but also the only front runner at the minute to not use any of their fast repairs. So that may well come in handy in the closing stages of this race, particularly when you look at people like Martin Schmidt in the Deutsche Payment Esports number 70 car, who's used all of their fast repairs, and we've only just crossed the halfway mark in this race.
Yeah, very dangerous, really, when you consider the fact we've got just under 6 hours left to go in this race. So it's going to put a lot of pressure on those guys because, as you can imagine, one mistake, and that's all it takes. We've seen a couple of incidents already where the steel barriers have been met by some of these cars. As now we're seeing Danny Henny as part of the M4EM Timber Products Ferrari making its way through. Of course, Brad Philpotts was the man who took this car out at the very start, and now it's the responsibility of Danny Henny to try and find his way through. Currently sat in 11th place in the GT3 Pro category, but doing a splendid job to keep the car on track right now. But you've got to give him credit. We probably expected a little bit more from this team, do you think, Chris?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Danny's getting an awful lot more time in the car than he was expecting. It was supposed to be Bradley taking the vast majority of the driving time in this car, with Danny taking a stint or maybe 2 at best. But of course, with Philpott's internet connectivity issues, that has meant that Danny's got to take over at the helm of that team now. So they've been put back quite substantially. And it is, well, it's very much a recovery from here.
Yeah, definitely. One man I can tell you who is trying to electrify the times is Chris Mehlinger, and currently sitting in 5th place and doing his utmost to try and gather himself back. He's been hitting purples in sector 7, 8 and 10, and currently 8th on the screen showing now as he now makes his way down this next straight. Actually absolutely flying. You could see him there in the JWR1 Metzgersfeld, and doing exceptionally well in the Ferrari as well. We've always said that the BMW does carry that extra bit of stability, but the straight line speed in this Ferrari is nothing to be toyed with, as we can now see Chris Mehlinger making his way past some of these cars now, and in spectacular fashion is going to certainly find his way through, and does so magnificently, and negotiating his way through. A lovely camera angle that was here at the Nürburgring as well. Chris Mehlinger doing exceptionally well, as I said, and brilliant pace out of that Ferrari. It's a pleasure to watch here, Chris.
Absolutely. So Chris Mehlinger, the former British F4 racer, and has raced the Nürburgring 24 hours in real life as well in the BMW Cup class, and he will have plenty of experience of this track, and this is his second time in the car so far today. The first one didn't quite go according to plans. He started dropping like a stone at one point, but this stint certainly starting a lot more smoothly, and it has to after the brilliant performance that Luca Harrison just put in that last run. Yeah,
100%, and he can only do what he can do right now, but what he's doing is absolutely superb. He's just got to keep nailing some of these sectors together, try and bring that car up the order, and certainly based off the pace, as long as he keep... Oh, we got an instant there, we got an off. There's Arcadius Neumann just making his way through, but there was a car off into the barrier. Not quite sure who that was, but again, one of those circumstances that myself and Travis discussed earlier on. If your timing is slightly off, that can cause you a problem, I believe. Is it David Brown who was in the barrier? This man, the Pineapple Racing Club car. The car does look a little bit damaged, Chris.
Yeah, I couldn't quite make it out myself either, but it would be certainly a shame for the Pineapple Racing Club if that was the case and they ended up in the barriers. We're going to see on the replay here. So Carsten Lemke here in the ESR Black Ferrari. That is a AM car that has just dropped it into Schwalbenschwanz. That's a very odd place to drop the car. Of course, that is where a change of direction is, and possibly a result of the rear diffuser stalling that we've seen. A more common issue on the on the Ferrari. Apparently, he had a further incident just before the lap as well, which would explain that bit of front right damage that we saw at the start of that replay there. So not a great couple of corners there for Carsten Lemke.
Yeah, you can imagine that maybe the tyres are slightly overheated as well, so maybe that... oh, dearie me, we got a pig off there. That was very close as Martin Schmidt now gets past, and that's Dominic Engel, who unfortunately has come a cropper at that point, but luckily enough, got out of it okay. You can count himself lucky, that's for sure, and very nearly claiming a fatality on the other side as well. Plenty of cars involved in the fight. Martin Schmidt very nearly a cropper along with him, but Dominic Engel getting out of danger and staying on the track and stays in P3 in his class.
He can
count himself very, very lucky.
The worst thing you could do as a lower class driver is throw your car into the barriers, trying to get out of the way of the leaders, and then collect the leaders anyway.
yeah. I'm not sure what would upset him the most, to be honest. The fact that he tried to avoid it and failed, or the fact that he failed in the first place. I'm not sure.
I know what would annoy Martin Schmidt the most.
Oh, well, I could imagine as well. Yes, I think Martin Schmidt would be very unhappy if something like that happened, certainly considering that he is now in second place, but now making his way down the start-finish straight. Still got a little bit of work to do to try and close up with Arkadiusz Neumann, who is enjoying the perks of being in first place with a healthy gap as well. In behind him, the Rob Tyson, who's making his way around as well, currently 16.23 seconds away from him. That gap is only... it was increasing. It's actually come back in a bit. 15.98 as he crosses the line. And there we can see Michael Huskel as well, making his way through the next left too. And he is in fourth place in the GT3 AM class and making a good account of himself as well. He himself has got plenty to look forward to because he's got Missed Apex Predators ahead of him. Currently there in the Porsche. And in behind he's got Turn 1 as well, Turn 1 team. But the amateurs, I got to say, Chris, I've been very impressed with all of them because, of course, you've got Dan Fisher, who's leading that contingent with Danilo Steinegger as well in the fight. And then you've got Kyle Power and many others coming through. So, and then, of course, Mishka Husgal as well, who's in the fight too. So plenty of big names currently in the amateur class. And they're making a good account against some of these pros.
Yeah, I couldn't have put it better myself. They have been really mixing it up there with the pro drivers. Of course, the pro and AM classes are determined by the average I rating of the driver crew. And as we all know that I rating does not always equal speed. It's a nice way to differentiate the top guys from the slower guys in the official championships and to make sure that you're roughly paired with people who are of your talent level. But especially when you're flicking between things like single-seaters to GTs to prototypes or flicking between endurance and sprint racing, it doesn't account for much at all. So I'm not at all surprised to see some of these AM drivers, supposedly, mixing it in with the pro drivers, especially people that I'm more familiar with from the Missed Apex stables, like Kyle Power, like Alex Van Gien in the Missed Apex Predators car. I'm not even going to begin to try and hide my bias towards this car, it being the flagship car of the podcast that I'm a producer for. So I'm very happy to see it up there in third place. I'd like to see it up there in first.
There is no bias in this broadcast, folks. I can assure you. Chris Stevens is not a biased person. I'm sure. I'm sure he's not. In case there are any other fans of the GT3 amateur class out there, but we'll soon see. Nevertheless, but Danilo Steinegger now in the Lion GP Sports. They've sort of suffered a bit of a turn of fate as well, because if you remember, these guys were leading the amateur class earlier on, and unfortunately now have suffered a bit of a turn of fate, currently lying in P2, not too far out the way, but still at the same time, I think they would have preferred to be a little, well, slightly clearer, though the JWR2 Mutt Curve car doing very well indeed in first place in that category. And we've got a couple of moves happening up at the top as well. Chris Meelan, I think, is that Ian Murdoch. In fact, that is the leader of the GT3 AM class in the pits now. So the Lion GP Esports car making its way through, and he's also coming into the pits. So it could be the case. We could be having these two cars duel it out onto the track. It depends who comes out first. So strategically, we could be teeing up quite a fight here, Chris.
Yeah, so almost bang on cue, really. And I would expect to see the Missed Apex Predators car in the pits on this lap as well. Lion GP, we were saying they were the car that was on class pole position and leading in the early stages by quite some margin. But how often have we said that it's not the pace that matters, it's the consistency? And the James Wingfield Racing Ferrari has done a superb job of keeping its nose clean, for one, and that's why it's in the class lead at the moment.
Yep, certainly is. Just a quick update on the gap between Arkadiusz Neumann and Martin Schmidt. That's now been brought out to 71.77 seconds. That is absolutely outrageous. So credit to Arkadiusz Neumann and the Protocharge Sim Sport 2 team, who have done a splendid job indeed to keep hold of that position. There is Ian Murdoch now leaving the pit lane. And we got more cars leaving. And in fact, hot on his tail is the Lion GP Esports car now of Danilo Steinegger. So I get the feeling this is only just beginning, this fight between these two. They're making their way now out onto the pit lane. And Danilo Steinegger now is going to have a little bit of fire in his belly now, Chris. He can see that car ahead of him. He saw the fact that the JWR car was right ahead of him. He'll now, I'm sure, look to try and pull that gap right down. Let's see if we have a fight later on.
Well, he's just gained 8 seconds in the pits with a much shorter stationary time. So that's a significant jump forward to have made there. So he hasn't gained in position just yet, but he has certainly gained some ground on the class leader right there. Just on that lead gap that you mentioned for Arkadiusz Neumann, that car has had plenty of challenges being thrown its way, but they've all fallen by the wayside for one reason or another. And I suppose we're all just sort of waiting now to see, what is it that could possibly go wrong for that car at this point. There are plenty of hurdles still to overcome in the remaining just under 6 hours of this race. A lot of traffic is going to come their way over that time, and of course you can't rule out any sort of technical failings on their sim rigs, on their PCs, anything like that, the kind that we've seen plague other drivers in this field.
No, not at all. And if you actually look at the cars at the very front in the GT3 class, Bradley Philpott, may I add, has just entered the car on his side as well. Just looking at the top line of the order, Pascal Thomas only 4.35 seconds away from Rob Tyson. Further back, Ruben Petrowski entering the fight as well, 6.97 seconds away from Pascal Thomas. So we have still got a huge fight at the very top as well for the top 3 places. Just to allude to the fact as well that when I speak about Pascal Thomas, he of course represents the Protocharge Sim Sport team as well. So Protocharge Sim Sport could yet maybe get a 1-2. Who knows? I have to say, the way it's going right now, Arkadiusz Neumann leading the way. That gap's still around about the 70-second mark. It has been brought down by Martin Schmidt slightly, but could Pascal Thomas get his car up to the top end as well, with the gaps being so fine right now? If you factor in Rob Tyson being 14.2 seconds off Martin Schmidt, that means that Pascal Thomas is only a mere 18.5 seconds away from P2. So Prototype could be on for a really, really nice day today.
Well, Protocharge Sim Sport were running 1-2 earlier in the race, and it was this number 53 car that ended up dropping back just ever so slightly as some of the contenders started charging towards the front. But they have still got a fantastic opportunity to put both cars up on the podium, and there is going to be a great battle brewing there for third place between those 3 BMW cars of Team Racing Nederland, the Protocharge Sim Sport, and the Sim Racing Center GT3 car, which is not too far off Pascal Thomas as well, only 8 seconds behind. And that car's kind of come out of nowhere, really. It hasn't featured in the top 5 all race, really, and they've just quietly been getting on with the job.
Yeah, they certainly have. Brad Philpott is only 2.93 in behind Tommy Mikhail Mhola as well. In behind him, there you can see the M4EM Timber Products car now bombing down this next straight, and will certainly make his way around the next right. He's going to certainly try and pull that gap right back in, and there you can see at the bottom right-hand corner, the live camera showing Bradley Philpott at the wheel now, and a man who's looking to certainly impress, has competed at touring car level. He's going to try and bring that to an esports front now as he makes his way into the next left, and certainly M4M are going to be looking upon him to perform. I know we spoke to the sponsor himself, Martin, who was very, very keen to see him perform up to the highest standard. Do you think he'll be pleased with Bradley Philpott and his team's performance here, Chris?
He's always pleased with Bradley Philpott's performance. If if they're not getting the results, it's very, very rarely a fault with the driver in this instance.
You don't think that Brad Philpotts will get a stern talking to on the basis of this? You know, what aren't you in P1?
No, no, but Brad's internet provider are going to get a stern talking to from Brad, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised. Brad Philpott is certainly not one to leave his opinions to himself. I can assure you of that. But that's why we love him. Great human being, I have to say. Superb. Currently sat at the moment, though. Yeah, he is. He's a star, and he's done very well with this event too, and certainly arranging all of this. It's amazing to see so many quality drivers being part of this grand event. Of course, raising money for a great charity, of course, folks, that you can donate to. As we now see Chris Mehlinger in the JWR Team Metzgersfeld heading down this next straight, and certainly making his way down there. You can see on the graphic on the right-hand side, £420 raised against the target of 1,000, folks, nearing the halfway point in our fundraiser. And if you want to donate, there's the link as well. You can also find links in the description as well to stay up to date with everything in terms of this grandiose cause here for Macmillan Cancer. So do please get involved. Obviously, your money will go towards this charity, and it will mean the world to many as well, and certainly does mean the world to us. And obviously, the drivers taking part too, as Chris Mehlinger now makes his way down the long straight now at the Topolnjak, and going past the paddock on the right-hand side, and he'll make his way down towards turn 1. Currently in P8, he's got 46.35 seconds to find on Stephen Walker, who's still in 7th place. Just to say, that gap between Pascal Thomas and Rob Tyson has sprung out to 5.7 seconds. Ruben Petrowski still managing the 6.75 second gap. Ian Murdoch, though, right on the rear of Danilo Steiniger, currently sitting approximately 2/10. There's been a bit of a scrap happening in behind. In fact, that might be Ian Murdoch right behind him now. A lot of change happening in the midfield. But, Chris, it's all heating up halfway. Well, we're over halfway now.
Yep, absolutely. And Philpott now right on the back of that Project Dynamic Grello Porsche as well. Just a couple of tenths of a second behind him in 15th place overall, but squabbling over 11th in the Pro class. Of course, there'll be no way through in this section of the track, but look how mean that Ferrari looks as we look from the back of the Project Dynamic Grello Porsche, and we get to hear that flat six singing from the exhaust pipe. The rear engine Porsche makes an absolutely wonderful noise, and it is a true spectacle on track. Now switching to the front nose on the Ferrari, and we get a good look at the back of that Porsche, and coming into one of the most technical sections of this lap as they come through Wipperman and Esbach. And it will just be sitting in the wheel tracks now, will Philpott, until he gets a chance on the Dottinger. That Ferrari has been incredibly fast down the straight, and we're going to see how it stacks up against the Porsche. I don't think we've seen too many Porsche v Ferrari battles. We've seen plenty between the BMWs and the Ferraris, so we all know where they stack up. But how will the Ferrari compare to the Porsche down the Dottinger?
Yeah, that is the big question, but certainly you'd favour the Ferrari down any straight, that's for sure. Who's going to be bravest in towards turn 1? Will Brad Philpotts unleash the beast? You can see him sending it into some of these corners, hitting these apexes as best he can. It certainly is tantalising to watch. It's exactly what we like to see. Tommy McElroy is now going to be under a lot of pressure from one Bradley Philpott, who now makes his way down the stretch. You just see that Ferrari starting to inch closer and closer and closer. That venomous black and green livery coming together, representing M4EM. You can see the logo plastered on the side of that Ferrari GT3 as they come through this next left. And you do get the feeling that this is the calm before the eventual storm as they now make their way through the next right. Tommy McElroy still doing his best to hang on, but Bradley Philpott still in behind, looking to try and cause an imposition. And like you say, yes, traffic making an appearance as well down this long straight. Now, this is where you'd expect the Ferrari to find the pace now as they head down the stretch. You can see him trying to get into the slipstream, Bradley Philpott, a man who's on a mission to try and overtake that man, Tommy McElroy, who's currently sat in his position right now with Bradley Philpott on his tail. He goes side by side, heading in now towards this long straight. Still not reached the corner or the precipice of the apex just yet. And it is Brad Philpott who makes the move in grandiose fashion. Now up into he'll be up into P11 now. P12 for Tommy McElroy. Incredible move, Chris.
There's just no answer to that Ferrari straight line speed, is there? I know that the M4EM Timber Products Ferrari running a particularly slippery setup on that car, which might explain why we've seen some of the more issues in the corners for that car. But no answer for it down the straight. That's just fantastic.
It's almost abuse at this stage, isn't it? Really?
Yeah.
You look at that Ferrari, but you know the engine that's under the hood of that thing is just unbelievable. But yeah, we've spoken about it. Obviously, the BMWs seem to favour the grip, the stability, as we've alluded to. The Ferrari just pure straight line speed, which we've just witnessed there from one Brad Philpott. What a move! Obviously, a move you'd expect, I suppose, heading down towards the long straight. Didn't even need turn one at that point. He got it done before we actually reached that eventual chicane heading around the, well, just before the Topolnjak Hoa, in fact, and did a tremendous job to get that move done. So Brad Philpott can now put together a little bit of an effort. He's got a lot of work to do, but you'd firmly expect him to be the one to do it. A little bit of a gap up ahead. And the next man on his list is Miška Huskel, who's currently sitting in that P10 position.
Yep, so that's the R4F Esports BMW. That's one of the AM cars, so that should be relatively easy picking for Philpott. It's so odd to see the Ferrari making mincemeat of the German manufactured cars, which traditionally, dominate the Nürburgring races in real life, be it the NLS or the N24. Can't remember the last time a non-German manufactured car won the N24. It must have been a while ago.
Oh, it must be a while ago. I mean, I personally, I wouldn't know, to be quite honest. I have to say that's quite bad of me, actually. I should ought to know. But there is Stephen Walkup, who's currently sitting in P7. And like I say, who are you going to call? Certainly this Ghostbusters team, Sim3D Sport, making their way around this next left now. P7, good account for the Canadian and doing well right now. It's got a bit of work to do, though. I'm sure he'd like to be a little bit higher up, but currently sitting with a gap behind Marcel Voigt of 24.95, pretty much 25 seconds. The gap between them with Kai Vormelke in P6 right now. Needs to try and close. That's the man who's ahead of him in class. And we've got some more battles happening further up as well, Chris.
Yep, we certainly do. This loosey-goosey racing Lamborghini with Mike Fowler at the wheel looked like they were going to be coming under pressure at some point, but the car looks relatively on its own at some point. We had this car in one of the last Missed Apex endurance races at the Marlin Memorial Cup. Certainly featured in that race, and they've won championships together. Mike Fowler and Denzel Clarkson in Assetto Corsa as well, and now turning their attention to iRacing as well in that 069 Lamborghini.
Yep, and rounding the next left, and we haven't seen too much for the Lambos in this race, to be honest. We've been looking mainly at the BMW GT, the GT3s.
Well, there's only M4s. 3 of them in the race.
Well, no, there is only 3, which I'm quite surprised at because the Lambos are quite a popular car. I mean, I have to say I quite like it anyway. But yeah, well, I've had the beauty of I've been seeing some of the liveries popping up for the GT Open Championship this year, and there are some brilliant. Yes. There was a very nice Lambo that was announced today, which I got to see the livery of earlier on Instagram. It was absolutely stunning, and they've been releasing loads of them lately.
I haven't driven the Lamborghini in iRacing since they did the kind of fixes after the launch. I drove it on launch week in an endurance race at Donington Park and tore the front left of the car off in the first 40 minutes. So it didn't go all that well for me.
Sounds expensive.
Yeah, thank God it was in the virtual world.
Yeah.
Be screwed otherwise.
Absolutely. Well, that's the beauty. I mean, at the end of the day, it's going to cost you a fortune on insurance if it was real life. But, oh, God. Yeah. But Florian Eigner currently sitting in P8 and making his way down for Iron Skull Motorsport. And that's P8 in the GT3 amateur class, the AM class. And Lucy Goosey Racing P7. That's Porsche now looking to try and close. The Angry Beaver Racing then ahead of them in the Ferrari. But the Iron Skull team doing very well as well in the context of their race, and currently sitting, as I said, in P8. car number 397, of course, and that's 24th overall, in fact, Chris. So again, another car that has performed reasonably well, ahead of plenty of others in its own class, but also at the same time has done considerably more than some of the pros as well. So we've got to give them a lot of credit too. But that's Arkadiusz Neumann up ahead, and he's got a little bit of traffic to negotiate against.
Yeah, absolutely. Caught it in a bit of an awkward place there on the way into Bergwerk, but I'm sure he'll blast past it right here on the run up through Kesselchen. Is that the get pole BMW? Regardless, it's in the wing mirrors at this point and of no concern to Arkadiusz Neumann anymore.
No, not at all. And he's been consistent all race long. He had a couple of hairy moments earlier on where we had a couple of spinners from the GT4 category. They got a little bit risque towards the middle sectors. But no, fair play to Arkadiusz Neumann. He's done well, and he certainly has been the difference maker. Martin Schmidt in behind him. There you can see him on our cameras. P2 currently Martin Schmidt, and has got quite a bit of work to do, but currently right now still in P2 with Rob Tyson in behind, or Rob Tyson in behind him. 12.63 is the gap between those two. Tim Ellis making his way through, in fact, on him. Pascal Thomas currently sitting in P4, of course, with Petrowski as well in behind them as our screens start to sort themselves out. The gap between Pascal Thomas and Rob Tyson currently sits at 5.72 seconds, with Petrowski still nurturing a 6.9 difference between him and Pascal Thomas. So that gap is not changing, but if anything, I would say Thomas Pascal is dropping pace.
Could well be. And there's plenty of time left in this race to try and gather that up. Down in 15th place overall, the charge of Bradley Philpott in the number 43 Ferrari continues as he's bringing the gap down to the R4F Esports BMW in front of him. And now that looks like a fairly big gap of 0.8 of a second, but see how much he closes it down the Dossinger Hoa.
Yeah, he does. He certainly will. He'll close down relatively quickly, I would have thought. The man who's currently in P4, of course, racing in the BMW right now, Michael Huskel. In behind him now, you can see that as they do wind their way down this next straight, it's going to be harem scarum between the pair.
Look how close he is.
Michael, I know, it's incredible pace, and that's Brad Philpott again. Relentless, using the straight line speed of that Ferrari. Incredible indeed. Just eating them up right now.
So
it's a pleasure to watch.
What that tells me is that you need a second over a Ferrari, or that Ferrari in particular, coming out of Galgenkopf, to even have a chance of staying ahead by the time you get down into Tiergarten.
Well, we understand that tyres were the difference maker there. Obviously, I believe Brad Philpott making the exchange. They've got fresher tyres on the M4EM Timber Products car. There's Arkadiusz Neumann again, the man who's leading this fray right now. We do actually have a battle further down. Florian Eigner is trying to close on pro driver Frederick Ockman right now, and the gap is now currently at 2.77 seconds, and he is representing. Can I just say Eigner is representing the AM class. He's actually getting closer to Ockman right now, the pro, who's currently sitting in overall 23rd place. And in behind, you can see there that Eigner trying to pull his best foot forward. The Iron Skull Motorsports racing team would very much like this scalp to their cabinet, that's for sure. 2.77 seconds to find. And you'd firmly expect him to do so. He's done well to get within that 3-second gap.
Yeah, of course, there's the Team Racing Nederland car in between them at the moment. And again, this is where we're going to talk about traffic management. If the IBAC Porsche loses too much time, as we see the race leader coming into the pits, if the IBAC loses too much time as it gets lapped, and that could be an opportunity for the Iron Skull. But in comes Arkadiusz Neumann, the race leader, Proto Charge Sim Sport, from the leader of the race. Now, how many stints has Arkadiusz done? Is it about due for a driver change?
I'm starting to wonder that myself. I was going to ask you the same question. Just finished it. We believe this is his first, we believe, or he's just finishing. But I'm not sure. We'll have to get an update on that. But Arkadiusz Neumann in the pits regardless. We'll have to wait and see whether he does make a change. I can't see a driver swap just yet, but we'll keep you posted, folks. Martin Schmidt there in second place. He's now going to make his way down the straight, so you'd firmly expect him now to take the lead of this race. That's Arkadiusz Neumann's car, the Proto Charge SimSport 2 car, still in the pit lane. So this will mean that Martin Schmidt does take the lead of the race. Or there's Neumann, in fact. No, he's still out. He's out. He doesn't take the lead of the race. Martin Schmidt stays in P2. So Arkadiusz Neumann, either just a little splash and dash or maybe a slight change of tyres. Not quite sure.
No, I would imagine that is just fuel he's taken there, because you lose well over a minute to change the tyres. And although he had an impressive gap over the second place car, it was not that impressive.
No, well, he's going to come out now, but it has brought them closer together. I mean, I wouldn't imagine that would have been a tyre change, so just a splash of fuel, I would have thought. Still a chance, though, at the same time, for them to come closer together, and Martin Schmidt might yet have a chance to maybe cause a stir to Arkadiusz Neumann. And Martin Schmidt is racing on his own, folks. So he's going to be carrying this car right to the very end. And just how testing is that, Chris? I can't bear to think. 12 hours in the rig. That is sensational.
Yeah, I was pretty knackered after those 40 minutes in that Lamborghini at Donington, but I was working the wheel a little bit harder there than he probably is in that BMW. But no, I mean, to do this whole race, I mean, just to do 2 hours, it takes it out of you. So he's certainly doing a fantastic job, and not surprised to see that car's battered a little bit, because the fatigue will surely be setting in at this point. And it was not the Deutsche Payment Esports car that I was expecting to be contending up at the front, particularly after the first stint as well, where we had a couple of those cars a bit higher up and even leading in the opening stages of the race. The whole face at the front of the field looks completely different to what it did 5 hours ago.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, the complexion has certainly changed, certainly from when I was first in the commentary box. But it's a pleasure to watch, nevertheless. And this is the beauty of endurance racing. Nothing is certain. Certainly around the Nürburgring, that's for sure, because it's a very testing circuit, lots of battles, very, very close contesting circuits with very close barriers as well in certain points of the track. And that is why we love it. There's Pascal Thomas making his way through. You can just see him coming into view and shooting on by down this next straight, and currently sitting in fourth place, trying to climb or catch Rob Tyson, who's holding on to third right now. And in behind him is Jack Roos, who's currently in fifth place, and then Robin Stoll as well in behind him. And Jack Roos is currently representing the Sim Racing Centre as well as Chris Mehlinger in sixth for the JWR Metzgersfeld team in the GT3 Pro class. And there's quite a gap to the car that's just behind. In fact, that's Joel Kleinecht, I think, in behind, about 5.13. There's Stephen Walkup in behind as well. And Stephen Walkup is literally behind him, in fact. So we are seeing very, very close battles in the Pro class. That's for sure. They're all getting pretty steady. A flash of the lights from Chris Mehlinger. What do you think he's trying to signal? Get out of my way? Is that what he's saying, Chris?
I think it's open to interpretation. No, there's only one thing that flashing your lights means, and that is
not Morse code.
Get out of the way. No, I'd be blinking for that. And this is where you'll see. This is where you'll see that the best thing to do, as a GT4 car in this scenario, is just stay on the racing line and let the quicker cars drive around you. Now, he had his hand was forced a little bit there by the BMW in comparison, and that it's those micro decisions you make that make the difference when you're managing traffic.
It is, and in that situation, the BMW maybe went in a bit soon, but obviously he doesn't want to waste any time, Stephen Walkup. But at the same time, it can be very, very dangerous if you make those moves on the chicanes, because anything can happen. I mean, it only takes to be out of position on the track, at least, at one point of that circuit, certainly in chicanes like that, and you can end up well, pretty much in obscurity, that's for sure. You certainly don't want that here at the Nürburgring, especially when you're trying to close down on somebody else, as Chris Mehlinger now makes his way down the stretch in the Ferrari. And we've already seen the pace of the Ferrari from what we've seen from Brad Philpott, and Chris Mehlinger is going to try and display that same amount of pace as well. But Stephen Walkup doing his damnedest to try and close the gap. I tell you what, he's got a big task on his hands, but that BMW proving to be a very feisty customer, to say the least. Right in the slipstream now of that Ferrari. Chris Mehlinger looking in his mirrors. I tell you what, I like the look of this, as now we're looking at them go nose to tail now, right through this next left part of the circuit. Will he take a deep dive into the next right? No, a little shut of the door there perhaps for Stephen Walkup now, who we run on board with, coming under the Yokohama banner. And there you can see the live speed in the bottom right-hand corner, kilometers per hour, of course, going in at over 200 kilometers per hour as they come through this swinging sector, certainly given the fact that we got a semi-straight of sorts, but high-speed corners nevertheless. They've got to break down now and sort of feather the throttle in this point of the track. Running slightly wide perhaps there as well from the JWR Metzgersfeld car as they power their way through. Nose to tail between the pair. Stephen Walkup not interested in hanging back, keen to attack. Half a second is or should I say half a tenth is the deficit between the pair, pretty much, as they make their way down through the next left now. And as you can see, the Sim 3D Sport Ghostbusters car looking to try and catch a ghost of their own coming through the next right. This Ferrari, we've seen it lightning speed in the long straights for this BMW. If it can get in the slipstream, we'll find that little bit of extra pace, and all it takes is one straight, and he's gonna certainly make use of it, is Stephen Walkup. He has got to unleash the beast here, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're also coming up on some traffic as well. The ESR blue Ferrari, I believe that is just in front of the James Wingfield number 23 car there. So they'll have to navigate that as well. And this is, yeah, certainly very closely fought stuff. It's fascinating to see. The Ferraris had so much straight down the Dottinger Her, but up through Schradenkreuz, that is where the BMWs have been hauling in those Ferraris, even though it has been a very fast section of the track. So interesting to know, as look at this now for the lead of the race. We have got the top two cars absolutely nose to tail. So the Deutsche Payment Esports number 70 closing right up, yet to make it stop in comparison to the Protocharge SimSport car, but it doesn't look like it's going to stop him having a go here out of Galgenkopf.
Yeah, no, I get the feeling this could be on the cards. We've spoken about this, almost like Mystic Meg, and we got this long straight ahead now, and big chance now for Martin Schmidt to overtake Arkadiusz Neumann as he's right on the tail. Look at him, almost pushing him along on this straight, and now Martin Schmidt goes alongside, side by side, between the two BMWs in the M3s as they make their way in towards now the final chicane, which will lead them along towards the home straight. They're still side by side, nothing separates them. Arkadiusz Neumann surely has little chance but to give way to Martin Schmidt. He's not interested though. Still side by side into the next left. They've got a right to take. Keep it clean, boys. He does. Martin Schmidt now takes the lead of this race so far here at the 12 hours of Nürburgring. What a moment in this race. And he bails into the pit lane, Chris.
What was the point of that? There's a little bit foolish there from Martin. I mean, he's put it all on the line there for a move that he was going to relinquish immediately. Yeah, not sure that was the best decision for Martin Schmidt there. I mean, other than just to upset Arkadiusz Neumann. I mean, it was great to watch, don't get me wrong, but for his race, yeah, big risks that he didn't have to take there.
We got some excitement, Chris. Come on. No, it was brilliant. I'll give him credit. It was nice. It was nice to see some wheel-to-wheel action. Might have been a mind play, maybe just to make him think a little bit. That we're not out of this. We're part of this fight, and we're battling for this lead. There's Rob Tyson, who was very much involved in quite a fair number of scraps earlier on. But no, I give credit. It's good to see them fighting. I believe Pascal Thomas is in the pits as well. He's come in as well, in behind Martin Schmidt too. So he's instantly responded. So that's interesting to see there as well. Miška Huskel is right on the rear of Brad Philpotts as well. 2.72 seconds between that pairing. As we're now watching him make his way through the next left. And as he does so, I believe he did get through. Brad Philpott there in behind. There you can see in the M4EM Timber Products Ferrari car, of course, that has been electrifying on the long straights. There's Thor Coleman as well. But I've got to say, we like moments like that, though, Chris. We love this side-by-side, certainly down that long straight. It's amazing. Very rarely do we see them go onto that home main straight, though, the start-finish straight down the Dottinger Ho. we haven't seen much of that. A lot of the moves have been made prior to, I should say, the bend at the Schwart. I can't pronounce that corner name. Well, it's called the Nordschleife, yeah, but there's a corner name in particular which I'm struggling to pronounce there.
Yeah,
But nevertheless,
there's the Galgenkopf that leads on to the Dottinger Höhe, where we've seen most of the side-by-side action that then leads on to the Grand Prix Strecke via Tiergarten and Hohenrhein. So, yeah, that tends to be the action end of the circuit. As we see here, Andy Goulden, Lord Schleifer is his iRacing name, the team manager of the Deutsche Payment Esports team, a regular in the digital NLS series. This man, the chief instructor of the Nordschleife Racing School, so he certainly knows how to turn a wheel around these 25Ks.
Calm and composed as well. You can see from his camera on the right-hand side, and very much engrossed into what he's doing, that's for sure. And he certainly deserves the credentials of Lord Schleifer, currently leading the GT4 class. So he doesn't have a lot to worry about right now, leading the charge and doing very well on it as well. Martin Schmidt still in behind Chris Mehlinger. Sorry, you were about to say, Chris?
No, I was just going to say, it's interesting that this GT4 class so dominated by the Porsches. It's worth mentioning that this 718 Cayman GT4 is the older model of the Cayman, not the RS one that made its competition debut at the Daytona 24 Hours earlier this year. So the model with the 3.8 litre engine in the back of it, rather than the 4 litre engine from the Cup car, and the 6-speed gearbox as well, which when you compare to the other car in GT4, the McLaren, with the 3.8 litre twin turbo V8 and a 7-speed gearbox, I'd have thought that the Porsche would have been a little bit exposed down the straight. But right now, with so many of the Porsches in the GT4 class, we're not seeing too much of that. Only 2 McLaren in that class.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, I mean, the one McLaren doing very well, Frontline Coffee, is the name of the team. They're currently in P3. And there's Martin Schmidt, who's trying to bring the time down. 3.17 seconds is the gap between him and Chris Mehlinger. And he's going to look to try and ensure that gap is closed. In fact, Arkadiusz Neumann currently in P1 right now. And should I say Martin Schmidt trying to close on Arkadiusz Neumann. In fact, in that class, remember, they both were wheel-to-wheel before then. We saw Martin Schmidt bail into the pit lane. And that was a very interesting affair, one that received heavy criticism from our own Chris, who's currently in here. Chris Stevens not impressed.
He's getting time.
So much at risk. He is getting time. It might have been a sensible choice.
Yeah, it's about 10 seconds less than what it was. I mean, still a minute. So there's still quite a bit of ground to go. But, every step forward and all that, 5 hours still to go.
Yeah, well, if he's watching this, Martin Schmidt's going to look back and say, well, no, I just did it for fun. Just did it for fun.
I'm sure he did.
Yeah.
So I blame him.
Yeah. No, it was tremendous. I enjoyed it personally. Pascal Thomas in 3rd place right now for the GT3 Pros as well, and looking to try and close. He himself has got a bit of work to do, and I'm sure he knows that. He wants to try and gain on the likes of Martin Schmidt, and but he's got a bit of work to do. About 19 seconds is the gap there. Stephen Walkup in behind as well, currently in 6th place, and looking to try and gain as well. As we're also seeing further fights down the field. Mark Van Tor also trying to close the gap on his foe as well. And I believe he's actually chasing Joel McNabb right now, as we're seeing the timing screens just flicker an update as well. Mark Van Tor currently in 5th place in his class in the GT3 AM. And we are getting an update further up as well. Chris Mehlinger currently under pressure from Robin Stoll as well. And the gap very minimal between these two. This is a battle on track as well between these two, as they make their way through. These two are part of the pro class. And Robin Stoll, this would be a huge coup for him as well to get past Chris Mehlinger, of course. There's quite a gap between Mehlinger and his counterpart as well further ahead. It got very harem-scarum there between Chris Mehlinger and I believe that wasn't the move for the position, though. But I think that's another car, a stationary car, or a car that's certainly in the process of being lapped. Am I right, Chris?
No, that was Robin Stoll has.
That was the move.
Made mincemeat of Chris Mehlinger there. How? Okay, I feel like Mehlinger could have fought that a little bit better, or at the very least chosen a better part of the circuit to let Robin Stoll through there.
It did confuse me a little bit. I thought it was a lap car myself.
So I don't blame you. That looked very odd.
Yeah, very strange indeed. I was looking actually at the car behind because they're both green, and I thought, hang on, this makes sense. Maybe they're dealing with a back marker, but no, incredible. It did look a bit odd to me, I have to be honest. But there we go. He's decided to let him through, so we'll give that to him. There's Danilo Steinegger, who's currently leading the GT3 AM class, and he has got certainly a little bit of a gap to the car behind him. Certainly Ian Murdoch currently in behind him as it stands for JWR2 Mutkurv. Of course, driving the Ferrari at this point. But I have to say, Lion GP still owning that P1 spot in their class. They were holding on to that at the start. Oh, commentators curse. Oh, my God. I do apologize.
I was just going to follow this up with, they've worked really hard to get back up into that position, and he's flung it into the barriers. No. Where is the James Wingfield Racing Ferrari in all this?
Chris, I feel guilty. I feel terrible. Honestly, I do. I feel awful. Let's take a look at the replay of this particular moment. This is David Brown of the Pineapple Racing Club. This is a different incident. We'll get a catch up at the replay. Here it is now. Here's Danilo Steinegger. Now, I was just in the process of building these guys up. Oh, he just literally dropped it, didn't he? Just dropped it from the rear. It looked like a potential oversteer.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I think he must have tried to correct it.
Well, that's the problem.
Steel barrier.
Yeah, that's the problem when the rear engine Porsche, once the back end starts going, it's like a pendulum because all the weight's out of the rear end. So he's probably putting loads of weight on the front end, under braking, trying to get the nose in as well. The weight's come off the rear end, and it's just come right around at that crucial moment. I think he has been able to hang on to the class lead. He has, but there's undoubtedly going to be just a bit of damage to the front of that car. He knows the barrier there, and I doubt that the James Wingfield Racing Ferrari will need a second invitation to reclaim the class lead.
Well, no, and it could cause an issue when it comes to the next stops as well, because, of course, he would have wanted that gap, would have Danilo Steinegger, and now the fact that he spun now means that JWR Mutkurv car can now close the gap even more. So that could upset things when it comes to the strategy as well. And we're now watching now as Pascal Thomas through the next right and making his way through and holding on to P3 right now. And as you can see, it's a BMW fest from P1 all the way down to P7 right now. Further back then, a Ferrari in P8 of the GT3 Pro classification. And then you can see as we're now seeing a side-by-side piece of action here right now. This is Robin Stoll and trying to make his way through past another car. I'm not quite sure which one that one is. That's not Robin Stoll. No, that's Robin Stoll there. I do apologise, folks. But different green car. Robin Stoll making his way through in 7th place. But he's got a little bit of work to do because Chris Mehlinger is still showing ahead of him on our timing screens. There we can see Brad Philpott currently trying to make his way through as well. He's got a car ahead of him. Of course, giving a good account now, Brad Philpott making a couple of smooth overtakes and is certainly shown what he can do in that Ferrari. Of course, that straight line speed has been utterly amazing. We've seen certainly a couple of moves made by Ferraris now in this session, displaying that straight line speed, and which is a pleasure to see. But now coming into the pit lane is Chris Mehlinger, which will surely allow Robin Stoll to go ahead of him now. And we'll have to see whether that is going to be a quick splash and dash or a tyre change. And we've already been advised that he has already gone ahead, Robin Stoll. So there we have it, folks. It was only a small gap, approximately only about 5 seconds between the pair. So it's no surprise to see him go ahead. So, Chris, just to update you now, we've got Chris Mehlinger in the pits, overtaken by Robin Stoll now. So that move has now been made. But will Robin Stoll now look to respond? Will he choose to box?
Well, it certainly looks that way so far. A lot of these guys have been pretty evenly matched on the fuel strategies. I think the biggest difference really has been when you've been staring at the back of another car for so long and been able to hoover up that slipstream and just save a little bit of fuel in that case. The tanks across the board are good for about 7.5 laps. So trying to save half a lap of fuel in that amount of time, it's not easily done, but it is just about an achievable goal there. As another one of the James Wingfield cars in the pits there, Derek Irwin. That is the Porsche. That could have been a recovery from an incident with the toe there, actually. But we see more of the GT4 action as well. Core Sim Racing sitting there in third place. And at the moment, keeping it ahead of this McLaren, the lead one as well, the Frontline Coffee car. Danny Lee, another one of our solo entries, will be doing the entire race in that field. And Frontline Coffee, I like this car quite a lot because its livery is very much influenced by the design of an emergency services vehicle. And Frontline Coffee, a coffee company where all the proceeds go towards charities helping the emergency services. So that is a popular car in my books.
Yeah, very good cause again. And again, this is how sim racing has helped certainly charitable causes, as we are doing today for the Macmillan Cancer Fund. As you can see, we've currently raised £420 of our £1,000 target. So if you haven't done so already, folks, and you want to donate, please see the link. Obviously, there'll be links in the description as well. You can obviously check those out. And wherever you're watching, whether you're on YouTube, Twitch, or even Facebook, you can get yourself over to the link, put your money down and support a wonderful charity here brought to you on the M4EM Nürburgring 12 hours. What a race it has been. Certainly lots of drama. Arcadius Neumann still leading the way with Martin Schmidt in behind him. Pascal Thomas in third place. Rob Tisson in P4 with Jack Rios in fifth. And then a gap then to Stephen Walkup, who's currently in sixth, with Robin Stoll in seventh. It's been certainly a very, very special race. Lots of action across the circuit. We actually have a little battle, I believe, happening between Florian Eigner and Frederick Ockman again. Remember, Ockman was the pro driver, and Eigner being the amateur driver. So we're going to be seeing a nice testy affair between these two. The gap now sprung right down to 0.7 of a second. Now, if you remember, Chris, now, these two were very, very close before. Obviously, he had to back off, did Eigner, or whether he had a little issue, I'm not quite sure. But he's managed to bring the gap right down again, and he looks pretty dangerous right now.
Certainly does indeed. IBAC getting under pressure here with one of their three cars. They've got two Porsche and an Audi, all with incredibly similar liveries, it must be said. But the two Porsches you can delineate from the pink wing mirrors and rear wing end fences on this number 54 car. Versus the, I think it's yellow wing mirrors and end fences on the sister Porsche. But certainly got a rear mirror full of Iron Skull Motorsport at the moment.
Yeah, certainly Eigner will have a chance, certainly down one of the straights, I would imagine. You want to try and get within the slipstream in order to get the toe and then open up the car and maybe give himself a chance. There's Arcadius Neumann currently leading this whole race right now. And the gap between him and Martin Schmidt is currently sitting at 56.4 seconds, which is unbelievable. Arcadius Neumann running a good race right now. Martin Schmidt in behind him. And, of course, Neumann representing the Protocharge team. And then you can see Schmidt, who's in the midst of a bit of a scrap here, has got some back markers that he's got to try and negotiate around. Now, this is complicated. Coming through the next left, has got through well on that one, but he's in a bit of a sandwich. Oh, dear. There's been a collision, big collision, around that left. Now, I'm not sure which one that is. Is that... I'm trying to see which car has dropped off. It is James Armstrong. We're getting news. Yeah, it's James Armstrong. Yeah, third place in the GT4 category. Now, that's not going to be ideal at all, Chris.
No, absolutely not. So, James Armstrong here. Oh, no. Was he unaware that the BMW was coming through there? That will be one for race control, I'm sure, whether they will deem that Armstrong wasn't aware of the BMW or if the BMW was making a late move there at the Kleiner Carousel. But that car, second in class at the moment, was leading the class as well. Apologies, it's P3 in class at the moment. And, well, I'm sure it'll be a little bit lower than that by the time it gets down to the pits to fix the issues on there. Back to that battle we were talking about before. Iron Skull ahead there of the IBAC Porsche and having to navigate the Cayman for good measure as well. And this time, no dramas with the Caymans as the IBAC car goes around the outside.
What we can confirm, Chris, that Florian Eigner has actually managed to dispatch Frederick Ockman. Frederick Ockman now 0.28 behind Eigner. So those two are still very much together. There's Ockman now. He certainly doesn't consider himself done just yet. He's right in behind Eigner. So now the pressure's on for Florian Eigner to hold on to that position. But amazing scenes indeed. Obviously, Eigner, the amateur part of the AM class here in the GT3, is now ahead of one of the pro drivers. So a wonderful move indeed, certainly for him. A great scalp in this race, but I'd imagine that Ockman is now going to make his life a little bit of a misery, just trying to make him think a little bit. But the question is, can he catch Eigner?
Well, that's a big question. We'll see it unfold. Certainly not giving up on the chase is the IBAC Porsche.
Not at all. Still nose to tail. Nothing separates them. In fact, I'd give him credit to say that he has managed to catch back up as Ockman. But there's Martin Schmidt, who's currently in that chicane situation right now, making his way through to the next left to commence onto the Nordschleife part of the circuit. This is where things get real harem-scarum now. Can you... how's your control of the car at this point? This is where things get treacherous, and he's holding on to P2 right now. There's a 15-second gap back to Pascal Thomas, and then a gap then to Rob Tyson. Oh, can I just say, Rob Tyson, 2.5 seconds. He's brought the gap down on Pascal Thomas, so he's getting right into this fight now, Chris.
Yeah, he is indeed. There he is. You can just see him. If there's a long enough straight, not so much in this twisty section, just catch a glimpse of the Protocharge Sim Sport third place BMW there as we ride on board through the Hatton back, and it's hot pursuit mode engaged for Rob Tyson in fourth place there for Team Racing Nederland. And this is a car that we know has had so much pace in this race and probably should be higher up than it is. This is the car that was battling tooth and nail for the lead earlier on, and it is about time we saw it getting back into a position that it was worthy of fighting for, and it looks like it's trying to do so at the moment as it hunts down third place.
Yeah, Ockman still right behind Eigner, and that battle's still resuming. Nothing between those two still right now. Jack Rios there in P5, who we can see in the BMW Sim Racing Centre GT3. And he's doing his utmost to try and gain on Rob Tyson as well. He's got about 29.7 seconds. That's the gap there. There's Ronald Grossman as well in the GT4 class. Third place. He spun. Deary me, that's not the first time we've seen that. That's probably about the third time, the second or third time we've seen that. And Ronald Grossman now, oh dear, he's towed to pits. Now that is going to be carnage for Grossman. That is going to be very, very unsettling for him and his team. Dismay for them, as now they've got to be towed back to the pit lane, and not to mention, no doubt, repair the damage on that car.
Well, we've just seen the second place Cayman in GT4 crash out with an incident. They've come back out now and have put it back. The third place car that's still in the pits having its damage repaired, and now we've seen another one of the leading contenders in GT4 have an issue as well. And well, if you've been one of the lower place Caymans in that class, well, we've got some good news for you.
Yeah, 100%. We got some more scraps further down as well. David Wasserman, I think, is in the midst of a bit of a fight as well. He's trying to close up on one Joel McNabb, I think, looking at the screens here. Juiced Decanter as well in the fight as well. So we got a bit of a three-way fight happening further down between those three. And nothing separates them. Brad Philpott then the next gap in behind as well. So lots of movements happening on the timing screens. Martin Schmidt currently in second. He's got around about 55 seconds to close on Arcadius Neumann, who's still leading the charge. Incidentally, Brad Philpott managing to find purple in Sector 4 in his recent lap as well. So he's doing well to try and claw back the Delta. And in fact, trying to make his way certainly closer to the cars in front. He's got quite some way to go, but he's got plenty of back markers to find as he makes his way down this next straight. And very shortly we'll take turn 1 on this lap. And what a privilege it's been. He dives down the inside, allowing the space. Certainly does the Ferrari, and that moves him certainly up in front of him. And he'll now look to try and get moving onto track position to see whether he can improve on his current position. There's Michael Gotch, who is ahead of him right now. But yeah, great showing certainly on this track right now. Certainly the GT4s I think have sustained quite a numerous array of incidents as things stand, Chris. It certainly can be a dangerous game. You've alluded to the fact that when you have the GT3 cars mixed up in the race of the GT4s, it can be a very dangerous encounter, certainly on both accounts. But certainly nonetheless, I think a lot of these drivers have handled it very well.
Yep, certainly have done. And talking of awareness, that was Ian Murdoch in the James Wingfield Racing Ferrari, second place in the GT3 AM class, being well aware of who exactly was behind him at that moment in time and deciding, I'm not going to fight this man. I'm just going to let Philpott through and not have to worry about him too much. And Philpott only got one more of the AM class cars. That is the leader, the Lion GP Esports cars, between him and the top 10 overall. And starting to close in on the rest of the pro field as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's Danilo Steinego, who's currently leading the GT3 AM class and has done so brilliantly. Obviously, the Lion GP car was leading the way at the very start and has done well to hold on to that lead advantage at this point in the race. We are now down to the final 5 hours. We're well within the 5 hour mark now, 5 minutes into it. In fact, there's Ian Murdoch, who gave way to Brad Philpott earlier on. I believe it was him anyway as part of the Ferrari contingent that allowed Philpott through. And in fact, you just saw Brad Philpott there firing his way down this next straight. And this JWR2 Mutt Curve car currently sitting in P2 in class, now letting chase at the Lion GP Esports car and doing exceptionally well, certainly at this moment in time. There is Kyle Power in P3 as part of Missed Apex Predators. Of course, the team that our very own Chris Stevens is a big fan of course. So certainly you'd like to see a big result from Kyle Power, I would imagine.
Yep, absolutely. Not to mention the 4 other Missed Apex cars that have been entered in this race with Map Cucumber, Aubergine, Chili, the other fruits. They've got some great names going on there, but this very much
I'll be sure to say fruit,
car.
Not vegetables. I got corrected for fruit.
We did.
For fruit, not vegetables.
Yeah, the chat room was not happy with that one.
No.
But yes, the third place car in AM, very much the flagship car with 2 of the panel members, Carl Power and Alex Van Gien, as part of the lineup, and Scott Tuffy at the wheel of that car as well. And he's been part of the Missed Apex F3 Championships. I was actually in a Stuffy video once. That's my claim to fame in the F3s at Silverstone. I was in the thumbnail with him as well. So that's my little brag right there.
Well, I got to say, that's not a bad brag to have, mate. I mean, well done indeed, Chris.
I mean, I spun out in the race, so...
Oh, did you? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, maybe less said about that, the better, maybe. I don't know. But, yeah, incredible. But no, nevertheless, brilliant, to say the least. There's Eustace Cantor, currently in P6 in the GT3 AM class. We will be having, I believe, Travis back with us. I'm not sure whether Travis is going to be joining us for the next stint. We have to make sure that he's ready, of course. Obviously, we commentators. Yeah, we are going to have Travis back with us now, and I'm going to be taking a little break for a little while. But pleased to bring you back in, Travis. We've seen a lot of action certainly in this period. Lots of incidents, I should say. We didn't see many crashes in our stint together, but certainly in this last hour.
Yeah,
we have got an update.
Back.
Yeah, sorry, Travis, just cut you off there.
No,
but we just received word that a drive-through penalty causing an avoidable collision. Car 70 has been given a drive-through. So that's Martin Schmidt, who is going to be suffering in that cause. So yet another casualty as by the stewards there, Travis.
Yeah, my apologies there. I think I came in at a bad moment. I was ready to jump in when things started happening. Yeah, penalty there, as you called. Happy to be back. And once again, it's been great sharing the commentary box with you. Thanks very much.
No problem at all. I wish you boys the very best.
Thanks, George. Always a pleasure to share the commentary box. And we have 4 hours, 52 minutes remaining on the clock. Travis, the news there that the second place car has got a drive-through penalty for that incident that we saw with the Cayman down at the Kleiner carousel. And this is just playing into the hands, once again, of the leading Protocharge SimSport.
Yeah, the penalties have been a big element of this race. Sam Posey said many years ago in American racing lore, the vicissitudes of officialdom have affected the race, and that's been the theme today. That at the very top, penalties have really changed the complexion. I came back at an interesting time because on the topic of penalties, I happened to sit down. I think I'm just very lucky at catching these things right when I get back to my desk. Rob Tyson, who himself had a drive-through penalty earlier after his teammate had a drive-through penalty, has caught Pascal Thomas in P3, so he's still racing for this podium. And with the drive-through for Martin Schmidt, it's going to be close. I think they'll probably get through Martin Schmidt with when he serves his drive-through penalty. Oh, as I said that, Rob Tyson has looped it. Oh, just as I was saying that, he was chasing. He was within about a second of Pascal Thomas and just dropped the rear of the car. There were a few back markers, slower cars going through, but I think they had already negotiated them. And all of that work undone. Penalties set them back a couple times, and he was scraping his way back up to Pascal Thomas. Looked like he was about to pounce within a lap or two. He was going to be properly racing Pascal Thomas, and now he has to do this all again.
Well, we were just about to hype up the battle for what was about to become second place when Martin Schmidt takes his drive-through penalty. Rob Tyson should still be promoted to a podium place when Schmidt does come into the pits. Although, just from looking at the Discord, though, I believe Deutsche Payment Esports are contesting that steward's decision and will be making a statement to the race director, Richard Molden. So he may well overturn the decision. I haven't known him to do so in the past, so I do suspect that Schmidt will still be coming into the pits in a few laps' time to serve that drive-through. But certainly Deutsche Payment Esports contesting the matter, it would seem.
Yeah, I think that's I would say that's optimistic from them at best. Fortunately, it's a long circuit. It's not like they're doing 90-second laps around a typical Grand Prix circuit. They've got 3 laps here gives them plenty of time. Enough time to fill a cup of tea and then sit down and deliberate over it while they plan their argument before race control and Rich Malden. But I don't know. Maybe they can convince him, but that seems unlikely to me. Though, I mean, if they've got time, they have nothing but time before they have to serve this penalty, so they might as well try.
Yeah, absolutely. So they've got a bit of time to go and work out, and I don't think they have to serve it right away either, do they? So they've got a couple of laps to try and work this one out. Here's Dennis Meisner in the ESR Reds Ferrari, the sole pro entry from ESR in this race, currently running in 11th in GT3 Pro. And we'll see. We just saw Brad Philpott coming into the pits from what was 10th in class, I believe 10th overall as well. So he has worked his way back up the order. There he is in the pits. Looks like just fuel for now. Car power
I believe that's cost him 1 position. I want to say that I've seen on my timing screen, I've seen him drop just 1 more. But Bradley Philpott is set back early on with trouble with an internet connection. There we can see him on the broadcast now, leaving pit lane with plenty of fresh air ahead and behind him. But a spirited drive by his teammate to put the team on his back, carry them while Brad sorted out his technical difficulties, and now Brad has been storming through the field. He's driving a mighty race to recover as many positions as he possibly can, and showing us a very impressive performance.
Certainly very true. And Danny Henney having to take up the slack while Philpott was resetting his router and giving the hamster in the wheel that makes the internet happen just a little bit of extra food.
That's I would describe it that way as well. We've had some challenges of our own today, so I think we will likewise blame it on the hamsters. The hamsters that make the internet go are not on our side or Bradley's today, but we're making the most of it and having a good time.
Yep, Absolutely true. Having great fun up here at the moment, as a lot of these drivers, I'm sure. So the GT3 AM battle, Missed Apex Predators taking over the lead at the moment, but I believe have a pit stop to serve still. So that would be Lion GP taking over the lead of that class once again. Here's Michael Huskell in the 111R4F Esports BMW. Nürburgring specialists, this team, and they've been proving that at the moment as well, with some great pace in that class. And just behind them, turn one, actually, that team fielding the only woman in this race, if I remember correctly. That would be Violet Alexandria Miller as part of their lineup with Joel McNabb and Jordan Johnson.
Yeah, looking for that car and don't see it just at the moment. But either way, welcome her participation and representation in this event.
Yeah, and this car currently running in 15th place overall. So we've certainly seen a lot of the AM teams mixing it up with the pros. And here is Martin Schmidt coming into the pits. Looks like this will be to serve the drive-through penalty that he was given. So race control just informing me that they have rescinded their protest. So,
yeah, probably for the better. I think staying on the bright side of the man in charge of race control.
Now,
I think it would behoove them to stay in his good graces later. As we talk about this, here's Rob Tyson just out of pit lane. He looped the car earlier while he was chasing down his competitor Martin Schmidt, and in the cycle of pit stops, he lost a few seconds, but now right there once again, great shot looking back from Martin Schmidt's machine onto the front bumper, the big kidney grills of that Bavarian machine. I think Rob Tyson, he's going to be really motivated. He was in control of this race early on. He'll try to follow his competitor through here. He does the lower class car wisely jumping out of the way there. Yeah, Rob Tyson, I think fortunate to claw back that gap after he looped the car earlier, just a couple laps ago. And now we have a race on our hands once again. These two running nose to tail as we come up the hill through the chicane and then on to the Nordschleife.
Yeah, I get the feeling without that spin, he would have been ahead of the number 70 BMW that is currently in front of him. Now he's got to try and get past him the hard way, and that's going to be easier said than done because Martin Schmidt has been showing some great pace so far in this race. But then again, so has the 77 Team Racing Nederland car as well. So game on for third place.
Yeah, he has Rob Tyson has shown a really good pace. His teammate did as well earlier on, but they just haven't quite had the consistency. Obviously, a couple small mistakes colliding with lower class cars, trying to get through back markers, cost them time in the form of penalties. But they've not been as precise. They've not been as consistent as their competitors. Those mistakes aside, wheels off here and there, jumping a curb. We've seen him hop the curbs into Adenauer Force several times as, they're coming up on a gaggle of back markers now. This might be a little bit tricky as they come through one of the faster parts of the circuit, all of these twisting blind bends. They're just not quite the consistency from them that we've seen from the leaders, the Sim Sport cars. But they still got time to make it up. He's in P4 right on top of P3 right now. Lots of time to atone for those mistakes, gather it up, collect their thoughts, smooth out the performance a little bit. And either way, we've got a race on our hands at the moment.
Yeah, so that was the sister Deutsche Payment Esports GT4 car that they navigated there. I doubt it will make it so easy for the Team Racing Nederland car behind them. But then again, Martin Schmidt is going to have to be patient to get past these two IBAC Porsches that are directly in front of him as well. So traffic, the name of the game.
Yeah, it's be a bit tricky for Martin Schmidt too, because the two cars ahead of him are actually racing for position. They're 20th and 21st overall. I don't see them on my class timing screen, but this is always so tricky. He makes a late dive to get around one of the back markers. he I think wisely dives out of the way and just lets Martin Schmidt through. But that's it's tricky when you're trying to negotiate back markers who are racing when you're so much quicker than they are. You want to get through, but sometimes you miss the fact that they are racing themselves. It's easy to make a mistake, somebody not to realize the intentions of the other driver, and it can all go wrong. But they're getting spread out now. He's through one of them, and he's shed the challenge for now from Rob Tyson. So a little bit of breathing room to get through the slower cars and then on with his race.
One Eibach Porsche down, the second one to come. You see the sister car there with the green wing mirrors. As we ride on board, you can see very clearly there that damage to the front of the BMW that Martin Schmidt sustained earlier in the race, but no opportunity to get it repaired, having used all of his 3 fast repairs for this race. Down the inside of Bergwerk. And now we'll have clear track in front of him at a crucial moment as they're rising up the hill of Kesselchen now. And Rob Tyson still with 2 cars to clear in this squabble.
Yeah, the Porsches have good straight line pace up the hill here. They've both stuck with the BMW. I think they're a little quicker in a straight line than the BMW, which has led them to race one another. This is risky going into boot curve like this. They decide to give the team drivers, the teammates, deciding not to race one another into a corner where you really can't go side by side. I think this would be a little bit nervous for Martin Schmidt, seeing these two go side by side into a corner where you really shouldn't. I think he probably breathed a sigh of relief when the two of them thought better of it, not taking one another out. And now he is properly clear. He doesn't have the pace, the straight line pace of the Porsches to bother him as he negotiates the twisting section on the highest part of the circuit. Now well clear of those Porsches, though they're holding up Rob Tyson. I kind of expected Rob Tyson to catch them up going up the hill while they were scrapping with one another. In the background, we could see them, ahead of Rob Tyson now, we could see them still racing with one another. This is holding up Rob Tyson badly.
For sure, and I'll tell you what, that 54 had every right to unlap himself against Martin Schmidt when he was battling his teammate there, but elected not to, and as a result still behind his sister car and crucially still ahead of Rob Tyson here. And there's just no way through this section of track. It's going to have to be a brave one through Flansgarten to start splitting these two cars. All the meanwhile, Martin Schmidt making hay while the sun shines and pulling away.
Yeah, he really is. He has capitalized beautifully on this. A bit risky to get through where he did, splitting those cars and then getting the second of those Porsches. But he's through and away from Rob Tyson. Rob Tyson was about a second behind, maybe a little bit more than a second behind. That gap has now grown to almost 4 seconds. So Martin Schmidt off and minding his own business, while Rob Tyson, he's just mired behind these Porsches. And the performance is so close. He's going to have a look outside here. This is a very risky move, trying to go around the outside up the hill. He just gets it done. They nearly touched corners of the car, but that's one done. But the damage is already there. He has a big gap to make up. Ooh, big slide through the banking too. It looks like he's really struggling, Chris.
Yeah, it certainly does indeed. And that was brave, putting it all on the line there, but it had to be done. There's a comment in the chat room, by the way, saying, am I reading it right that there are only 2 GT4s left? No, if you're seeing the out there on the right-hand side of the screen, then it means out lap rather than out of the race. Oh no, excuse me. It does mean out, but ignore the outs for now. There seem to be some glitches with the graphics at the moment, so don't worry. There are still plenty of GT4 cars left in this race as Rob Tyson finally clears the third of those Porsches.
He has, and the two Porsches were racing, but meanwhile, while that happened, we talked about, or I should say, I heard you and George talking about Florian Eigner earlier while I was out. And while that shuffle happened, Florian Eigner is making up lost time and has now split the team cars firmly. He's not racing either one of these drivers, but now he's right in the thick of this. Fortunately he takes a late look there. I thought he was going to make a dive, and that would have ended in tears for both of them. In the shuffle, Rob Tyson finally through. Yeah, damage done. That will be frustrating for him to lose that time, trying to negotiate cars that are well down the order. But it did give us a bit of excitement, so we'll take it.
It certainly did. And Rob Tyson into the pits now for fuel, potentially tyres, as Pim Bao gets back into the car at the wheel of the 77 car. So that promotes Sim Racing Centre GT3. Jack Royce at the wheel of the number 55 BMW promotes him to 4th. And the car going up on the jacks there for the Team Racing Nederland car. So that is tyres being taken on this one. Meanwhile, Proto Charge SimSport 1 and 2 up at the front of the field. 71 seconds separating them.
Yeah, big gap between the two of them, but that'll be a welcome sight on the timing screen for Arkadiusz Neumann to see his teammate behind him. Huge gap to his teammate, but his teammate providing the buffer to any challenge behind. Meanwhile, this is like, I feel like the frustration has to be mounting for Pim Bao and Team Racing Nederland, running near the front early on in the race, then penalties, and then a couple of mistakes actually setting the back on track. Losing time on account of their own mistakes, not just colliding with back markers. And what was P1 and P2 2-3 hours ago is now P6. They've fallen down to 6th in the cycle of pit stops. So they'll come back up as other drivers come in. But that's even when you're going to make up those positions as the stops cycle through, it's a bit demoralizing to see 6th, 5th, 4th position when you were running so high up and so strongly early on.
Well, we've been talking about traffic a lot in this race, but mostly about how you get around a GT4 car. How do you get around a GT3 car that you are lapping? Martin Schmidt finding out the hard way at the moment with the Angry Beaver Ferrari right in front of him, and there's a dive down the inside of Aaron Berg. And finally gets it done, but it's certainly a lot harder to navigate the GT3 traffic.
It really is competitive, similar performance, and then there in particular, like that's a deceptively challenging corner because it's longer than it seems. When you pitch the car into the apex, it just goes on forever, and then taking that early entry also a bit tricky. But Martin Schmidt has the talent. He's no stranger to the Nordschleife. Had the back marker in his mirrors for a moment after he got the move done, but now easily opening up the gap. And off he goes to catch the next one. Traffic starting to figure in here. I think when I was on earlier, we'd seen the complexion of the race changes so much, the ebb and flow of traffic. Guys like Martin Schmidt who are running on their own in 3rd, 4th earlier on in the race spend a lot of time by themselves. And now we get to see those guys working the back markers as we cut to P1 in GT3 Andy Golden driving the Lord Schleife machine. I did plenty. My mistake there. I said GT3. I meant GT4. I listened to you guys earlier struggling with Lord Schleife and did some practice of my own while watching the stream. Lord Schleife, Andy Golden, I've got it.
Yeah, it's great. Certainly a lot of credit to Andy Golden's name in that 310 Deutsche Payment Esports Cayman. And there are plenty of teams that have fielded multiple cars across multiple classes, and at least some of them are getting some success in at least one of those classes. We've seen for that Deutsche Payment Esports team, it's been up and down in the GT3 Pro class, but going very nicely for them in the GT4 category at the moment.
It has indeed. Looking in the GT3 AM class, one of our refrains during the event has been the dominance of particular makes in the different classes, and you can see there GT3 Pro that the BMWs are dominating all the way down the top 7 positions, and then likewise we've seen another McLaren creep up into the timing screen in GT4, but mostly Porsches. But in the AM class there's still some variety. We had one of the Lamborghinis further up the order earlier on. But now we can see, as we shuffle through the timing, there's a good mix of all the different makes. So nice to see different representation, the different styles of car there, and get to enjoy the ways, the places in which one car excels over another around the circuit, get some variety in the racing.
Well, I love GT3 racing, just the variety, the close competition as well. It's so fantastic to see, and it is an audio symphony. All the different engines with the mix of V8s and V10s and flat sixes, naturally aspirated, turbocharged, twin turbocharged, front engine, mid engine, rear engine. It's great to see such variety in the machines they're driving, but so closely matched on lap times.
Yes, indeed. And I personally, I'm just glad to see some competitive Porsches. We, when we follow the leaders around, it's a BMW show. Not that I personally have any beef with the BMWs, though some of our commentating friends have differing opinions. But the Porsche sound it's a beautiful car that makes just a wonderful song. I really like hearing that Porsche. We're kind of missing. We get the great racing up front with those BMWs, but I think the sound of the BMW somewhat muted. The Porsche has that combination, that symphony of growl and scream that I enjoy so much. I'm glad to see the Porsches up there.
Yeah, certainly brilliant, and it doesn't quite catch the little sort of chirping noises it makes on the overrun, the BMW. You certainly get that in real life, but we're missing it ever so slightly in iRacing, and that just adds to the orchestra that is GT3 racing. And for my money, GT3 endurance racing is the leading formula at the moment, hence why it's replacing GTE at Le Mans over the next few years. As in comes the race leader, Arkadiusz Neumann, in the 97 Protocharge SimSport BMW. Now, will this be just fuel, or will they go for tyres as well? Is Arkadiusz Neumann's time at the wheel coming to an end as well? We saw driver changes further down the order, so I imagine we will. Here's Pascal Thomas in the sister Protocharge SimSport car, currently running in second place. Now, here's something that they don't have to worry about compared to real life as well, which is sharing the 2 fuel pumps per garage, which usually house about 6 to 8 cars as well, and having to basically negotiate with the teams that you're sharing a garage with about using the fuel pumps at any one time. So Pascal Thomas not coming into the pits on this occasion. No,
indeed. As endurance races at the Nordschleife go, this is a relatively small field. Obviously in the 24 hours, the real life 24 hours. In the background, I see Arkadiusz Neumann is up on the jacks right now, so we might see a change there. The actual race fields, 100 or more cars in many different classes. No driver change as Arkadiusz Neumann is away, by the way. They do have to pack the cars into the garages. You share with team cars or perhaps cars of other teams, and have to share the fuel pumps. And you stop the car in a pit box, and the crew puts the skates under the car up on jacks and on the skates to make sure that the car is oriented in a way that there's enough room in pit lane for other cars to fit in and take their service. Not a concern here, as you said. Easier to dive into the pits, stop in your box, in and out. It's a bit frightening to imagine what kind of complexity and havoc that would add to the competition if we had that element in iRacing.
Well, it would be brilliant, wouldn't it? And if they could replicate the equivalent of the Tesco fill-up pump that they use at the Nürburgring as well, not the super high-tech, pours 1,000 gallons of fuel into the tank per second.
The standard issue fuel pump.
Yeah, exactly. Just what you get down at your local. That was a new set of tyres taken by Arkadiusz Neumann, by the way. He has emerged in third place overall. So we're seeing some of the other cars in. We saw the Sim Racing Center GT3 car in, as well as the Sim 3D Sport Ghostbusters car, and Ring Fitzier Sim Racing Schradenkreuz in the pit lane as well.
So I think Arkadiusz Neumann has made a pretty good time. Still waiting for timing to shake out. I think the gap would be a little bit bigger, but he is easily within a pit stop, or crucially, because we've seen this several times during the event, he's within striking distance of a drive-through penalty should Martin Schmidt make a mistake. We've seen that from most of the leaders, and there's a lot of time to go yet. These drivers, as they get tired, as they are fatigued, as the race wears on, it's easy to let a lapse in concentration cause a collision and then a penalty. So still lots to play for up front. Pim Bao promoted to fourth position on that pit stop cycle. I think, Chris, Arcadius Neumann must be doing another stint after this one because I believe he's starting his third and just took a new set of tires. So I think we'll see
Yeah.
him in the car for the rest of this. The stint is about an hour, so the remainder of this stint and then perhaps one more. I don't know why he would take tires and then drive only one stint himself, take the time penalty for a driver change. So a long run for Arcadius Neumann in third position right now.
Yep, certainly. So we'll see him in the car for the next 2 hours or so. Now, Martin Schmidt. Now, in amongst all the pit lane penalties that we've been seeing, when was Martin Schmidt's last pit stop? Because he's very much out of sync with the Protocharged SimSport car. For instance, his last pit stop, he did not take tires. So if the Protocharged SimSport BMW already didn't have a pace advantage over Martin Schmidt, the fresh tires will do that for him.
Yeah, I believe he will have two. I doubt he's stretching. So a couple more laps. Shows he's on lap 56 and his last pit was 50. So we should see him in fairly soon. And then that means we will have Arcadius Neumann up at the front of the order again. Pascal Thomas in the lead is on the same cycle as Martin Schmidt. So I think we'll see both of them in, and then Arcadius Neumann back up at the top on this lap or the next one.
Okay, yeah, so we're hearing that Martin Schmidt will be in the pits at the end of this lap. So, and we expect Pascal Thomas in as well in the sister Protocharged SimSport car as well. So that will give Arcadius Neumann the lead of the race once again, and by quite some margin. It's been absolutely imperious from that number 97 car, and we keep talking about the avoiding the mistakes, not getting any penalties, and that's exactly what they've been doing, and with great pace.
Yeah, they have indeed. That is, in any endurance race, that is the key, is being consistent, avoiding mistakes, because there's so much time in the race that if you're not making mistakes, it compounds as your competitors make mistakes. And likewise, it's, because there's so much time, it's easy for your own mistakes to compound, but they've been nearly perfect. Even when they were in close contention with the Team Nederland car with Pim Bauer earlier on, it looked like they were in total control, racing hard against their competitor for an hour of side by side nose to tail racing. But it looked like they just had the edge in consistency, and now it's paying off in a 10-second gap on Martin Schmidt that is going to grow when they cycle through pit stops. Dominant performance by Arcadius Neumann and the Protocharged SimSport 2 team.
Just under 4.5 hours remaining in this one. We can just run you through the other classes at the moment. Still Lion GP Esports at the front of the GT3 AM field. Missed Apex Predators currently in the pit lane, but second at the moment, although may lose out to the R4F Esports car that is currently running in third. And right on cue, it does move up into second place. And that car ahead now of the James Wingfield Racing Ferrari, the Mutkurv crew there, that is currently in fourth place ahead of turn one. In fifth place there. And in the GT4 class, still the Deutsche Payment Esports number 310 car, dominating that GT4 field ahead of the Project Dynamic and the James Wingfield Racing Tiergarten crew. Porsche 1, 2, 3 ahead of the Frontline Coffee McLaren, and then the second of the James Wingfield Racing Caymans. That's the Schwabenschwanz crew in fifth place. Safe to say,
and they look quite comfortable out in front of GT4. The racing not quite as close there as we look back to P2 there. Quite some distance on the circuit behind the leader, but I think everybody in GT4 running pretty comfortably without any pressure ahead or behind. Unlike the repeated shuffle that we've seen for the lead of the race, a bit more excitement there at the top of GT3 Pro. I think the GT4 drivers, it's fun to race and wheel to wheel and bang doors sometimes, but when you have to go such a long distance and cover so much time, it's nice to be able to relax. And I think they're all in a nice rhythm right now, whereas the leaders, it's a bit more nip and tuck.
Yeah, we've certainly seen some fantastic action up at the front of the field. Normally, you would expect the battles to be lower down in the order, but the GT3 Pro guys have put on just a fantastic display in this race so far. A rare look at an Audi in this race here, the iBack Sim Racing Audi here, one of only 2 Audi R8 in this race, and a pretty banged up looking one to boot as well, unfortunately. The other R8 being one of the missed Apex cars in GT3 AM.
Yeah, that car does look a little bit rough. Behind this Audi, Pascal Thomas has dived into pit lane, so the call in our ears was accurate. He is in this lap, so I expect we will see the same from Martin Schmidt as well. So that will put Arcadius Neumann up to the lead of the race. He's across the line right now on my timing screen. Yeah, that Audi, I don't think... I have not been in the commentary box for the entire race, but I believe that is the first time I've seen an Audi at all. I've been at my desk for the last 5 hours or so, either in the commentary box or watching in the background, and that's my first Audi sighting. I guess it had to happen eventually.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm not surprised. There are only 2 of them in the field, along with only 2 Mercedes, only 3 Lamborghini. Certainly the majority of the field being made up by the BMWs and the Ferraris, and then a few Porsche as well. So not surprising that the vast majority of the time when we cut to a car, it's this BMW M4 GT3. I think the newest GT3 car in iRacing at the moment didn't make its competition debut either last year or late 2020. Certainly not long enough for it to have won any major races yet, like the Spa 24 Hours or the Daytona 24 Hours just yet.
Yeah, it's due eventually. I can't personally recall myself whether that's accurate or not, but the they've added so many of these cars and they shift the balance of power to to get I suspect perhaps it's a sales tactic to get the most competitive drivers to buy the most competitive machine at any given time. But cynicism aside, it's nice to see the shuffle in balance of power and see that variety. And if it's not gotten one of those victories yet, then it certainly seems to be imminent. If we judge by the running at the top of the order in this race, because it is all Bavarian blue and white.
Yeah, I'm sure that BMW's real life fame will come very, very soon. Here we see in the James Wingfield Racing Cayman in 5th place here, Sander Verbrugge, an interesting driver in this field. He is deaf. And I have often wondered how difficult it must be to drive a racing car in a sim or in real life when you're deaf. But he uses vibration pads in his sim rig to alert him to the revs of the car, for example. So when to shift and other things that he needs to know about that normally you would rely on your hearing for. Just a bit of news from Race Control as well. Car 00, I believe that is the ESR red car, Dennis Meisner. A drive-through penalty for causing an avoidable collision, and I'm told that is with a back marker that he was lapping.
Yeah, and the call in our ears there was another example of a GT3 being, quote, impatient. And that's been a theme up and down the order. The GT3 drivers just a little bit too aggressive, a bit too optimistic, trying to get through the slower cars. And there it is, another drive-through penalty for one of the faster class. Going back a moment, I have immense respect for anyone trying to drive a race car, simulator or otherwise, without being able to hear. For me personally, it is so disorienting and so difficult to drive the car without hearing. You rely so much on, not just the engine note, knowing when to change gears, or the audible cues about the tires losing grip or locking the wheels, or even the noises of collisions. You rely so much on that audible feedback to be able to drive the car competently. I respect him immensely because it's so difficult to do without that sensory input.
He certainly does a fantastic job. We had him in the Marlin Memorial Cup back in January as well, where I first learnt about how he races with no audio, effectively. And
hats off to him.
Yeah, I mean, I've tried driving a simulator with no audio before. I can't recommend it, to be honest.
I guess you do if you have to, but yeah, hats off to him. That's really impressive. I'm impressed.
We just caught a glimpse of Ben Hark's Mercedes there as we were scrolling through the field. Another of the solo entries running in 18th place in GT3 AM. Another driver who surely is going to be feeling it in the arms, back, and shoulders roundabout now.
Yeah, that is so hard to do. 12 hours in the seat, let alone 24 hours in the seat. We talked about that in an interview a little bit earlier. Even 2 or 3 hours, especially I have some of these guys who are using like direct drive gear, really high end simulator hardware. It's a proper workout. You need the strength and the endurance in your arms and your shoulders to be able to muscle around a pretend race car. You don't contend so much with the forces being thrown around in the seat, it being difficult to breathe because you're strapped in so tightly in the belts. But it is, it's still physically challenging, muscling a race car around like this. So to do it for 12 hours that's hard. I admire that.
Now, just looking at second place, Martin Schmidt there has got ahead of the Protocharge SimSport 53 car with Florian Kruger at the wheel. Now, like his teammate, he took tyres at the last stop. Martin Schmidt did not, and I believe that's what's put him back ahead. But I'm just wondering how long that set of tyres has been on there for, because either my timing screen hasn't updated with the pit box information, or he's triple stinting those tyres, which would be very brave.
No, I think you might be right. I was about to ask you the same question because that gap earlier, I think, maybe 10 or 15 minutes ago, before the pit stop cycle, so a little longer than that. I think that gap was around 70 seconds. So the difference is about a tire change. A triple seems optimistic, but I mean, I guess if the gap is the amount of time that they're in pit lane and they think they can make up that time by triple stinting and keep the pace up, then it's worth a shot. Might as well go to an alternate strategy and see if it works. I think they're comfortably on the podium as it is, and they've seen all sorts of trouble out of Pimbo. They know that Pimbo and the Netherlands team have struggled up and down during the entire race, and they might expect that they will come into grief again. So I guess maybe try something different. We'll need to check on that, make sure that's accurate. But I think you're right.
Yeah, worth following up on that. Pimbo behind them, not on a new set of tyres, as far as I can tell. Although an odd stationary time, though, with 52 seconds. We think it's about 40 just for the fuel, and then over a minute to change all 4 tyres. So I can't imagine on this circuit in particular you would only be changing like the fronts or like one side of tyres, for example.
No, I mean I think if you look around a map of the circuit, obviously it averages right turns, but there's so much twisting and turning and fast left-hand corners and fast right-hand corners. There's no way there's an advantage in only taking a couple tires. You have to change all 4, or it would upset the balance of the car so horribly. Unless you are really desperate to save some time in just a 1 in a million strategy situation. I think they're probably just trying something different, not changing all 4, and hoping that they've still got enough performance in the car that they can take a good result.
Well, we'll certainly see how that one unfolds over the rest of this stint. There's another look at that. Ibach Audi, hopefully getting the damage to it repaired in the pit lane there.
Yeah, that car has seen better days, and I do enjoy the Audi and enjoy watching the Audi. Hopefully, I hope they get a balance of performance update so that they are vogue once again, because I think it's a cool car. It's fun to drive. I have always wanted an R8 myself. I don't think that will ever be in the cards, but that is a car, one of my dream cars that I admire a lot. I'd like to see it more in iRacing, if nothing else.
I don't blame you. It is one of the older cars in the in iRacing available. I would like to see the Evo 2 getting updated into iRacing, because the R rate as a car in GT racing is one of the most successful across races like Spa, and Bathurst, and Nürburgring. All the top international and global races and championships that GT3 is used for. Audi have certainly taken a fair few number of championships and high-profile wins in recent years. Although since the last update of that car, it's kind of been swinging more the way of the likes of Porsche and Ferrari in particular over the last year or so.
Yeah, I think you're right. The Audi is, I would call it, an iconic car in GT3 racing. I identify it most closely with Bathurst, I think back to last year, the Bathurst 12-hour race in iRacing, where Max Verstappen was so dominant, won the top split by a full lap in the Audi R8. So it is in GT3 racing and in iRacing, I would call it an iconic machine. Not so popular right now. The BMW has gotten this lift in performance, and the Ferrari looks pretty good as well. We don't have Ferraris at the top, but they're still there, running around near the front of the order. But yeah, hopefully we see it come back, because it's a brilliant machine.
Certainly would do, and I think that that Audi and that Mercedes, once you sort of bring the newer versions of that to iRacing, then you've got a much more modern representation of GT3 there. Now, we were just hearing one of the cars had to tow back to the pits. Sorry, the car number 71, and it is the Team Heat Together BMW, got stuck in second gear. Now, how might that happen?
I have no idea. I've never gotten a car in iRacing stuck in gear. I suppose it could be an equipment failure. If for some reason perhaps the driver's wheel failed and was no longer able to change gears, or couldn't dip the clutch to coast the car if you were in an appropriate place to do that. But that's a new one to me. I've never heard that.
Okay, glad it's not just me then. I was really struggling to think of what that might be. I suppose, yeah, an equipment failure makes the most sense there, really. Whether that's an issue with the rockers at the back of the steering wheel or a software problem, but again, just one of those things that kind of defines sim racing, really.
Yeah, it really is. It happens sometimes. I remember. So at the beginning of the pandemic, when this explosion in popularity of racing, esports, and iRacing really took off, there's the virtual, I think it was the first Le Mans virtual 24-hour, where Simon Pagenaud was racing for, I can't remember who he was racing for now, but had an equipment failure. His wheel failed, and he jumped out of the seat and brought out an entirely new rig as we watched these two bright day-glow orange Porsche machines. And during nose to tail, once again in the background, Frederick Ockman looking at his teammate. You can't do it there, but he looked like he thought about it. Yeah, Simon Pagenaud wheeled out an entirely different rig, complete, fully kitted out, plugged it into his PC while they were pitted, jumped in the seat, and off he went. It's nice to have a reserve if you're a person like Simon Pagenaud. But for the rest of us, if your paddles fail, you're stuck in second gear and you tow, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. The mere mortals down here have to slum it with a tow button. These two IBAC Porsches at it once again, completely nose to tail. Big dent in the rear wing, though, as we saw from the helicopter shot on that 54 Porsche that we're currently watching. Frederick Ockman at the wheel. And although it looks much better there, actually. It's just fixed itself. Whether that was a visual glitch or something else, it must have been a visual glitch. I was going to say, I was surprised it was keeping so much pace. with
I think the bending looks like it's coming and going, because I have seen it bent and then had the same reaction you did. Oh, it's fixed now. But it's
bent
clearly
there.
bent. So it's doing iRacing things. I think we'll just chalk it up to that.
Okay. Well, he's not spinning and he's keeping pace with his teammate at the moment, so we'll consider it fine for now. And
Yeah, tricky
just
place to
rounding
catch.
up. Yeah, rounding up the ESR black car as well.
Yeah, this is the hard thing when you're negotiating slower cars, is that they nearly got into the back of him. Oh, yeah, he just got enough into the brakes. You could see the rear of the car start to skate. I think he was hard enough in the brakes that he upset the balance of the car. Wisely out of the brakes and just onto the grass to avoid losing control of the car. That could have been terrible for both of them, but really good driving by Fredrik Ockman. I think he was a little bit optimistic, trying to make a pass there or stay close enough with the slower car to set up a pass, but good driving to avoid that turning into something much worse.
Well, David Wasserman needs no second invitation to storm clear, and he most certainly has done so to the good of about 5 seconds in just a few corners there. So the 49 IBAC Porsche getting a bit of relief from its teammate. Here is Andy Goulden once again. The Lord Schleifer. Andy could do with flicking a light on in his room there.
Yeah, it's getting a bit dim. He's fortunately he's illuminated by his monitors, but there's not much else to see in there. I can't tell. I can't tell if he's had a drink or a smoke while he's in the seat. I find it. Well, I drive in VR, so I find it difficult to take a drink anytime because I bonk myself in the face with a bottle. But
I can imagine.
If I were going to drink, if I wanted water or something else, an energy drink during a race, I think I'd probably fill up a Camelback instead. Do like a proper racing driver does with kit made for that purpose. But clearly working well enough for him.
Yep, able to get a sip when the track gives him the opportunity. There aren't many of them, it must be said. This is an unforgiving circuit where it's hard work for about 7 minutes and 20 seconds, and then you get maybe 20 seconds of relief.
Yeah, you don't get much. It's I think it's bold to reach for something other than the steering wheel when you're going around the Nordschleife, but I think most everyone out here has more talent than I do, so I am not going to judge anyone too harshly for their hydration choices during the race.
Yeah, they're certainly a lot more talented than myself as well. So I'll join you in that sentiment. It's been a while for me in iRacing, actually. I've broken a set of pedals and I just haven't got around to fixing them.
I understand. About a bit rusty myself. On the topic of rusty, rather not rusty, Bradley Philpott. I am due to hand over to Andy in just a moment, but before I go, I'll watch Bradley Philpott. He has closed this gap down to 1.7 seconds. He fell down to, I believe it was 12th position on his last pit stop, and he is storming up the hill with this Ferrari horsepower. That gap was through the last split was a little less than 2 seconds, and now he is right there, about a second behind this BMW. So Bradley Philpott, I believe when I came online, he was down around 15th or 16th position. He fell pretty far back, but that team is fighting all the way, right there in the top 10, and he's looks like he's on for P9 any moment.
Yep, Philpott's worked his way through the GT3 AM field, now into the top 10 overall, and looking to improve on that on the number 69 BMW. If I remember rightly, that was the one that was leading the race in the early stages. Michael Gersh at the wheel of that car at the moment, and Philpott has set his eyes on him.
Yeah, leading the race or not, he is not going to be leading Bradley Philpott much longer. I think Brad is probably a bit salty about tumbling so far down the order through no fault of his own. And you can see him using all of the curbs through here. You can do that. It's one of the few spots on the circuit where you can use all of the curb, and he does, and then a bit of the grass. I think Bradley Philpott will be on the scene by the time he comes out of the final corner and sails down Dottinger Hoa. I think we'll see him in the slipstream, perhaps making a move as they come by the start-finish line. You can see visibly that gap is closing. Bradley Philpott in the hunt for P9, and then we'll see how many more he can make up after that.
My apologies. The 69 car was the one that was disqualified from qualifying for leaving the pits too early. So that car, well, into the top 10 for that car is a great achievement in itself. Travis, I believe you're going to be leaving us very shortly. It's been great to have you in the commentary box with me, and I'm sure we'll see you later on as well.
I will be around. I won't be back in the commentary box, but I will be in your ears. It's been a joy joining you and George. And I wish you guys the best. Good luck for the rest of the event.
Thank you, Travis. And we'll be joined by Andy Alston for the next hour as well. So welcome, Andy, as we see Bradley Philpott closing in now on 9th place. Michael Gosh there. And now we saw that 0.8 of a second wasn't enough to keep Brad Philpott at bay down the Dottinger Hub. But this time, Gosh has a slipstream from the IRNL purple BMW there. It's still not enough to stop Philpott, though. Look at that. 3 wide down the Dottinger Hub, and Philpott is about to make up the place there and dispatch of one back marker for good measure. And Bradley Philpott up into 9th place there.
Great bit of driving there from Brad Philpott, I have to say, of just watching his times over the last little while, and he is looking very, very fast indeed. So Brad Philpott in the number 43 Ferrari, but like one driver worth keeping an eye on here for somewhat of a recovery drive after having connectivity issues earlier in the race, but currently 9th in the standings, but plenty of time still to go for him to be able to make his way up the order.
Certainly is. Welcome, Andy, once again back to the commentary box. 4 hours remaining on the clock. Did you get a good break in there?
I did indeed, although I couldn't take my eyes away from the racing, of course, because it's been fantastic to watch from start to finish, and lots of big talking points along the way, of course, and yeah, I think there's more still to come for us. So, yeah, thanks very much to everyone for tuning in and joining us here this evening for this event. And, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how the next couple of hours unfold out there on track.
I am envious of you getting to call that epic battle between Team Racing Nederland and Protocharge Sim Sport. Seems to have quietened down up at the front of the field at the moment, but it looks like Pimgo could very soon be involved in yet another battle, this time with the sister Protocharge Sim Sport car for 3rd place.
That's very interesting. Yeah, the 77 car had been driven very, very well indeed a few hours ago, but yeah, this it's endurance racing. The order we see at the moment could change significantly when the checkered flag comes down. So I think there's still a couple of twists and turns in this story just yet.
Then there will be. Here's Jordan Johnson, the Turn 1 BMW, 6th place in GT3 AM. And quite a few Twitch streamers in their team. Quite a few Twitch streamers in the whole field, it must be said. A lot of teams, the whole communities of streamers and plenty of individual racers as well. A lot of them streaming their own perspectives of this race.
Yeah, it's always good, to see lots of drivers sharing their take on proceedings. It just adds it's another bit of immersion in the sim racing world, and I think that's the big thing, Chris. We're always chasing immersion in sim racing. That's you can start with a single screen before you've got triples, then you've got VR. Where does it end? That's just beauty of it. And yeah, drivers streaming their view from the cockpit is always good as well.
Yep, I can certainly attest to that. Started out with a pretty bog standard PC monitor, and then a couple of months ago invested in a 35-inch ultra wide. So yeah, I can attest to that.
No, that's the way of it, isn't it? You think, I'll just buy this one thing. This will be okay. Then before you know it, it takes over, doesn't it? But That is the beauty of sim racing. That's why we all love it, and we have been treated to some fantastic action so far here in this event. Martin Schmidt in the 70 car, a driver that, Chris, we know he's got lots of pace, but he's just had a couple of incidents throughout the way, and that front of the car still sporting lots of damage, but thankfully not affecting performance too much.
Yeah, and the fact that that gap is around 40 seconds kind of speaks volumes of the pace that a lot of these drivers have had, because you think of the number of setbacks that a lot of those guys have had. For there to still only be 40 seconds between first and second place, and actually that gap is coming down. Now, just looking, actually, the last lap time set by our race leader, 7:57. Now, is that an error on my timing screen, or has there been an issue for Arcadius Neumann somewhere on that last lap?
There could well have been. There may have just dropped a wheel here and there, and before you know it, the car gets very, very loose. I mean, what we've seen from Newman earlier on in this race in the 97 car is just clean, consistent driving. You know, lots of cars behind him were honing him in, but then their races started to unravel for one reason or another. And Newman still top of the timesheets in the GT3 Pro class, but if he is conceding a couple of seconds per lap, then it is only a matter of time before he starts to come under a little bit of pressure, and it'll be the likes of this man here, Pinball, who we know's got bags of speed, but finds himself in 4th place at the moment.
Well, Pimbo there of the top 4 was the fastest driver last time around, 7:51. It wasn't a great lap time for Martin Schmidt either, it must be said, 7:56, so only 1 second quicker than Arcadius Neumann at the front of the field. That gap still hovering around 40 seconds. Seems to be closing up, though, between 2nd, 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, it's potentially the track beginning to evolve a little bit as well, maybe having a little bit of an impact on some lap times out there, but yeah, it's just one of these things as well. We're well on our way through this race, and potentially a little bit of fatigue beginning to creep in. All these elements will set the stage for a very, very interesting finale to this 12-hour event, because we know these drivers all out there on track are very, very quick, but it's all about holding your nerve and getting that car across the finish line.
Fatigue, definitely a case there for Martin Schmidt. Remember, he is running this race solo in the number 70 Deutsche Payment Esports BMW.
A fantastic achievement for Martin to be doing just that as well. You know, it's difficult to drive any endurance event solo, but to do it at the Nordschleife is very, very impressive indeed. So one driver with lots of pace, could he go all the way and take the win in the GT3 Pro category? It remains to be seen, but a very, very impressive drive so far from the number 70 car.
Well, no signs of him yet voluntarily fixing the damage on the front of his car. And really, no need to at the moment. It doesn't seem to be costing him too much time. Still got a very quick car underneath him.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, if he feels confident in the car, then he may as well continue. We know he's got the speed, but he's just had 1 or 2 unforced errors, and that has compromised his race somewhat. But, you know, half the battle is knowing you've got the speed. And if you've got that confidence in your own abilities and that confidence in the car, then it's a perfect combination to go and have a very strong result. But it's still this man here, Newman, leading the way in the number 97. 42 seconds or so is the gap between him and Schmidt in 2nd place. And Schmidt just a second or so quicker last time out as well.
That gap to 3rd place from Team Racing Nederland is coming down very, very quickly indeed. It's now under 2 seconds as Pimbo looks to get himself back into the podium placings. Now, remember, we have got a mix of different strategies being used here, with Pimbo on slightly older tyres at the moment compared to the Protocharge SimSport guys, and Martin Schmidt also on older tyres. We believe that he's double stinted those tyres, potentially he's triple stinting them. So they could well fall off very quickly at the end of this next stint. Here we see Dennis Bayer in the number 600 Lion GP Esports leading the GT3 AM class. And I've got to say, this car, as it dives into the pit lane, has pretty much been the class of the field.
Yes, very strong performance from the 600 car throughout. We reckon the top teams will use between 25 to 30% of their tyre life during each stint. But if you're able just to stretch that one bit further, then it could be the difference between having to take one final pit stop and keeping that car out there on track, or even just saving a little bit of time when you're in the pit box as well, because as we well know, this race looks like it is very much coming down to fine margins to decide the key finishing positions. Ian Murdoch in the 13 car, that's one car as well that has had a very strong outing in the Ferrari. Very, very close to P2 as well, just up the road there. So that's a big thing as well when you're this far into the race, Chris, I feel. If you can see the car in front, it really just does give you that extra bit of confidence to go and take the fight to them.
That makes a massive difference, although trying to get under the skin of Sam Swallow there is going to be easier said than done. Sam Swallow, who was a man in demand after the Marlin Memorial Cup among the Missed Apex stables. He was drafted into a team very, very late, about 24 hours before the race, and still put in a magnificent performance in that race, and hence has joined the Missed Apex Predators team for this event.
Yeah, driven very, very well so far has Sam, someone who has got a multiple iRacing special event wins under his belt as well, including Bathurst and Daytona. Just won the recent Daytona a few months ago, and indeed last year as well. So very, very quick driver in the real world too. He is a pro kart driver based in the UK, and very much translating that into the virtual world as well.
Well, here he is taking turn one on the Grand Prix Strecker. Still second place in class there. So I believe the Lion GP Esports car held its lead after coming into the pits there. So a Porsche 1-2 in that category at the moment, and Ferrari in third place. It's fascinating to see the BMWs leading the top 6 overall, but the top BMW in AM only in fourth place.
Yeah, that is an interesting one. We'll certainly keep an eye on that one just to see how things unfold. But, some really good action in the Pro class, in the AM class, and the GT4 as well. We've been treated to some fantastic battling throughout the field, and plenty still in store, of course. So, yeah, it's been great to watch the action here so far, and it's a fantastic circuit to be able to race on the iRacing service. It does look quite different, I think, sometimes depending on what sim you're racing, but it's very, very nice in iRacing indeed, and you get a good sense, I feel, Chris, of the elevation changes throughout the lap. I think the iRacing service is a very good way of showcasing that, because it really is like a roller coaster of a racetrack, and it's great to see the drivers out there tackling things.
I can't but agree. The elevation changed 300 meters from the lowest point at Brideside Bridge to the highest point on the Grand Prix Strecker, and you really do feel that. If only there was a way to replicate that sensation in the sim racing world. Now, a bit of damage here for Dave Hernandez in the James Wingfield Racing number 14 Cayman. No hood on the front of that 718.
Yeah, that's it's a peculiar sight, isn't it, to say the least? But looks like he's managing to make that car go around the track with no major issues, it has to be said. He is being closed down by the car behind there, but navigating the carousel nice and safely, just not riding too high on the bankings. But he's got Danny Lee hot on his heels here in the frontline coffee car. Danny Lee, another driver who is going out there, and it's a full solo entry for the 188 car, and he is putting the number 14 machine under all kinds of pressure here. But Chris, this is the part of the lap where you've really got to be patient. If you try and force a move here, you do risk being overtaken on the Dottinger Hole Straight.
You certainly do, and Danny Lee, one of only 2 McLaren in the GT4 class. Now, I'm going to be so fascinated to see how these 2 cars perform in a straight line relative to each other. Remember, that 718 Cayman in iRacing is the 2019 model, not the RS model that came out recently and made its competition debut at the Daytona 24 Hours. So it still has the old 3.8 litre naturally aspirated flat six engine in the back of it, and the 6-speed gearbox with it as well, rather than the 7-speed gearbox and 4-litre flat six from the Cup car. And the McLaren sporting a 3.8 litre twin turbo V8 and a 7-speed gearbox in the 570S. So on paper, I would expect the McLaren to blitz past the Porsche here, not least because one of the biggest complaints about the Porsche GT4 car was its lack of straight line performance relative to the other cars.
Yes, it's one of these things where, you know, it can come down to your own personal preference as well in terms of what you like from a car. All these vehicles feel very, very different to drive here as the Porsche gets well out of the way and allows Danny Lee just to make that move stick nice and cleanly. A little bit of traffic there as well to contend with once again for the Porsche, just getting out of harm's way and letting the traffic go round the outside and navigate through safely. But yeah, it's if it's a car that's struggling a little bit with top line speed, it's going to feel it even more so with all that damage at the front.
Yeah, the Missed Apex Ferrari there having to take the old line around the Kleiner carousel there, as we see James Wingfield, the man himself of JWR, James Wingfield Racing, at the wheel of his number 13 Porsche Cayman, the Caterham racer in real life and a top engineer at a very successful Formula One team as well.
And a helmet there in the profile picture into the bargain too. That's a very, very nice design there. Really liking the Schumacher style tribute. Very, very nicely done. And yep, looking strong in the GT4 class, it must be said. Keeping that car nice and clean and tidy. Noticing there as well, Chris, lots of cars really widening the entrance into the corner there, using all the track and then a little bit more. And sometimes you think, well, you know, how much of a difference does that really make? But that just goes to show the level of detail these drivers are going into. They are trying to extract the maximum performance out of the car and using all of the track and a little bit more.
It's probably the only area on the Nordschleife section of track that isn't lined with either a curb or grass. So if there's an extra couple of feet of tarmac that they can use there, you can sure bet they're going to take it.
And that's it, and that's why these drivers out there are some of the fastest around this Nordschleife. It's a very difficult circuit to master, but some of the drivers out there are doing a terrific job of it. Benjamin Hack here, another driver who is got bags of speed. And Chris, I did note that it's a solo entry from him, but he'd also received support from Pierre Gasly's performance coach on the mental preparation required for a race weekend, which I thought was very interesting because that is a part of motorsport that it's never really been spoken about too much until recent years, but the mental approach to a race weekend is so important.
It certainly is, especially when you're trying to tackle a race solo, as Benjamin Huck is. I'm probably going to butcher the performance coach's name here, but I'm going to give it a go. Pari Salmela. If I was anywhere near close, please don't leave a comment about it in the chat room. But he also apparently, he let us know that he goes to the gym twice a day, 6 days a week as well. So he's certainly been putting in the effort to get ready for this race.
No, he's doing a great job as well with it. A solo drive is absolutely commendable, and he is doing a very impressive drive there in the Mercedes. And yeah, he's one driver that we'll be keeping a close eye on in the GT3 Amtigre. And the Mercedes as well, it's a car that it's an interesting choice for this event as well, Chris, because lots of drivers out there in the BMW M4, but the Mercedes is a very quick car in its own right. It was very popular on the iRacing service a little bit of a while ago, but when the BOP kicks in, sometimes it falls out of favour and what have you. But Benjamin doing a great job behind the wheel of that Mercedes.
Yeah, the Mercedes, one of the most popular and certainly one of the most successful cars in the digital NLS series over the last couple of years. But I certainly would like to see the Mercedes and the Audi, as we were talking with Travis about this earlier, the Evo models of those two cars being brought to iRacing, and then we'd have a very modern looking GT3 field in iRacing.
Yes, absolutely. We, of course, had the Ferrari 488. That one was upgraded fairly recently as well to bring in the Evo edition of that. And again, that's been a very popular car on the service. It has its own fixed championship as well, of course. So yeah, it would be good to see a couple of updates in there. I did notice quite a few people over the recent iRacing updates. They were calling for more GT3 cars. There's a reason why this is such a popular category, not just in iRacing, but across the sim racing community. And the cars are all very, very great to drive, but each have their own very distinctive characteristics as well.
Yeah, they certainly do. And again, part and parcel of the joys of GT3 racing. Now, here we see Team Racing Nederland, Pim Bouw, has got in front of Florian Kruger's Protocharged SimSport car here. So that is third place currently being disputed between those two. Now, I wonder if Florian Kruger is close enough here down the Dottinger to try and pounce back and get himself back onto the podium places. Of course, both BMWs being run in this battle, so no advantage in the top end speed for either car. But even with the slipstream here, Florian Kruger is struggling to keep up with Pim Bouw.
Yeah, it does suggest to me that Kruger's got the setup more hooked up towards the corners and maximising traction and speed from that side, because if you've got such a strong toe there and you're not managing to close in the gap, then that does suggest that he's more looking to make up the time around the corners of this very, very challenging circuit. And again, we'll see it here as Pim Bouw opts to go into the pits, but he is not followed in by Florian Kruger. So Kruger inheriting third place at the moment, and he'll be looking to get a very fast time on the board here, as he knows that he's got one of his rivals stationary for quite some time.
And if we've seen the chop and change of the strategy as well, Team Racing Nederland did not take tyres on the last stop. And so presumably they will take tyres on this one, but Florian Kruger did take tyres at his last stop, so he won't take tyres at the next one, and then the advantage will swing back to Protocharged SimSport in terms of the track position.
Yeah, we reckon that new tyres are worth anywhere between 1.5 to 2 seconds per lap. So, yeah, if you're only if you're taking tyres and fuel, it's probably about 1 minute 25. But if it's only fuel, we reckon it's around a minute or so where you're stationary. So, as you say, it can sometimes balance itself out. But when you're out there on the fresh rubber, you've really got to maximise it, because that can make all the difference. But again, one added dilemma into the mix is if you are having to perhaps deal with traffic, you start to lose the benefit of those fresh tyres, and that allows the cars round about you to really just try and disrupt your race.
Dan Fisher here in fourth place in GT3 AM for James Wingfield Racing, chasing down the R4F Esports BMW for third in class. I believe the JWR car might be ahead on a pit stop, though. We might be due one from the R4F car. The Nürburgring specialists in that BMW.
Yeah, it's been quite a long stint for Dan Fisher behind the wheel as well of the 13 Ferrari. Doing a good job in there, and he'll be potentially doing a little bit of fuel saving in here as well, because it's part of the track where it can be difficult to really make an overtaking manoeuvre stick. I mean, you can throw the car up the inside here into Arenberg, but it is a bit of a gamble, and you are relying on your opponents to cooperate with you. Yes, you can use the banking and get the car hooked up on the inside, but it's a risky place to make a move stick in an endurance race.
And while you've got a car in front of you, you may as well make use of that slipstream and save a little bit of fuel. It's interesting fuel saving in iRacing, isn't it? Because it has to be done through the lift and coast, doesn't it? You can't short shift your way into fuel saving, which is a somewhat frustrating feature, I find, in iRacing, because, well, it should work really, but you do have to do the lift and coast. And when you're getting a slipstream, as Dan Fisher will be that close to the BMW in front, you can take advantage of that.
Yeah, certainly lift and coast, it's the way to go in iRacing, and yeah, I think Dan will be quite happy here. He'll be quite content, because if he can save just a little bit of fuel here, that can make all the difference when we enter the pit stop phase. So Dan's doing a good job behind the wheel of the Ferrari, and yeah, I think he'll be more than happy just to bide his time here, because he will know that the car in front will be pitting at some stage, and at that point it will release him into clean air, and that's when he can really get the power down.
Just a note from race control, incident between the GT4 class leader, number 310 Deutsche Payment Esports Porsche, and car 186, that is the JB Motorsport GT3 AM BMW M4, has noted a collision at Klostertal and decided that both parties were partly to blame and judged it to be a racing incident. But interesting to note there that the GT4 class leader involved in an incident there, so we will keep an eye if it has any damage, if it's cost its lead at any point. WSE Motorsport, the 888 Porsche, waiting in the wings in second place to pounce if anything should happen to the class leader.
Yes, absolutely, and that is just part of endurance racing. Sometimes the cars around you can fall into some difficulty, but and sometimes it's due to some incidents with other cars or whatever. But yeah, it's just, that's part of racing. It's get that car to the finish first and foremost in an endurance race, and you can really go from there. But back in the GT3 AM class, here is Dennis Bayer in the 600 car, currently leading the way there at the moment, and it's been a long stint for Dennis as well, but one where we know he's got lots of pace, and it's just about bringing that Porsche through the lap after lap, nice and clean, nice and safely, and he can really build on that there. Back at the GT4 category though, there is the 310 car, currently under investigation then, still leading the way, getting a little bit of a tow there from the GT3 car in front of him, I suspect, but yeah, it's going to be interesting just to see what decisions any the stewards decide to take.
So, car 53 in second place, the Protocharged Sim Sport car, still repelling the advances of Martin Schmidt in third place there. So we're back with a Protocharged Sim Sport 1-2 at the moment, up at the front of the field, with Pimbo making a stop last time around.
Yeah, the GT4 cars, it's one thing we were mentioning earlier, Chris, about when you're behind the wheel of one of those cars, you're trying to run your own race, you're trying to scrap with the cars around you, but you've also got to just comply with the GT3 traffic, and that is a skill in itself in any endurance race. But to do it at the Nordschleife is very impressive indeed, and takes some doing. There are a couple of natural opportunities where you can just let the car through, but there's some areas on the track where that is easier said than done. So that is part of the challenge of driving these GT4 cars, and we'll keep a close eye on how those battles are shaping up.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's Danny Lee once again in the frontline coffee. McLaren running very strong there in fourth place, and I dare say if he keeps his nose clean, still has a shot at the podium, which would be very great to see one of the McLarens up there on the podium in what has been a very Porsche-dominated category so far today. Here's Florian Kruger in second place. Protocharged Sim Sports pulled out a little bit of a gap now, actually, to Martin Schmidt in third place there. So we're back with Protocharged Sim Sport 1 and 2, but still with a couple of pit stops still to play out.
Yes, absolutely. Martin Schmidt, the solo entry, of course, in the GT3 Pro number 70 car. And yeah, he's been there or thereabouts throughout in this one, but still lots of time ahead for things to change. But just noticing, it looks like the race leader is in pit lane, and that is Newman. He has gone into his pit box, so this will allow Schmidt to close the gap here somewhat. It'll be interesting to know if Newman does opt to take new tyres at this pit stop, but yeah, that will close the gap at the front of the pack in the GT3 Pro class. Let's see if Schmidt does opt to pit as well. There is our race leader. It's a change of driver as well, with Derker back in there as well. Kruger opting to stay out, but in comes Martin Schmidt in the number 70.
Yep, so the race leader and the car from third place coming in, change of driver from Neumann to Jakob Weidecker back in the car. And the 53 BMW takes over up at the front of the field. Florian Kruger will come in on the next lap, you would think. And just trying to see, I can't see the stationary time for the number 97. But given that they both seem to take tyres on the last stop, I doubt they would take it on this one.
Yeah, that's perhaps just trying to, we reckon you can certainly double stint the tyres. You can get away with triple stinting them, but sometimes that can really, the performance can start to really tail off towards the end of that third stint. So, 2 does seem to be optional, but if you want to go for the 3, then by all means go for it, but it can really hurt you if you perhaps lock up a wheel and scrub the tyres here and there. You can find yourselves in all sorts of bother towards the end of the stint. But this man here, Florian Kruger, is leading the race in the 53 car. He has had a strong drive in the 53 machine. There is Weidecker back behind the wheel now for his next stint. And Chris, that's just one of the things when you inherit the car from your teammate. Just takes a couple of minutes or so to get back into the groove of it, and doing it at this track in particular can be quite tricky, given the fact that it is 7 minutes or so for a fast lap. So it'll take Weidecker a little bit of time just to get the feel for the car again, but a driver that we know has got lots of pace, and that car is in a very strong position.
Certainly very true. Team Racing Nederland, by the way, with Pimbo at the wheel, comfortably back into third place. This is a very lengthy stop for Martin Schmidt in the Deutsche Payment Esports number 70 car, having just taken a fresh set of boots on that car as well.
Yeah, potentially maybe just decided to stay in pit box and take some optional repairs as well. That is something the drivers can do at their discretion, of course. Still that damage, of course, visible at the front of the car, but he may have just decided that there was something there that was bothering him, and he just wanted to let iRacing do its thing and try and repair the car as best as possible. But now fourth in the race, and looking to get his head down and try and close the gap to the cars in front.
Well, certainly keep an eye on the set times of Florian Kruger, see if they can hold on to a 1-2 for that team, or whether Pimbo might take up his place in second position there. And then we would be right back with the 2 cars that were battling for position earlier on in the race, albeit now with 42 seconds between them.
Yes, absolutely. I thought Martin was just running a little bit wide there. Certainly very close to the grass, trying to maximise speed around this phase of the lap. This is, of course, the part of the track where it's just about trying to keep your foot down and take as much speed with you as you can. It is a section of the circuit that really does reward bravery. And it's also the sign of a good setup in the car as well, because if you see it dancing around from left to right, you know there's a little bit of a problem with it, to say the least. But that car looking nice and stable as it makes its way around the track. Here's fifth place man Marcus Kennel in the 55 machine for Sim Racing Centre. And he's just got a little bit of a gap between him and sixth place man Robin Stoll. Robin has also been behind the wheel of the 88 car for quite some time too. So I wonder, Chris, if we're going to start to see some of the teams change their drivers as we go into the next set of pit stops or so.
We've certainly seen some very lengthy stints, haven't we? And the Sim Racing Centre GT3 car quietly getting on with the job. Worth mentioning that the GT3 AM battle between James Wingfield Racing's 013 car with Dan Fisher and the R4F 111 BMW still very closely contested, with only a few tenths of a second separating those 2 cars in what I believe is currently second and third in class, according to our timing screen on the left-hand side.
It has been a good bit of action in the AM class, and it's the 13 car I've been very impressed throughout. The Ferrari has been very well driven by the team, and I think that is one car that does have lots of pace in it. It was Andy Flagg did a very good job behind the wheel earlier on in this event, so I'll be interested to see if he reappears for the final couple of hours at some stage. But yeah, the drivers in the AM class doing a very good job indeed, and we'll keep a close eye on how things are developing in that category. So there is our current leader in the AM class. It is Sam Swallow in the Porsche 911. But in fact, I beg your pardon, there is Dennis Bayer. It's him who is leading. 2 Porsches there in 1 and 2. So Dennis Bayer had again, Chris, it's one driver I mentioned. It's a very long stint from him, and doing a good job behind the wheel of the 911.
Yep, so it's 3rd and 4th, that battle between R4F and James Wingfield Racing in the GT3 AM class that I was alluding to earlier. Just under 3.5 hours remaining on the clock. And the 600 at the moment in GT3 AM leading that 004. And then that battle I was talking about earlier between 111 BMW of R4F Esports and 013 of James Wingfield Racing Ferrari.
Yeah, it looks like Dennis has got a little bit of clear there as well, which is he'll be happy with, I suspect, because it just allows him to focus on the track ahead. He doesn't have to bother too much with traffic. He's not got any real major distractions. He can just relax. He can just focus on maximising the speed out of the car. So good stuff there from our GT3 AM driver. Back at the front, it's Florian Kruger, of course, leading this race in the Pro class in the number 53 BMW, and a little bit of traffic ahead for him there to contend with as well. But Florian's driven that car very well in the 53, and he'll be getting potentially a little bit of slipstream into the bargain here as well. So he'll be more than happy with that, because that will just help extend the gap ever so slightly at the front. It's currently around 22 seconds or so, and he'll be looking to try and stretch that lead at the front as much as he can.
Yep, we're expecting him in at the end of this lap, which he's very quickly coming up to. There'll be a few corners left in this lap. And I'll tell you what, one thing that we didn't talk about as well with regards to the strategy is, unlike the real N24, where these days they have a minimum pit stop time that is based on the stint length that they have done, whereas here you don't have any of that.
No, absolutely. It's you just come in, change your tyres, refuel the car. You can, of course, choose to take optional repairs, and as soon as you've completed what needs to be done, as soon as the car's full to the brim with fuel, it's got fresh tyres on, if that's what you want to do, you can just put your foot down and get on with it. But you can, of course, decide to take any optional repairs if you want as well. But sometimes that is a bit of a judgment call as well, Chris. Sometimes it can be worth doing, but if you lose track position at a circuit like this, it can really compromise your race. So Florian Kruger in the pit box now, and he'll be, I think, quite happy with it. That stint's gone. So it is Waderka back into the lead in the number 97 BMW.
Yep, so 97 back at the front of the field. The one to watch is going to be Pim Bo in the Team Racing Nederland number 77 BMW, currently in 3rd place. See if they might just get the jump on Florian Kruger there as he's in the pits. And once again, not getting the stationary time for that car, which is mildly irritating, because I would like to see what they are doing with regards to the strategy. But here comes 53. There is the Team Racing Nederland BMW as well. It's going to be side by side down into turn 1. Cold tyres for the Protocharged SimSport car, but at the moment it's a 1-2 once again for that team. But can Pimbo do anything to dispatch of Florian Kruger in front of him?
Well, Pimbo, as you mentioned, the tyres will be a little bit warmer, and it'll just, again, there's going to be a full tank of fuel in the car in front. His car will be slightly lighter as well, so that will just allow him to close the gap a little bit on the straights here, I suspect. Keeps that car nice and neat and tidy. Pimbo very, very good at just hitting his apex, corner after corner, and he is gradually beginning to reel in Florian Kruger in the car in front. But yeah, just taking a very different line in there as well, I noticed. And Pimbo trying to now lose a little bit of the slipstream here, just falling back ever so slightly, actually, as they begin to enter the Nordschleife circuit.
Yeah, I think that line might have been a bit of just a slight error there on the Grand Prix. Zdravko just drifting a little bit wide into that complex before the back straight, but no way through in this section of the track, that's for sure. So he'll tuck back behind him. But then, of course, by the time he gets back to a place where he can overtake him, Florian Kruger's going to be up to speed and everything up to temperature.
Yes, absolutely, and that's the frustrating thing for Pinball. You would have known that that lap before was absolutely crucial, but the positive is here they've got a little bit of traffic to contend with. The Pim can just decide to fuel save a little bit here. There's no point in rushing this one. The traffic will let both cars through safely when they feel that they can do so. That might well be an opportune moment here because there is quite a long straight potential. A flash of the lights there from Florian Kruger. He wants to get past here now. He does just that. Can Pinball get through? He can't just yet. He's being held up. That's going to cost him certainly a second or two, and he will be furious with that. But there's just not a lot that he could have done. But it's music to the ears of Florian Kruger, who now sets his sights on the track in front. He doesn't look into his rear view mirror quite so much now, but a disastrous couple of corners for the 77 car.
Has really put some distance between the two of them. The Angry Beaver Ferrari there just holding up Pimbo ever so slightly. So Pimbo's got to regroup and remount the attack and try and close up. Luckily, he's got a fair bit of time still before getting on to the Dossingher and a place that he can mount a proper challenge. So just get to work at closing that gap and keep the composure, crucially.
Absolutely. Massive part of motorsport, and in an endurance race in particular. There's going to be times when the race will go for you. There's going to be times when things will go against you. It's about how you dust yourself down and react to it. It's a massive part of motorsport. We mentioned it earlier with Benjamin Hark benefiting from the Pierre Gasly's performance coach, looking at the mental preparation side of motorsport. It is huge. And Pinball will know that he's got the speed in that orange 77 car, but it's all about just dusting himself down, picking his moments to go and make that move.
Lead gap a little bit smaller than what it was a few laps ago as well, it must be said, down to 37 seconds. And these are the two cars that are chasing down the race leader as well. But Jakob Weidecker still with a rather healthy margin, it must be said. And of all the people to be behind him as well, it's his teammate, which is just the best to have.
Yes, it certainly is, but I'm sure Jakob will be wanting to go and extend the lead at the top on his own terms here. If he's got his teammate behind him, and he'll be happy with that, but it's he'll be focusing on what his team can do here. And sometimes, we wonder, do the teams try and work together a little bit in races? And there's other times when it doesn't matter. They're just scrapping it out. So it would be interesting to see what would happen in that instance. As we follow, Robin Stroll again had a very long stint behind the wheel of the number 88 car, just making his way into Arenberg here. And it's a very tricky corner, that one, Chris. It's very easy to take too much speed into that right-hander, and if you miss your braking point, it can end very, very badly indeed. But Robin Stroll doing a very good job navigating his way through this phase of the lap.
One of my favourite sections of the lap down at Schwegenkreuz and Arenberg. Quite a lot of history in that area as well, and an action spot as well, because usually that is where the weather hits first, and the first drops of rain tend to come there, and you get cars flying off left, right, and centre as well. Very scary moments in the first hour of last year's Nürburgring 24 hours in real life, where the weather came thick and fast, and we saw all manner of drama over at that section of the track.
Yes, absolutely. It's a very, very challenging corner, very challenging part of the lap here as well. When they make their way into Adenauer Frost as well, it is a scene of easy scene for lots of accidents. Particularly, we see that sometimes in the tourist laps that cars can get very unsettled in that part of the track. But Luca Harrison, Chris, is one driver I'd be keen to get your thoughts on in the Ferrari. He's done a very impressive drive behind the wheel of that car. Driver with lots of pace. He was behind the wheel of that car earlier on, but in for another stint in the 23 car.
Yeah, he's certainly had, I think, the pace advantage over his co-driver Chris Meelan, which to be honest, I wasn't quite expecting. And I know Luca from the Missed Apex F3 Championship. I've been watching him race for many years now. And for somebody at such a young age, just 15 years old, he shows an awful lot of skill, but sometimes doesn't make the best decisions when it comes to battling on track, and has been known to throw away a few good results. But I think he'll learn when discretion is the better part of valor. But overall, I'm mightily impressed by the skill that Luca Harrison displays, and his ability to soak up pressure it cannot be understated as well.
Yes, absolutely. Doing a good job behind the wheel of the Ferrari here. And let's take a look there with Robinson. Just seeing Luca beginning to reel him in here as well. Looks very, very quick in the Ferrari here. He's got lots of speed. He's thrown the car up the inside. In fact, let's see if he's managed to make that move through. He has indeed, just before the carousel. Good bit of driving there. Very, very brave on the brakes. But Robin Stoll surrendering the position to Luca Harrison, who makes his way into 6th place in this race.
What I was saying about discretion being the better part of valor. That was the moment I was thinking about it right there. But I think, in fairness, it was the BMW more yielding the position there. It was scary, the speed and the rate that Ferrari was closing in on the BMW.
Yes, absolutely. Luca was determined to make that move there, and he has done just that. So into 6th place, looking to try and now eke out a little bit of a gap now. This is a very, very technical part of the track. It's all about bravery. It's all about just having your car hooked up nicely here, and Luca will be trying to get as much of a gap as possible here before both cars take to the straight, because at that point he will, of course, be vulnerable to Robin Stoll potentially making the move on him.
Another one of my favourite sections of this track. Well, certainly what I think is one of the scariest that Marcus Kennel is working his way through now in the Sim Racing Centre GT3 car. That little section there is Schwalbenschwanz. It means swallow's tail, and it was named because the circuit builders thought that bit of circuit looked like a swallow's tail. I'm full of Nordschleife corner facts if you want them.
No, fantastic stuff. That's good. That's good. Yeah, it's a circuit that it always produces dramatic racing, and it has been no different here at the M4EM Nürburgring 12-hour race here that we've witnessed today, and lots more still in store, I'm sure. And I suspect this man here, Pim Bol, may be one of the key protagonists in this one, a driver with lots of pace. And will he be on the final step of the podium, or will he perhaps go one step further in the 77 car, because that car has always been, it's been there or thereabouts in the GT3 Pro class today. And let's see how things shape up for the Team Racing Netherlands driver.
Well, it's a fresh set of boots on that car. I can't quite work out why that gap to the second place Protocharged SimSport BMW is increasing ever so slightly.
Yeah, worth keeping an eye on here. Florian Kruger has got a little bit of traffic just ahead of him here, and he'll look to try and make his way past as quickly as possible. Does just that, and good bit of driving there from both cars, minimising any time lost there, because we did see that a few laps ago how that can really work against you. But Kruger managing to make his way through safely, and looking to just try and stretch out as best a gap here as possible as he makes his way around Arenberg.
Yeah, he was flirting with danger a little bit there on the outside of the track, coming up through Schradenkreuz as he got round the Cayman. Just very, very close to the white line and the grass there. Could have spelled disaster for him. And we have seen it quite a few times. Some of the drivers, especially in the early stages of the races, were dropping it on the entry to the corner because they were putting their wheels over the white line and onto the grass.
Yeah, certainly, and it's just ever so slightly dropping that wheel, and before you know it, the car is facing the wrong way, unfortunately. And as you mentioned, a couple of drivers finding that out the hard way, unfortunately for them. But Yeah, it's just that's part and parcel of endurance racing. Unfortunately, you've just got to try and bring the car round safely. You drop a wheel, it can really compromise your race. There's Luca Harrison just making his way out of the pit lane there, so he has opted to refuel that car at least. And yeah, he's had a good stint there last time out. Of course, a very brave overtaking move just before entering the carousel section. And let's see how this next stint unfolds for him.
Now, we just caught a glimpse there of the Sim 3D cars there, and I imagine that's a team that we're expecting more from this race, with Dory putting it on pole position and leading in the early stages, and it's really unfolded for these guys, and yeah, at the moment, not the results that they were probably hoping for.
No, but it's again, when you're in an endurance race, it's easy to park up. You know, there's still lots of time left on the board. Who knows what could happen? We could have a big incident. We could have something happen that allows one driver a glimmer of hope, and before they know it, they can really make their way up the order. It's one of these things. Sometimes it's just trying to. Again, we mentioned the mental side of motorsport. It's just hanging on in there, and you never know what's going to happen in any race, let alone an endurance race. So still lots to play for, I suspect. You know, and I think a good part of endurance racing that I like in particular, Chris, is just the camaraderie within a team. You know, it's good to be behind the wheel with fellow teammates and just supporting each other throughout the race. And I think that's a big part of the occasion as well. And if you can get a strong performance, then that's just an added bonus.
Yeah, I think we were talking about this earlier, where in the NLS, you know, it's an achievement just to make the start of a race, because it means you haven't binned it in qualifying or practice hard enough to write off the car, and that itself is an achievement. So making the end of a race, that's an even bigger achievement. If you get a good result, well, it's as good as it gets, really.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I'm a big fan of endurance racing. I think it's like always puts on a great spectacle, and it's a very, very different style of racing, of course, but there's so many interesting elements that make up the spectacle. And yeah, again, a little bit of traffic management is part of that as well here, as we're seeing the leading GT4 car just coming under a bit of pressure from one of the BMWs. And again, it's just about picking the right opportunity to let that car through so that it doesn't cost both of you too much time. And then is the move there for the BMW to just hook the car up nicely on the inside and just try and minimize any time loss. It's traffic management is a big part of multi-class car racing in general, and the 310 car doing a good job of just managing that.
Yep, looked like the Ring Fit Seat BMW that was trying to get through there. Bit more GT4 action with Danny Lee. Love that livery. Yeah, it is tributing to the emergency services. And a reminder that Frontline Coffee, a coffee company that all the proceeds of which go to charities supporting the emergency services. And Danny Lee running in that car solo today.
Yeah, Danny's doing a great job behind the wheel of the McLaren. And yeah, Frontline Coffee, as you mentioned, it's all proceeds going to support emergency service organisations across the UK. And yeah, it's good to see Danny out there representing Frontline Coffee in the GT4 class. Back in the GT3 Pros, there is Luca Harrison, fresh out of the pit stop phase for him. So in the 23 Ferrari, looking to just try and just get his head down here and try and have another good stint as we hit the 67th lap of this race.
Yeah, fresh out of the pits, although just heard from race control that Harrison's had a spin somewhere along this opening lap. So it'd be great if we could see what happened there. But it wouldn't be for the first time in this race that Harrison's been facing the wrong way. He was coming under big pressure earlier on while battling right up at the front of the field in the podium places. And that is where his pace has been. But unfortunately, the consistency from him or the team hasn't quite matched that potential. Why he's down in 8th place at the moment.
Yeah, currently 8th place, as you say. And yeah, he's just looking to try and finish this one as strongly as he can. There is 6th place man Robin Stoll. Again, Robin's just putting on a great show here. And it's a good way of just bringing that car around without any issues. And look, he's been rewarded with that, with a very strong 6th place finish here at the moment. And one driver who I think has certainly had a very strong race so far.
Violet Alexandria Miller in the number 100 Turn 1 BMW. By my reckoning, the only woman in the field today, and a rather popular streamer as well. Is it Violet GT? That is her Twitch name. But either way, one of many Twitch streamers in the field today as well.
Yeah, as we mentioned, it's good to see drivers out there just showcasing their perspective of the race, and it's good to, as we mentioned, it's all about chasing that little bit of immersion in sim racing. We always try and do. We're always trying to make this as close to the real thing as we can, and if drivers are showcasing their perspective of it, it adds another interesting element into the mix as well. So let's get a little bit of a replay on that incident with Luca Harrison, Chris.
Yeah, so we can see the aftermath there. Couldn't quite make out where that was, and here we go. Oh, it's at the same place he did it earlier in the race on the way into Callanhard.
Yeah, the rear of the car already beginning to let go, unfortunately for him and that Ferrari. Not much to do to try and save that. Thankfully, keeping the car out of the barriers, though, so it's just cost him time, but his tyres will certainly have felt the brunt of that impact, if nothing else. So, look, he'll be disappointed with that one, particularly after just having a pit stop, but he'll just have to dust himself down and get on with it.
That was near identical to the spin he had at that corner earlier today in the race, although I think it went just a little bit later in the corner. And that time he did manage to keep it out of the barriers as well. So he can continue on with barely a scratch on his car. But continuing on, and not what he necessarily needed.
No, absolutely, and just part of racing. Unfortunately, keeps the car out of trouble, thankfully, so he can move on from that. But Martin Schmidt here, the solo entry, of course, in the number 70 BMW M4, doing a good job here in 4th place at the minute. Got a little bit clearer around him in terms of the drivers that he's competing for race position. But Martin Schmidt here, driver with lots of speed, and we'll see how the final few hours of this race unfold for him, because currently P4, but I think he'll be wanting a podium at the minimum here. But it's it's not quite there just yet for him. Back in the GT4 category, here is Sam Harper in the 52 Ferrari JWR 6 Energy car, and Sam's currently 7th in the moment in the GT4 class, and I think there's been some good action here in that category as well. So Sam is one who we'll keep a close eye on as this race develops.
Oh, look at this pack of cars down the Dossinger Her there. A Deutsche Payment Esports BMW, a JWR Cayman, the MAP Ferrari as well. The GT3 AM class leader as well, trying to round up some of the traffic as well. So getting past the IRNL purple BMW, or hopefully will be. My goodness, this is a tense moment for the AM class leader. Got rivals either side of him. None of it for position, but tense moments in this stage of the race for the Lion GP Esports car, as he's got plenty of traffic to try and navigate, and not a lot of space at the moment. But coming up to the Grand Prix Strecker, where there is a bit more room to try and get these moves done down the inside at turn 1, he goes, and he's got past one of them. Then there's 2 more in front of him.
Yes, very, very nervy stuff to say the least for the leader of the GT3 AM class. I've also got lots of cars round about him that just doesn't help, that way. You've got to just try and hope and trust in the cars around about you that things will be kept nice and clean, and thankfully the 600 cars managed to do just that. So very dramatic few corners to say the least, but managing to come through unscathed. Back at the front in the GT3 Pro category. There is Jakob Waderka in the 97 car. He's now having to navigate his way through some traffic, so it looks like that might cost him a little bit of time here, because not really a natural opportunity for some of the traffic to make their way through as well. So Jakob's just going to have to be patient here and just pick his moments to try and make his way through.
Yep, and we've got the GT4 Frontline Coffee car getting in the mix as well. And this is just where it becomes so dangerous if you're in the top of your class, where you could just risk a silly little incident and lose everything you've been working for. And for the overall leader at the moment, that would be heartbreaking, having been just perfect all race long.
Yes, absolutely. You know, you have it's one of those ones where you just want to try and ensure that you're finishing the race on your terms. You don't want to get into any unnecessary incidents and things like that. Look at this part of the track. Just be patient. Get the move done on the straight, nice and clean, nice and safe, and then you can really just focus on the track ahead.
Well, we're coming up to just 3 hours remaining in this race, and that means it's time for me to hand the comms back over to George Morgan.
Chris, thank you ever so much, and what a pleasure it is to be back. And I think I've just come back actually just to see or witness Jakob Waderka now have a little nose race in the midst of a bit of a scrap, despite being at the top of the order. Plenty of cars around him, but nevertheless, thank you ever so much, Chris, and wish you all the very best. And obviously, Andy, a pleasure to finally come up alongside you, my friend.
Yes, it's to have you here alongside us, George, and there's been some great action throughout this event, but the last couple of laps here in particular have been very nervy, to say the least, for some of the class leaders. But I hear there may be potentially a bit of an incident for the GT4 class leader. George, let's take a look. There he is there. It's the 310 car. Looking a little bit slow, potentially had a bit of a moment, so we'll try and get a replay to find out what happened. But yeah, it's all kicking off here, George, so you've joined us at just the right time. Lots of drama beginning to unfold.
Coming back as soon as all the action happens. Sorry, Matt Skirth having an off, unfortunately. His gap is still managing around about the 69.5 seconds at the moment, so he's got a bit of a buffer, but the thing is we've still got a couple of hours left in this race. There's still plenty of time for an upset, and indeed into the pits comes Soren Matskers. So you have to wonder, Andy, whether he has sustained some considerable damage, maybe a suspension issue.
Yes, I think it will be interesting to see just how stationary that car is. He may have to take a lot of optional repairs here at this stage of the race, and not what he will have wanted to have happened here at all. But thankfully for him, I suppose that he's managed to bring the car around safely, and if he's had a little bit of a moment, it must have been towards the end of the lap, so it won't have cost him too much time, I suppose, rather than if it was perhaps at Arenberg or somewhere towards the beginning of the Nordschleife section. As we see Jakob Waderka, the leader of the GT3 Pro class, just make his way onto the Nordschleife itself. Florian Kruger second place, quite a bit down the road in comparison, and there is Pimbal in third. Currently rounding out the final step of the podium in the GT3 Pro category.
Yeah, absolutely. And Pimbal there, and just literally sitting where he is, Florian Kruger. And we have got an update, a penalty given to car number 53, and that's being given to Florian Kruger, so that's not good at all. A 30-second stop-go causing an avoidable collision. So Florian Kruger is in a little bit of trouble here, because now at this very sensitive part of the race, this is where you don't want things to go wrong. Naturally, just within the 3 hour mark, 3 hours remaining at this point. It's certainly going to be very interesting, and we've got a little bit of a scrap happening here as well with Andy Golden, Lord Schleifer, as he's known by, making his way around the next right as well, with Philip Hoover as well, right in behind him as well. This GT4 battle is going to be very interesting, and of course Andy Golden stepping in, and remember this was the car that was involved in that instant earlier on, but that gap has now cascaded downwards since the pit stop, so a big chance here, Andy, for Philip Hoover.
Yes, absolutely. He will sense that this is an opportunity to go and take the lead in the GT4 class. he looks just a little bit too far back to make a move into the chicane here, so he may have to bide his time and potentially try and do something maybe at Arenberg or something like that, because there's not really too many natural overtaking opportunities that present themselves here. And Philip's just going to just patient here, nice and neat and tidy, but there is a real opportunity for a change of the lead in the GT4 category.
Certainly is nose to tail between the pair. The gap minimal, thinner than a fly's eyelash, to be quite honest, at this stage, as they're now making their way through the next left and into the very tricky part of the circuit. Andy Golden, of course, who is now taking the reins in this car currently. Lord Schleifer, as he's known by, leading the GT4 category, but locked in behind him, the WSC Motorsport GT4 treble 8. Of course, treble 8 number, making its way right in behind him. Philip Hoover literally hovering right now, right on the rear of Andy Golden. Now, this could be a very intoxicating, thrilling encounter. And what a fight, and one that we may have been hoping for towards the end of this race, because certainly this is where things get really, really serious. The next 3 hours mean absolutely everything in the context of this race event. This M4M Timber Products 12 hours of Nürburgring. Hope you guys have all been enjoying it, but certainly it's all about composure, and that's exactly what Andy Golden needs right now, Andy.
Yes, very much so, because he is coming under lots of pressure here in this very fast part of the circuit. But yes, they'll make their way towards Arenberg here, where it's just about trying to really hug the apex here and just try and use a little bit of the banking as well to help rotate the car around the corner, maximise speed into the bargain as well now as they come under the bridge. But yes, the 310 car just got a couple of tenths of a second of a gap here, but it's very, very tricky to try and make an overtaking opportunity stick at this part of the lap.
Yeah, 160 turns in a single lap at this circuit, and every single one of them can land you in trouble if you get it wrong. 14 miles is this track, well, over 14 miles in fact, as we're now watching Andy Golden, who leads the way currently in this GT4 class, currently, well, spearheading that GT4 category in good fashion, but in behind he has got a little bit of pressure, as we have stated. As you can see there, Philip Hoover just locked in behind, just waiting for the perfect moment potentially to pounce. That gap is starting to spring out slightly. I get the feeling that Andy Golden is starting to find his way around, find a little bit of form, a little bit of momentum that he needs in that Porsche, and try and nestle some sort of a positive result. Just to say, Frontline Coffee further down in 4th place. The McLaren up there now. We've actually got 2 McLarens now in the top 7. And of course, that JWR 6 Energy 52 currently sat in 7th place as well. So good to see the 2 McLarens in amongst a sea of Porsches as things stand. As we're now seeing Andy Golden now around this next left. Very, very tricky. There's Danny Lee in Frontline Coffee in that McLaren that we were stating just now. He himself has got a car that he has caught up with as well. And no doubt he's going to look to try and close up on him. And the gaps, once again, all very negligible as things stand. Danny Lee still in with a chance of a positive result. He's done well to stay in 4th place. A good sign of consistency from Frontline Coffee, doing their utmost to score big today at this 12 hours of Nürburgring. And, you know, while there's not a massive championship on the show, there is a lot of pride and a lot of, certainly a lot on the line. You've got a cash prize, of course, but then to come up with a huge result here in the 12 hours of Nürburgring, that really does mean a lot, doesn't it, Andy?
Oh, absolutely. You know, the drivers, the teams have been putting so much hard work in behind the scenes for this event. There's been so many practice sessions taking place, lots of drivers chatting about setups, chatting about how to try and maximize performance around this lap. And, you know, this is where they put all that practice into into fruition here, because it's all about trying to finish strongly as possible. But yeah, Danny Lee very much in podium contention here at the moment in the GT4 category. But it's one of those things as well, George. It's just when you're behind the wheel of a GT4 car, you've got to, of course, try and race the cars in your own class, but you've got to try and just manage the traffic around you from the GT3 cars as well.
Yeah, 100%. It's been a consistent theme, actually, that we've seen all race long. The GT4s in the midst of a double-bladed battle, really. Philip Hoover still in second and trying to close here on Andy Golden, who's done a good job of nurturing the lead. But that's, I've got to say, Philip Hoover is not going away and that car in P2 is still there and very much in tow, almost just waiting. I get the feeling there's a little touch of patience here from Philipp Huber, the German, looking very, very prominent indeed. There's Brad Philpott, the M4EM Timber Products car extraordinaire, makes his way around the next right-hander in the Ferrari, of course. We've seen the venomous straight-line speed, and there is the calm and composed Brad Philpott's now making his way in through the mid part of this circuit, or trying to send it. Well, actually, it's not the mid part; it's actually heading through the earlier stages very, very soon. And in fact, down this long backed straight, and this is where the pace of this Ferrari can be opened up. And there you can see it just whipping through some of these very, very high-speed bends here at the Nürburgring. Brilliant to see, to say the least. I never get tired of seeing this Ferrari at full guns right now. Just look at it go. Absolutely brilliant. And a stunning livery to match as well, with M4EM plastered all over the side of it too, representing. And certainly will look to represent in a positive fashion as well towards the end of this race. But they've got a big battle on their hands, because not to mention they've got cars ahead of them that they're looking to chase. But it's going to be a lot of work for Brad Philpotts to bring that deficit down. Yes,
absolutely. Of course, Brad had some connectivity issues earlier on in this race, but now back on track. Danny Henny, his teammate for that one, did a fantastic job as well in his stint. But Brad now behind the wheel of the Ferrari once more and looking to finish this event strongly. But Pimbo in the number 77 car, he's one driver currently in podium contention. The 77 car has had a good event overall. Pim has been behind the wheel of that car for quite some time as well, it must be said. But as this man, Martin Schmidt, as he is doing a solo entry in the number 70 car and almost coming into contact with the Mercedes entering pit lane there. But thankfully, both managing to come through unscathed. That was Ben Hark there, who's just made his way out of the pit lane. But a little bit of drama there, to say the least, George.
Yeah, coming around turn one, that's certainly not what you want. I mean, getting so close, that was a very near enough T-bone incident, and we've seen a couple of those today. If you get turn one wrong, it's very susceptible for things like that to happen. Of course, you can sort of lose focus on where the other car is around you, and I think that's the consistent theme. Certainly, we've seen that with the GT4 cars trying to negotiate their way through the GT3s, or when the GT3s are overtaking them, and they sort of lose where they are and make mistakes, and then it creates a big issue. We've seen a couple of incidents like that today, but nevertheless, never nice to see it when it happens. And I can imagine the drivers behind the wheels feel that pressure as well. But Tino Huser now, we're watching on board with a Lion GP esports car, who has pretty much led the entirety of this race in the GT3 AM category. And I have to say, you've got to give them absolute credit. They have been absolutely superb, holding on to their position, and are fully deserving of the plaudits that they've received for this effort, as well as this man, Sam Swallow, who's now in second place, and doing his utmost here for the Mist Apex team as well. Has got a little bit of work to do in order to try and chase on the back of Tino Huser, but nevertheless, you can't say he's done a bad job, because he has done a tremendous job to keep this car where it is, and anyone who is finishing in the higher echelons of their category deserves the plaudits.
Yes, absolutely. Sam has done a terrific job behind the wheel of the Porsche, and got himself into lots of clear air here as well, so he can just really focus on trying to get the most out of that car. There's a lot to be said for trying to get some clear air on this track, and that is really just allowing Sam to get the head down here and try and close the gap a little bit on the leader in the GT3 category. So Sam's one driver that we'll be keeping a close eye on here in the final few hours of this race. But yeah, lots of interesting stories developing, not just in the AM class, but in the Pro category as well. We still have Jakob Widerka leading the race by 31 seconds from Florian Kruger, and Pinball rounding out the final step of the podium in the Pro class.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll keep an eye on to see how they get on. Obviously, still plenty of time left in this race. Plenty of time for an upset. You never know. I know from previous events in sim racing, certainly endurance racing events, I mean, I got to witness the famous moment in the 24 Hour de Barcelona, Catalunya, when the MSI esports team and the Zenith esports team were battling with each other in the dawns of midnight, just heading into 1 o'clock in the morning. And Zenith esports, despite carrying an absolute lead right through the night, managed to tip their car upside down and land on their back. And unfortunately, it saw them out of the race. They could no longer continue. It was a devastating blow after, I believe it was GT3 driver, real life driver actually, Michael Jourdain, who actually upended the car. And anything can happen in sim racing. We've seen it in endurance races before. There's a lot of errors potentially on the table. Certainly Nürburgring being a very testing track. It's been labeled as a gruesome circuit for many, a big challenge. And but naturally a lot of fun, and a lot of these drivers do embrace a challenge, and it's great to see those that achieve pro categories in iRacing contest with those of amateur category or AM as they're known as, and doing their utmost to try and bring the best that they can bring the best that they can bring to the table, and naturally the best ones come out on top. Certainly I hope you guys in at home are watching on Facebook, YouTube, and of course Twitch as well, are having a very enjoyable time indeed. Remember, you can click the follow buttons, the subscribe buttons, wherever you are in the world. Big thank you as well to the Sim broadcasting team for bringing this event to the forefront, and obviously providing us with lots of action as well for us to watch, given the fact that we've got a grandiose cause here, certainly for Macmillan Cancer. And obviously, if you want to donate, please feel free to do so. Links are in the description. And just to remind you, we have raised a total of £420 up to now, with the £1,000 being the target. If you haven't got your donation in already, please make sure you do so. You can do by clicking the link in the description, and you can pledge your support to this wonderful charity that works so hard in order to encourage support for those and families suffering with this illness. But obviously great to see all the support being carried out here at this absolutely fabulous event, and we would like to thank each and every one of you at home for tuning in. I've got to say, it's a pleasure to be a commentator for as well, Andy.
Yes, absolutely. It's great to be part of this event. We've been treated to some fantastic action all the way through this race, but plenty still in store as well in the final few hours. So don't go anywhere, because I think there's lots still to unfold here across the three categories here that are out on track. And 69 laps on the board, and we're expecting around 90 or so, I believe, just to see us across to the end of the race. But Dan Fisher currently third place in the GT3 AM category. It's been a very long stint behind the wheel of the 13 car, but he's done a great job behind the wheel of that Ferrari, and he'll be looking to finish his stint strongly.
Yeah, we're just hearing that Pim Bao, car number 77, has spun and has just come back onto the track. You see now, we've got a replay, and so you'll be able to see what happened. He headed around this left-hander. Oh, just dropped the car, lost the rear. I got a feeling that was a curb clip, but the big issue is he hit the barrier. The question is, how hard did he hit it? How much damage is on that BMW? We've seen a couple lose it around there. It's almost like a banked corner, and if you clip that inside curb, you just simply stand no chance, Andy.
Yeah, it's the car just seems to just take off on the banking, and before you know, there's really nothing you can do. You're just a passenger at that point. But it'll be interesting to see how that car is shaping up here. Pim may opt to pit. He may feel that he can go and just carry on with this one, but it looks like he doesn't really have any wheel alignment damage per se, but he is opting to pit. He didn't quite hit the car, the front of the car didn't quite hit the barrier cleanly, so just opting to take a safety first approach, since the pit lane wasn't too far ahead, and he will bring the 77 car in for certainly for some fuel, but potentially for some repairs as well.
Yeah, smart move from Pim Bao. I'm guessing it's the only move he could have made, but there's Jakob Verdurka, and making his way through the next left as well. And of course, he himself has driven an almighty consistent race. He's been absolutely brilliant. Here's Martin Schmidt as well in fourth place, and he will overtake for P3 here. And of course, now Rob Tyson is now in the car in the pit lane. So they have made a driver swap at this point. Rob Tyson now in the car, and now Martin Schmidt will take P3. A swap has certainly been undertaken, but what we'll have to wonder is how much how much repairs have they got to do to that Team Racing Netherlands car? Because this obviously does put them in a little bit of trouble. Obviously, depending on the number of repairs, they could easily drop further down the order.
Yes, absolutely, and it's a dilemma for the team and the driver. Do you opt to take all of your optional repairs? Do you take some of them? It is just a judgment call, but it's a very, very tough one to make. And unfortunately, for the 77 car, that's just been one issue that they could have done without, because they were in a strong position at that point. Now exiting pit lane, and a new driver behind the wheel, as you say, George. So. We'll be interesting to see how things unfold there. So Jakob Wederka still leading the way. Then it's Florian Kruger in second place. Martin Schmidt in third place now in the number 70 car.
Yeah, Martin Schmidt, incidentally, putting together the fastest Sector 1 we've seen, a 35.4. So a very good time indeed. We got a little bit of a scrap happening here as well in P7, as we're now seeing Rob Bound now making his way past some of these other cars as well for the Sim 3D Sport Ghostbusters car. Almost like they were see-through. He breezed past them like that. Incredible stuff indeed. And I have to say, this is the point of these kinds of races. You've got to be able to manage it, dispute the traffic as best you can. And indeed, a good showing from Rob Bound to get past and move on up as well. So we got a little bit of to-in and throwing in behind as well between two cars. And again, a very straight swap, just allowing the cars through, causing minimal stress. But as you can see, Rob Bound could be on the end of it again, because it looks like this car is getting rapid. Is Robin Stoll into the pit lane as well? Car currently in P6, making his way down. So Rob Bound could very well overtake him for that P6 as well, heading down in towards turn 1. And Rob Bound does move into P6. So there we have it. And that's another swap. So we could be seeing these battles come to fruition later on in the race. Remember, we've got a similar thing with Rob Tisson, who is currently in P4, with Martin Schmidt now in P3.
Yes, absolutely. This is the moment. This is the final few hours or so of this race. This is where things are really going to begin to heat up. And look at Harrison here. And the number 23 Ferrari has been doing a good stint behind the wheel of that car. So certainly one driver worth keeping a close eye on here. Here comes Florian Einger in the 397 for Iron Skull Motorsport here. Currently 10th in the AM class, just exiting pit lane now. He's ahead of this man here, David Brown, in the 660. He's got a good gap there into the bargain as well. So, it looks like Iron Skull Motorsport can just focus on the cars ahead of them. Yeah,
just a quick hat tip there to Michael Gotch as well, who's actually managed to raise 18 places. And apparently we got a spin-off. Not quite sure who that was, but obviously now we're just keeping our eyes peeled on David Brown now, who's making his way down in 11th place currently in the GT3 AM class. And certainly looking to carry out a good finale performance, certainly at this point. And it's good to see the IRNL Purple team as well moving up the order. They're currently up into P7 as things stand for the BMWs. Of course, when we spoke to them earlier on today, they were in 11th place. And they've made a good recovery since my second stint in the commentary box. There is Joel Kleinecht in the pits, and there's Tino Hooser as well, who we're currently watching, who's currently leading for Lion GP in the GT3 AM class as well. So lots going on here on track. The deficits are now, fairly strung out, but in places minimal, of course. Violet Alexandra Mill is currently in P20 and chasing the likes of Tobias Winkelmann and Marcel Voigt, who is also up there as well. And in behind as well, Colin Ward also chasing Geordie Collar. As we got Brad Philpott off on the grass. Now, that's interesting, Andy.
Yep, that Ferrari just parked at the side of the road, so it could be potentially some kind of technical issue once more. He does just opt to hold the reset button and go straight to the pits, so he will have to get a tow. That will cost him some considerable time. So Brad has had an incident to contend with there, unfortunately, in GT3 Pro class. So Jakob Wederka still leading the way at the top of the GT3 Pro category there. A little bit of traffic to contend with ahead of him as he makes his way around the final couple of corners and about to go down the Dottinger hole straight. So the GT4 car getting well out of the way there in advance, and Jakob can now just focus on the track ahead of him.
Absolutely. Jakob Viderka really managing this traffic very well indeed. He's had to contest with it quite a few times. He's got some more ahead of him as well. It's just been a complete performance so far from him, but he's got to keep going for another 2.5 hours, and still a mountain to climb. It may feel like he's almost there in the context of 12 hours, but trust me, those 2.5 hours are all important as well. As he now makes his way underneath the next banner too. He's got plenty of road ahead and ploughing down, and we can see there. We actually got news. We got news apparently of some shifting issues on another car. So the technical fault's starting to come in now at this moment in time. Not quite sure who that is, but in comes Jakob Viderka into the pits, and apparently it is Brad Philpott with the issue here.
Yes, that's it. It's part of sim racing, unfortunately, where you can have issues with connectivity, you can have technical issues as well. They all contribute to your race, and unfortunately, Brad Philpott having issues there just with shifting. So not good news there, unfortunately. There is the 43 Ferrari there, Jakob Widerka just passing it there in pit lane. Second place man Florian Kruger a good bit down the road. So it looks like it could be quite close between those two. It was about 31 seconds or so was the gap. But Jakob Widerka, yes, he's still leading the way in this race, but as we well know, there is still lots to play for here. There can be lots of twists and turns in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there will be. We've got lots to look forward to, that's for sure. There's Denzel Clark making his way around the next stripe for Lucy Goosey Racing, and P6 in the GT3 AM class in the Lamborghini. And as myself and Chris were alluding to earlier on, not a lot of Lamborghini drivers in this race today, but always a pleasure to see them nonetheless. And Denzel Clark is the man who is operating one here today. And there's Jesper Berg in the IRNL Purple team as well, and currently sitting in 12th place for Purple 2. And he is going to look to chase on Pineapple Racing Club. Of course, we saw them earlier on. They're also chasing the Iron Skull Motorsport team as well. The other IRNL Purple team back into fruition as well in P7. Lucy Goosey Racing there in 6-2. So plenty of goings on in this order. Obviously there, Jordi Collett now making his way down this next semi-straight. He's got some high-speed corners ahead of him, which he'll now take, heading to the left. And taking it near enough full throttle in the BMW, which we've seen as a favoured car in this race this evening. Obviously carries a lot of the stability that you would require around an endurance circuit like the Nürburgring, and it is favoured by many, as we have alluded to as well, with the likes of Brad Philpott's overtakes from earlier on. The Ferrari has been the better in terms of a straight line, but not quite enough for the corners. Unfortunately, the BMW seems to have a good handle on that sort of thing, as now we see Jordi Collett down through towards the next right, and managing the race to perfection still, though Jakob Viderka leading the charge. Just incidentally, Martin Schmidt putting in a very bold late performance here in this race. A 35.4 in Sector 1 sees him go quickest, and then in Sector 3 went a 55.5 in Sector 3, so he is finding some good time. Lost a little bit in Sector 12, but I've got to say, very promising finale to this race from Martin Schmidt. There's Violet Alexandria Miller, and for the United States for Turn 1, making their way down towards Turn 1 as well in the BMW, currently representing in 5th place and having a very respectable race indeed. Still a little bit of time to gain, though, on R4F Esports, but no doubt they'll be looking to put a hole in that performance.
Yes, absolutely. The BMW does seem to be the car of choice for this event. We do have a good contingent of Ferraris out there as well, of course, but what we're noticing, Jordan, is that the Ferraris are a little bit loose at the rear. We have seen them just kind of pitch into the corner, the rear of the car snapping away from the driver. and really compromising their events. But the BMW, it seems much more stable, much more planted around the technical phases of this lap in particular. But yeah, the Ferraris are really good fun to drive, but just it seems to be not quite so popular among the drivers and teams out there on track.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and you're absolutely right. We have seen a couple of unstable moments, I think, and the Ferrari just struggles, I think, in certain areas of this circuit. Certainly, mainly in the corners. You could sort of get away with it in the high-speed corners, I think, but it's when you get down and dirty into some of the 90-degree lefts, and obviously some of the hairpin bends as well. The bank curbs can be a little bit tricky too. This is when we've just seen Violet actually looking a little bit ropey around that next left, but managed to recover it well. He is Tino Huser, and in the Lion GP esports car that led from the get-go, had a wonderful qualifying session, topped the category in GT3 class, but has managed this race to perfection as well, very much like Jakob Verdurka in the Proto-Charged Sim Sport. And I did make a statement earlier on and say that the Proto-Charged Sim Sport 2 car had every opportunity of making it a 1-2 for Proto-Charge in the GT3 Pro, and they've gone ahead and done just that, at least for now, because of course they've got Jakob Verdurka in P1 with Florian Kruger in P2 as well, so they're on for a hugely successful day, certainly as long as they can hold out for the final 2.5 hours. Still a lot to ask, but they can do it if they can carry on the form that they have shown already at the start of this race. They can certainly get a 1-2 in this event.
Yeah, absolutely. It's yeah, anything can happen, as we know, in motorsport and in endurance races in particular. Sam Swallow, I have to say, is doing a very good job behind the wheel of the Porsche. Very long stint behind the wheel there of the number 4 car as well, but just doing a great job there, and he'll be keen to end his stint on a high here for the Mist Apex Predators team. And yeah, I think, you know, George, there's been some great action in both of the GT3 categories, but in the GT4s as well. So very interesting just to see how these final couple of hours shape up. But yeah, it looks like a little change there for P4 in the Pro class there as well. Just a couple of pit stops, just shaking up the order ever so slightly there on the left-hand side of the timesheets. But yeah, I think there's going to be a couple of interesting battles developing, because this is the phase of the race that will soon come up to where, you know, that it's just the gloves are off and you've got to do what you can to try and make your way up the standings and try and finish this race as strongly as you can.
Yeah, you couldn't put it better myself there, certainly there, Andy. Brilliant stuff indeed. We're just watching now Sam Swallow head down this long straight in the GT3 AM. Of course, in the Porsche. Porsche currently lining up as the top 2 in the GT3 AM class. The Team Racing Netherlands car looks like it might be in the pits again. We will get an update on that, but looks of it, it's showing to us on the timing tower. But Sim Racing Centre GT3 now showing up at the top. Oh no, it has corrected itself. It is out there. And Rob Tyson still in P3 for Team Racing Netherlands and doing his utmost. They've had some difficulties, some hardships throughout this race, a couple of drive-through penalties that they've had to carry out, but naturally have done superbly well to manage to hold on to that P3 spot, because things have got quite close for them over the course of this race. But it just goes to show that Rob Tyson does have a considerable amount of pace in the car, very much like his teammate, but they have both suffered at the hands of drive-throughs due to incidents that have occurred on track. But it goes without saying that this is why we say that you need a lot more than just pure pace at a track, certainly here at the Nürburgring in an endurance event, because there are so many pieces that sort of form the puzzle of a race win in an event such as this.
Oh, absolutely. You know, you've got to really bring the complete package to the table here, you know, in terms of its outright speed is always helpful, of course it is, but it's about bringing that car home cleanly lap after lap, because if you do just that, you'll be in a strong position come the end of the race. So we know that 77 car has got lots of pace, but can it finish this race as strongly as we know it can? It's certainly on the final podium place at the moment, but could it potentially go one step further? We'll have to wait and see. Just further down the order, the 88 car currently in the midfield pack there, 7th place man there is the number 69 car, the Deutsche Payment Esports car there, just starting its ascent of the Nordschleife part of the lap here. And it's part of endurance racing where, again, we've spoken a lot about traffic management, and that is a big skill in itself, George. It's about just trying to pick the moment to make it your way through, trying to work together with your competitor out there on track so that both of you don't lose any more time than you need to on your way around the lap.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's a real it's a real struggle. You can easily get it wrong, and at the same time, just the margins for error are just so fine. The thresholds, absolutely. As we're now watching Joel Kleinknecht now make his way through this next straight, and obviously he himself in with a great chance to impress here in this GT3 Pro class, and naturally still a little bit of work to do, but their fellow team, should I say, the sister car, still very much up there as well. Both of them performing here on the day, but if I remember correctly, this was the team that actually went out first, I think, in quali. I believe these were the ones who actually got who had to start from the pit lane. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so you've got to give them a lot of plaudits.
Absolutely. They were out too early because the GT3 Pro class had to wait a little bit longer than the AM cars to post a flying lap. Of course, the cars allowed a maximum of 4 timed laps at that point. There was no traffic out there. It's just all about just the drivers getting the head down and maximising performance out of the car. But the 69 car, unfortunately, just mistimed its exit of pit lane and had to start the race well down the order. So, yes, credit to Joe and the rest of the team. Have done a great job making their way through the field, and they'll be keen to go from strength to strength towards the final few hours of this race.
No, not at all. It's going to get juicier and juicier. Still lots of fights to be had. We've seen swaps happening between different cars and teams through pit stops. And Dennis Meisner, who we're currently watching, making his way around the next left, obviously representing the GT3 Pros as well in the Ferrari. Making his way around this next right, of course. Very heavily involved now in the Nordschleife part of the circuit. So, power through the next left. Of course, this livery you would generally see with the AF Corsa cars that generally take part in the endurance races, of course, taking part in the likes of the GT Open Championship, and of course the World Endurance Championships as well, and various others. They do all sorts, and it's really a pleasure to watch. And they're very much certainly a team that thrive with their very superb liveries. And we've got in. Oh, I'm pleased to say that we have actually got an interview. We have got an interview here with Brad Philpott, who unfortunately we lost in the race due to an issue with hardware. So Brad will be joining us very, very shortly. We'll just wait for him to join us as we now watch Luca Harrison make his way down the straight. But I have to say, it's been a pleasure to watch. I have to say, Andy.
Yes, absolutely. Been some very strong driving there throughout. So, we'll just keep a close eye on how his race unfolds over the final couple of hours here. This is where things will begin to hot up, to say the least.
Yeah, I'm pleased to say that we've got Brad Philpott with us here in the commentary box. Brad, a bit of a painful end to your day. You've been riddled with technical difficulties and connection issues, but certainly I think the crunching one was the technical fault, the wheel issue.
Yeah, hey guys. Yeah, I mean it's been a character building day today. It's one of those things where you can put in as much preparation as you want, do thousands of practice laps, but everything goes wrong during the event itself. And so today we had a combination of long internet dropouts, and ultimately, whilst we were trying to battle with some triple stints into the top 10, having shit failed, which is just completely terminal, so unfixable.
Yeah, not a lot you can do in situations such as that, but we got to see some brilliant moments from yourself as well. Certainly down the long straight, a couple of overtakes were made. It was a pleasure to watch, that's for sure. You really could turn up the heat in that Ferrari. It certainly seemed really good down the long straights as we expected. Obviously, I think the BMW have it slightly better in the corners. Would you agree?
Yeah, so that was actually quite interesting. I think it's partly due to this new build on iRacing in the last few days. And this is really the first time we got to see people not sandbagging and just really going for it. So we were quite taken aback by some of those qualifying times from the BMWs, but we thought maybe we got it wrong with our setup, where we'd effectively gone for stability in the high-speed corners, but high top speed at the same time. So we tried to get some stability with the mechanical setup rather than with just bolting on a load of wing. And I did notice our top speed was a couple of K quicker than some of the other cars, but I didn't quite realise how much faster it was. So we ended up with this situation where it was pretty tricky to keep up with those Beamers in the corners. But if we could stay somewhere nearby by the Dottinger Höhe, we could just drive past. And even in the slipstream, they were struggling to keep up. So it was actually quite nice in the end. I'd do that again if we ran the race again. I'd just maybe get a different internet provider. And, well, there's not a lot you can do about the wheel. Ultimately, all mechanical things fail at some point. So it just chose to fail today.
Really unfortunate, but nevertheless a great event and well supported as well. What does it mean to put on an event such as this? I know you've been working hard behind the scenes putting this together, getting drivers in, not to mention with the likes of the M4EM involvement as well, the Timber product sponsorship across the board, and not only that, for it to go towards such a brilliant cause such as Macmillan Cancer, you must be really proud.
Yeah, I'm really pleased that we've had such a good turnout, that people have put so much effort in. And I think, for me, this is a little bit like the kart series that I run, the British Rental Kart Championship. That was started because I wanted something accessible that didn't cost people thousands of pounds, but it still felt special. And you still had, live broadcast and proper rules enforced well. And this is kind of the same ethos as that. It's quite difficult for a lot of the teams in this race would not normally get the chance to race in a broadcast race unless you happen to have a really high I rating and you were in the top split of the officials. But we've got such a mixture of teams here, all the AMs and some of the top pro teams, that I'm hoping when we do more things like this in the future, people will remember that and they'll really want to be a part of it again, because it's not just another iRace. It's something that we've thought about a lot. We've tried to make it special and at the same time, try and raise some money for a good cause and give some exposure to M4EM.
Absolutely. Well, I can tell you that so far we've raised £420 for the certainly for the M4EM Nürburgring 12 hours in support of Macmillan Cancer Charity. Obviously, we still have time to reach the 1,000 target as well if everyone at home wants to get involved. But obviously, a lot still to come. And Brad, just to say, obviously, you yourself, you've been busy. Got any plans for the future in terms of motorsport?
Yeah, so this year, not got a lot of car racing in real life planned, but hopefully one outing in TCR Silverstone in the summer, and then once my wheel's fixed, a lot more sim races. If anybody knows a contact for cube controls, how to get hold of paddle shift parts, please get in touch, because I'm going to need them.
Well, I tell you what, everyone, if you can help Brad out, give him a DM. I'm sure he'd be very appreciative of it. Brad, thank you ever so much for joining us in the commentary box, and congratulations on a wonderful event.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for your hard work. See you later.
No worries. Thank you, Brad. We've just heard word, folks, word in my ear. There's been a huge crash on the broadcast. Not quite sure who got involved with that. We were in a conversation with Brad Philpott at the time, but we are hearing word of a massive incident. Andy, can we shed light on that?
Yeah, it was just one of the GT4 cars there, just at the end of the shot here, as Rob Tyson and the GT3 Pro cars were making their way through. Rear of the car just got a little bit loose, and unfortunately, just left the track and into the barriers. It's been a disastrous couple of corners there. Thankfully, it's at a stage of the lap where you can just try and nurse the car home and into the pit lane, but very disappointing stuff all the same here, as we see Pascal Thomas and P3 and Rob Tyson there just exchanging places. So it's the 77 car up into second place now in this race. Of course, Jakob Waderka still leading the way at the front of the field in the GT3 Pro class. Let's take a little look here at this incident and see what happened here. It's James Wingfield in the Digital Motorsports number 13, just leaving the circuit there, hitting the barriers, and thankfully keeping the car. In fact, it does begin to stop. I thought it was managing to keep going. A little bit of contact between the GT3 car there, unfortunately, as well. It's a narrow part of the circuit, and James has been seriously compromised by that incident.
If I'm not mistaken, was that a Team Racing Netherlands car, by any chance?
It was certainly the cars at the front of the pack there. The GT4 was just James was trying to get out his way, but I think it was one of the Protocharge cars there involved, potentially even the leader as well, and P2 all looking to try and get involved. So it was this group here, yes, it was Pascal Thomas and Rob Tyson. They're both trying to make their way through. The GT4 car just being collected and part of that drama as well. So big incident on the last lap here at the Nürburgring. We did think, George, that this was we're now going to see things start to heat up, and that was a major incident with the GT3 Pro car class.
Well, either way that goes, that would be intensely punishing, because obviously if there is a steward's investigation into that, obviously the Team Racing Netherlands team have already been on the end of a couple already, and they obviously could do without another one. But also, not forgetting the Protocharge SimSport car, which obviously has been nursing a second place, will obviously drop way down the field, and that'll hand the advantage pretty much over to Team Racing Netherlands at a very sensitive point of the race. So obviously we'll have to keep you posted, folks, as to whether there is an investigation or not. I'm sure we'll be enlightened very soon. But the Protocharge SimSport 2 car still leads, that of course being donned by Jakob Verdurker still, and still very much in rude health at the moment. 62 seconds is the gap between him and of course Rob Tyson, who is currently in second place, overtaking Pascal Thomas earlier on. Martin Schmidt still in fourth, and managing that fourth place. His times have slightly dropped off, though, not quite hitting the purples and the greens that he was doing before, currently dropping off just ever so slightly. But it's been an impressive run out. Incidentally, the best lap of the race so far has been sustained by that of Rob Tyson's team itself, Team Racing Netherlands, owning that plaudit. So big credit to them. And they're actually landing an 07.49.446. It's an 0749.446. So very impressive lap, certainly from him and his team as well. They're managing a great race, currently in second as well. And I bet you, given the amount of drama they've been involved in, they couldn't imagine to be in this spot right now.
No, it's it's a race full of twists and turns for the 77 car. We know it's got the speed, but it's just just a couple of incidents haven't helped their cause. But, yes, I'm sure, as you mentioned there, George, Race Control will be taking a look at that obvious moment, including the GT4 car on the last lap, and we'll indeed keep you posted, as you say, with any outcome from that. But Tyson, they are still coming under a little bit of pressure here from Pascal Thomas. Both of these cars having a very good scrap for second place at the moment, but they're still a good bit behind our overall race leader in the pro class, Jakob Verdurker, with Martin Schmidt, the sole entry in the number 70, currently fourth place at the moment in the pro class. But let's take a little look in the GT4 there of Philip Hover in the 888 car, just getting out the way of a little bit of GT3 traffic. But there is our overall class leader in the GT4s, just making their way through the Grand Prix layout of the track, and eventually they will move into the Nordschleife section of this circuit.
Yeah, Andy Golden, the man who's currently holding on to that first place with P2, Philip Hoover. Still the same lineup as before, and that gap, remember, was hotly reduced way ago. Remember, those two were battling for the lead. But now it looks like Andy Golden has managed to wrestle a sincere advantage. There's Pascal Thomas, who lost out on his position to, obviously, who we saw as Rob Tyson earlier on. And Tyson now has drawn out that advantage quite a bit. It's spread out to 1.2 seconds of the realm, and only seems to be pulling out as well. So Tyson very much in full flight at this stage, and certainly still BMW hold a lot of the positions up at the top end, and credit to them as well as Sam Swallow and the likes of Tino Huiser, who are currently in the top 10 as well. We've got plenty of AMs really putting on a good account. The likes of Tino Huiser, who's currently in the top 10, beating many of the pro category, which I have to say is mightily impressive. And each and every single one of them deserve all the credit in the world for all the hard work they've put in. Obviously, a lot of preparation goes into a race such as this, weeks upon weeks of practice and getting yourself set up ready for this event, and all of them trying to get their chance of winning a share of the prize money as well, but also pride is at stake at the same time. To come home in an event such as this, it's no different than a London Marathon or anything of that or anything like that. Obviously, there's a lot of pride, a lot to be proud of should you finish a race such as this. So big credit to every single one of them for taking part. As we're now watching them make their way around this next right in the circuit. Again, very, very tight in these sectors, and we've seen many normal domestic cars make their way around this circuit. You can have the opportunity to have track days at the Nordschleife, and I've seen many incidents on YouTube. All you have to do is type it in and just see people drive their own cars at this track. And I have to say, Andy, it's painful to watch, to say the least.
Yeah, it's that can sometimes happen when you do the tourist laps. Lots of drivers head into the circuit in their own vehicles just to get a flavour of what the Nordschleife has to offer. It's a fantastic circuit, and it's a real challenge for the drivers in any car. And it certainly throws up dramatic racing. Every corner presents a different test. There's so many elevation changes over the course of a lap. It's a real challenge. Pascal Thomas here doing everything he can to make his way into second place in this race. And again, it's about picking the right moment on the track to get a pass done as well here, because if Pascal tries to throw the car up the inside in any of these previous corners, he then risks being overtaken down the Dottinger House Street. So Pascal Thomas instead will try to use the slipstream here and just close that gap down between him and Rob Tyson in second place, and then begin to try and make a move later on in the lap.
Yeah, absolutely. Time is of the essence, folks. Obviously, we're nearly down to the final 2 hours in this race here in the 12 hours of the Nürburgring. And I have to say, we're still a long way from the finish. There's plenty of time for an upset still in this race as we ride on board with Pascal Thomas making his way down this long straight. Still very much in tow of Rob Tyson right now. And there's still potential for a change in the wings as well. He's actually brought it to it's actually just gone out to 1.6 seconds. He was within a second earlier on, so maybe performing slightly better in certain areas of the track than others. But there's Jakob Verderke, who is leading the way and is holding on to a gap of 61.5 seconds. An amazing job indeed. Incidentally, Rob Tyson managing to find purple in Sector 4 on the previous lap, with now Pascal Thomas right in behind and Martin Schmidt in fourth as well. But impressive to say the least, as we're now watching Tino Huyser now leading the GT3, just going to try and negotiate his way through some of this traffic, and does manage it exceptionally well as well. It's all about timing in those situations. Sam Swallow in second for the Mist Apex Predators, and having a really good race too as well. There's Christoph Liedke, and he's currently in third as well. It's been a really impressive race all around, and a pleasure to watch, to say the least. And yourself, Andy, do you ever get a chance to take some of these cars out and about on circuits such as this?
Yes, it's always great to get behind the wheel of any of the GT3 cars on iRacing. Of course, the iRacing service did perform some big updates across the GT3 field earlier this week, which has just changed some of the characteristics of the cars a little bit. But, I really like driving the BMW M4. I think it's a very safe and stable car. And it's just one that's very predictable corner after corner. And for me, that is so important in an endurance race. But what's interesting as well for me with that car is how you set it up. Because what we're seeing there on the last lap with Rob Tyson currently in second place is his car is quite clearly geared towards top-end speed, because he took 0.8 of a second out of Pascal Thomas in third place. Pascal was almost in slipstream range at the start of the Dottinger House Straight, but then fell back considerably towards the end of it. So Pascal's car in P3, the number 53 car that we see on screen just now, does look to be a little bit more confident in the corners, but it's costing him in terms of top speed.
Yeah, I think it is, and that's the prevalent issue, isn't it, for many? I mean, whereas you might have thought you've got the setup right in some way, shape, or form. I mean, we spoke to Brad just now, Brad Philpott, who he himself had to contend with setup issues. He was sort of trying to find a way to get the stability in the Ferrari, which could be very difficult as well, for many different reasons. But obviously, a track at the Nordschleife, you do need that stability. And obviously the Ferrari doesn't allow for that in its standardized setup, but Brad did do a little bit of tinkering, but unfortunately other things got in the way. But I mean, if you were to pick a car to go out with on track, would you pick the BMW, Andy? Would that be your car of choice, or would you have a different weapon in your arsenal?
No, it would absolutely be the BMW for me for this race, I have to say. It's a very popular car among the GT3 teams out there on track. It's a very, very safe, very stable, and it's one that I feel is that's so important for me in an endurance race. You've got to have a car that you can really trust when you're behind the wheel. The Ferrari's got lots of pace, but it does seem to be a little more nervous towards the rear. A couple of teams have found that out the hard way, unfortunately, particularly in some of these high-speed corners, like we're seeing Rob Tyson navigate his way through in the M4. But yeah, it's one of these ones. We'd like to see a good mix of cars out there on track, George. We've got some Porsches out there as well. Of course, we've got a couple of Lamborghinis also, and yeah, it's good to see a good mix of cars out there on track.
Certainly is. The Porsche is certainly dominating at the moment in the GT3 AM category and in the GT4, as you'd expect. But obviously, we've got a couple of McLarens in the GT4s as well, which is always great to see. The Frontline Coffee car that has obviously been taking part in this as well, and hasn't really missed a trick in that part of the track. Has got to try and negotiate its way around this circuit now with faster cars in behind. It's going to get very, very tight between these two as they head down through. That's Danny Lee, of course, with the car number 186 hot on its tail, and just got to let him by, and very smooth indeed. Not bad at all, and brilliant to see from Danny Lee. And that's what it's all about, just playing the game. That's John Payne who went through past Danny Lee, and went through in a matter of ease as well, representing the GT3 AM category, John Payne. And now we've got another Porsche coming into the fight as well, and this is where things can get particularly interesting, and making their way down this next string of straights. Just look at them, once again, nose to tail. They're going to fly now side by side, and hopefully they'll keep it tidy. They certainly do, and a pleasure to watch indeed. But yeah, credit to Frontline Coffee. They've done well in the McLaren, and only one of the few that are actually still continuing in this GT4 event. It's been a real tight affair, grisly affair at this very feared track of the Nürburgring.
Yes, absolutely. Danny doing a great job behind the wheel of the Frontline Coffee car. Of course, that is a solo entry in the McLaren, and yeah, I think will end his race very, very strongly indeed. Currently 5th place at the moment in the GT4 class, but still, as we know, very much all to play for. And Rob Tyson just eking out a gap of 2.3 seconds between him and Pascal Thomas in 3rd place in the GT3 Pro category. So looks like Tyson's just managing to extend the lead here, despite, as we mentioned, George, the technical section perhaps favouring the setup of Pascal Thomas. So Rob Tyson managing to find a little speed in the slow corners in the Nordschleife.
Yeah, absolutely. There's Benjamin Hack there in 17th in the GT3 category, coming around this next right now in the British flag donned Benjamin Hack around this next right now, and number 095 as he makes his way through the next left. And still a long way to go, 2 hours nearly. We've nearly hit that marker, and as the time slips by, Jakob Viderka will be looking upon and just waiting. This is going to be the longest 2 hours of Jakob Viderka's life right now. Obviously, he's going to try and bring it home, but he's managed to go purple in Sector 6 and Sector 10, again, in accordance to our timing screen. So he's doing okay, nurturing still at 62.63. So he sprung out another second's advantage over Rob Tyson as well. It was a 61. It's now gone out by another second. Pascal Thomas at 2.03. Remember, Pascal was overtaken by Rob Tyson earlier on. That gap has now sprung out furthermore, with Martin Schmidt currently sitting just under 15 seconds behind that of Pascal Thomas as well, with Tobias Younger in 5th place too. There's Jakob Vidurka heading around turn 1 and now in towards turn 2. And very shortly he's going to be tackling the nitty-gritty second sector very, very shortly, and we'll soon enter the Nordschleife, I'm sure. But yeah, it's been a cracking race by Vidurka. Hasn't really been troubled at all, Andy. He sort of had time to enjoy himself, sort of cool off, get composed, and has not been pressurised too much.
No, he's had a relatively straightforward stint here, but you know, it's an interesting dilemma in a way as well, George, because you know, you've got one of those ones where, you know, he's just got to try and just manage through traffic as best as he can and try and avoid cars who are battling a little bit as well here, because we do have a good scrap here for P8. Luca Harrison has been putting in some very fast laps indeed here, and he is now looking to try and make his way through the field, and there he is there in the red Ferrari with the yellow stripe, making his way round the hairpin here now, George, and one driver I think who'll be very keen to make an overtaking opportunity stick sooner rather than later. Yeah,
certainly will be, and we're watching Luca Harrison now as you know, makes his way around this next right-hander. He's got none other than Joel Kleinecht in front of him as well, and he is also in the Ferrari, and he was 3 seconds faster on the previous lap as well. So he's finding a lot of time and pushing as well. So Luca Harrison now down through this next left, and he's going to try and power this one through now. And back on the throttle straight away. You can just see him feathering it slightly, heading into this next tricky left. Don't want to clip the curb too much on entry, and on exit, power on through, because these curbs are so unforgiving. We've seen a couple of instances already where people have taken it a bit too hard, and you see him there on the limit, just grazing the grass on the left-hand side, and now into this next semi-chicane of sorts. You can just see him getting closer and closer to the car ahead now, and is getting really tight between the pair as they come through the next left. And this is where you've got to, you know, balance risk and reward at this point, heading through this next stripe, riding a lot of that tarmac up beyond the curb there, and now taking down this long straight, and he's going to get right in the slipstream, needs to get in an opportunity to overtake. Luca Harrison doing very well indeed, just trying to nurture his car around this next straight. Amazing how fast these guys can hold the pace around this track at the Nürburgring combined. And what a lovely shot we have now as the ESR, read by ESRshop.com car, now becomes under pressure from the JWR1 Metz-Getzfeld. You could see him just waiting, just looking for the opportunity to make the move. But Luca Harrison left wanting yet again. And certainly it's going to take a lot more than that to try and overtake this man. Obviously, he's trying to defend for his life here at this stage. Certainly, Joel Kleinecht doing everything he can to keep Luca in behind, but he won't be able to defend for much longer, I don't think, as they make their way down through this next straight. Surely Luca's got to make the move. Still nose to tail, though. I tell you what, he's struggling to find a way through here, Andy.
Yes, he certainly is. It's not the easiest part of the track to try and follow the car in front, but Luca not managing to find a way past just yet. I did wonder if he was trying to prime Dennis up for a move into Arenberg and throw the car up the inside there, but not quite close enough. Again, he's now just got to be patient. Look, he knows he's got the pace. That's, you know, without any shadow of a doubt. But it's just about trying to pick the right moment in this lap to try and get the move done, and done cleanly as well, of course. But great scrapping between the two of these. Good bit of defensive driving from Dennis as well, it must be said. Just managing to just close the door and force Luca to think again here.
Yeah, certainly is. Dennis Meisner doing a wonderful job. I actually got the names mixed up. I got Joel Kleinecht on my timing screens. Do apologise, folks. But Dennis Meisner now making his way down the straight, and in behind, he's going to try and hold off this man Luca as he now makes his way around now. Luca Harrison, and he's trying to hold on to the pace, and just see him dipping off the throttle slightly. He's going to jump straight back onto it now. Already up to 180 kilometers per hour. He's going to breach 200 very, very easily down this long straight. And he's going to wait patiently to unleash the beast here as they make their way around the next right-hander. These two Ferraris that are gunning for it. Certainly down these long straights, they are so quick. And now that time is starting to filter down here in this race. Now the speedometer shooting upwards, 220 plus kilometers per hour, now 230, as now Luca Harrison jumps right on the rear now of this ESR car right ahead as they now make their way. Meisner's going to be in trouble because here comes Harrison now right on the rear. Is he going to manage to find a way through? I'm not quite sure. He's going to wait till he has a nice long straight. I think he's going to try and time his maneuver, I think, as best he can. Still nose to tail. The gap's thinner than a fly's eyelash as they come through this next right-hander. Still Dennis Meisner trying to hold off the approach here from Luca Harrison. But a pleasure to watch. And the Great Dane doing everything he can to keep him just in behind and keep him on the rear spoiler of this ESR car. It certainly has been special to watch. They head around the bank curves.
And Luca Harrison has made a move sick there previously just before the carousel, but not quite managing to do that this time of asking. So, George, I suspect he'll just bide his time now here and try and get the move done down the Dottinger Hore straight. So, Dennis is defending very, very bravely indeed, but he could be very vulnerable going down the straight.
Yeah, he could well be. And as they now make their way around the next right, it's only going to take one moment, one error. That's all it can take. But also at the same time, one long straight with a slipstream will help Luca out all the more. As now we're seeing them head around the next left. Dennis Meisner doing everything he can, but he knows that he's going to be in a lot of trouble as they head down the stretch before they reach the home straight. It's going to be very interesting indeed to see who is bravest out of this pairing. But at the same time, once you're in the slipstream, there's not a lot you can do. He's going to have to defend for his life. There's not going to be a lot of opportunities to defend down that long straight before they reach the home straight onto the next lap. As you can now see them rising up through the snake section, down into the next right now indeed. And there you can see them still nose to tail. It's a pleasure to watch these two, in fact, literally dancing together around this circuit of the Nürburgring. And despite the pressures, they're still giving us a little bit of a show here around this next left into another snake section. It gets better and better here at the Nordschleife/Nürburgring, this combined circuit. Course, over 14 miles in length and over 160 corners that they've got to try and find their way around as they come through this next left. Still another banked curve. They're slightly banked, should I say, as they come out and power out now down through this next stretch. Keeping everything in the grey stuff. No mistakes between these two, but Luca Harrison looking the more dangerous, that's for sure. But you've got to give credit where credit's due to Dennis Meisner. He has been absolutely superb, but here comes the long straight, and now Harrison is going to have every chance. Luca Harrison right on the rear wing. Can he get the straight line speed required? He's going to need it. Obviously, here in GT3 racing, they don't have anything like DRS, but he might not need it. As long as he stays within the slipstream, you'll soon come alongside, and they will go wheel to wheel. Heading up now down this long stretch. Still plenty of it left to go. It's like a big airport runway, because here comes now Luca Harrison. He'll power through now as they go side by side. Still, Dennis Meisner refuses to give up, but has to forfeit and stay in behind now. And Luca Harrison moves up to P8. What a moment. And a pleasure to watch those two dance around this German circuit.
Fantastic action between both drivers. That was almost a full lap of action between the pair of them. It might not be over just yet as well, of course, because Luca Harrison will have his rear view mirror full of that fellow Ferrari there just behind him, but Luca's just got it covered into top one in the hairpin. So great clean action between the pair of them, and good to see both cars putting on a real show here at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, coming to a track like this where there is so much variation, you don't think you're going to see a lot of action quite like that. But credit to them where credit's due. I mean, they pretty much dueled right through that. But, still, Dennis Meisner might still have a chance. He probably wouldn't be scared to throw it. And certainly Luca Harrison is going to have to do his utmost here to defend. The shoe's on the other foot on this lap, Andy. Do you think that this is an opportunity now for maybe Meisner to get his place back, because he ran very wide there, did Luca?
He did indeed. Dennis could potentially make a move here into the chicane if he gets a good run on exit. He does just that. He'll get a little bit of slipstream into the bargain. So at what point will Dennis show his hand here? Luca potentially will go very narrow. He does just that. In fact, he just puts the car in the middle of the road, forces Dennis to just bide his time, and it will now be very difficult for Dennis to make a move here in this phase of the lap. It's very, very tricky to get a pass done. So Luca Harrison looking like he's got just enough to hold off the threat of Dennis Meisner for the moment. but great action between the pair of them. And one thing's for sure, this one is not done yet.
Yeah, two pros at their very best here in the Ferraris, and certainly the ESR car doing everything it can to strike back. Dennis Meisner, who licking his wounds after the overtake by Luca Harrison, who the JWR 1 Metsfield car currently in P7, and looking very good indeed, that's for sure. Donning the typical red and yellow colours of Ferrari, but he's got another Ferrari contesting and lodged right in behind him here. And as I said, in a similar pattern of the AF Corsa car that you would generally see in endurance racing, certainly in GT3 categories. And as they now fly down this next left-hander, this in-swinger, great opportunity again for Meisner to maybe pounce as they head through this high-speed section. No, he's going to be a little patient. I get the feeling he's maybe going to wait for that long straight himself and maybe retake the position heading into the following lap. Gets very tight, though, into that curve. A mistake, though, by Luca Harrison, who runs off wide there, and that's going to allow Dennis Meisner to move back into his P6 spot. And that's the incredible moment. Just a loss of composure by Luca Harrison, and now Dennis Meisner could pounce and take full advantage. What a moment, Andy.
Yes, it's an absolute gift for Dennis Meisner. He now goes back into his original place in this race. So Luca Harrison has got it all to do it once again. So that means some great racing once more in store for us, of course. But Luca Harrison will be devastated that he has thrown away that position by just running a little bit wide there coming out of Arenberg. So he's got it all to do once more. But back at the front, that battle between P2 and P3 is beginning to just hot up once more. Pascal Thomas in the 53 car, still in third place, but he's got the 77 of Rob Tyson just a few seconds up the road, and very much looking like P2 could be up for grabs very soon. P4, Martin Schmidt, the solo entry in the GT3 Pro class, driving the BMW M4. It's been a good race for him, and again, he'll be keen to finish the last couple of hours on a high here, but very impressive, I think, George, see any of these drivers out there in a solo entry. But Martin Schmidt has been doing a very, very good job indeed.
Yeah, he's gone purple in Sector 3 as well. Another man who's gone purple twice is Jakob Viderka. Sector 1 and Sector 2, 35.3 in Sector 1, 30.1 in Sector 2. There is still time to be found. So there's Jan Kopanek, and currently holding on to P6 in the race itself. Now heading through the next right-hander as well. There's such a string of BMWs in the top 7. It's absolutely incredible, to say the least. But Kopernik now making his way through. There's Rob Bown, and who's coming through this next right as well. Plenty of them in for a fight. Pascal Thomas, incidentally, 4.23 seconds in behind Rob Tyson. So a good showing. And you're absolutely right. I think there could well be a case for a battle for that P2 spot later down the line. Joel Kleinknecht actually managing to go purple in 2 sectors on that previous lap in Sector 5 and Sector 8. He managed to do just that. There's Rob Bown again, and who's currently in 6th place, and Jan Kopanek as well. Look at that. We've just seen actually 2 people currently in P6, so do apologise, folks. But yes, that is Jan Kopanek making his way around the track. But still, no one could touch that man at the top. Jakob Viderka leading the way in the pro class and doing exceptionally well as well. There's Tobias Younger making his way around the circuit too. Lion GP Esports as well, who haven't been touched in the GT3 AM class as well. They've been brilliant from the very start, and it's been such an enthralling watch on their part too. The Proto Charge Sim Sport in the pro class have been excellent as well. But if you haven't done so already, folks, please make sure that you manage to leave a subscribe to the YouTube channel. Not forgetting as well, you can check out the socials, not forgetting the Facebook that we are live on as well. If you're joining us from there, as well as the Twitch, you can leave a follow as well. But not forgetting, if you haven't done so already, you could check out M4EM Timber Products as well, as they are now, as they are sponsoring and helping putting together this wonderful event at the Nürburgring 12 Hour. Not forgetting the charity as well that this is all about, the Macmillan Cancer Charity that the money is being donated to. If you haven't done so already, please make sure that you do drop your donation in as soon as you can, folks. It really does mean a lot to everybody to have your support. So if you would please do so, make sure you check out the links in the descriptions and you can place your pledge to that as well. So thank you ever so much. But yeah, big thank you to all the viewers who stayed tuned as well on all the platforms. It's been a pleasure to have you. Still a long way to go. We've got a 1 hour and 50 minutes of racing here at the Nürburgring in the Eifel Mountains, and certainly a nice place for a drive. I'd probably recommend it for a walk. I bet you it's lovely to watch these cars go shooting by.
Yes, absolutely, and even better, I suspect, to be behind the wheel of them as well. You know, that the tourist laps are so popular here at the Nordschleife. It's a fantastic venue. There's some real, there's so much history around this circuit, but it's a circuit with real character as well, George. You know, it's one that there's so much history here, and it's a real pleasure to watch any cars racing here, be it in the real world or in the virtual world as well. And we've been treated to some fantastic action here throughout the M4EM Nürburgring 12-hour in aid of Macmillan Cancer Support. Couple of hours still to go, as you say, and very much all to play for as well.
It is all to play for. Plenty of drivers looking to really grab this by the horns, and right now it's currently Jakob Verdurke currently leading his class, not forgetting those though in the Pro-Am class as well. The Am class, that's Tino Husa, currently in P9 right now on track, and doing exceptionally well to beat some of the pro drivers that are on this track here today. Not forgetting as well Soren Max Girth, who's currently holding on to first place in the GT4 category too. There's Jan Kopernik making his way around the next right as well. Of course, Kopernik currently in 6th place and holding on to it exceptionally well. Rob Bowen is actually in P7 and on his tail at this moment in time. So we're just waiting to see how these two get on. Obviously, currently waiting on the delta gap between the pair, but there can't be a lot between them. Or there might be a little bit of a gap there, but still, nevertheless, Jan Kopernik owning it very well indeed. Further up, we can see lots of purple sector times coming through. Jakob Verdurke going purple again in sector 2 with a 30.1. He seems to be finding pace all over this track right now, which is absolutely amazing to see. Pascal Thomas, who's actually managed to bring the interval down, I think, a little bit on the car ahead of him. I think, according to my timing screens, it's now down to 60. Well, saying that, it's down to 68.87. Jakob Verdurke is still nurturing a very good gap indeed. But what a race this has been. I have it on good authority, though, that I believe Rob Tyson's in the pit.
Yes, he is indeed. Rob Tyson has decided to take the Team Racing Netherlands car into pit lane, so the 77 is in the pit, so he's gone down to 4th place momentarily in this race, so he's certainly filling the car up with fuel. Will it be a change of tyres as well, I wonder? But Tyson in the pits at the moment, a couple of hours left to go in this race, and there he is there, the orange car, Team Racing Netherlands 77, has stopped in pit lane at the moment, and yeah, we'll see where he just feeds out on track, because again, George, that's a really important part of this race. When you pull your car into pit lane, you could come back out onto the track and into traffic, so that is sometimes the risk you take. You've got to try and time it as best as you can and then navigate through any traffic that comes your way.
Yeah, absolutely. I can tell you as well, folks, that we have raised £420 so far as parts of our target of 1,000 here today. So massive thank you to all those who have donated. If you want to do so as well and become part and help the Macmillan Cancer cause, please make sure that you do click the links in the description as well. You can see the link there on the screen too. You can donate and help us fund this absolutely amazing cause. Macmillan do so much good work to combat cancer, of course, a very prolific illness that affects so many lives. But nevertheless, great to have these races, these moments that can certainly help those in need. And certainly Macmillan will be glad of your donation, that is for sure. But we're now watching Denzel Clark in P5 for the Lucy Goosey Racing, making his way around the next left for the GT3 AM category. And nevertheless, in the Lamborghini, the sole Lamborghini on our timing screens up in the top 9, which is absolutely unbelievable. But great to see it nevertheless. And we haven't seen enough Lambos, in my opinion, here, Andy.
Yes, there's Yeah, only a few Lamborghinis out there on circuit. It is very much the BMW M4 is the car of choice for this event. A couple of Porsches, of course, in the GT3 AM category, including this man here, Sam Swallow, who has had a very impressive stint behind the wheel of that Missed Apex Predators car. Tobias Winkelmann also there, P14 at the moment in the GT3 Pro category, out there in the Porsche. But yeah, it's a very interesting choice, I feel, the car selection for this track, because each of the GT3 cars is a very different offering. We mentioned earlier about how stable the BMW is, and lots of drivers looking to go for that. But sometimes the Porsches, the Lamborghinis, they can just ruffle the feathers a little bit, and that changes the dynamics somewhat of this race as well.
We've got an upset here, Andy. News just in, disconnection from Line GP, who were leading the GT3 AM class. They have now disconnected from the session, and they are, I suppose, you can consider them out of the race at this point, unless they can get back in. This is a real upset. They were leading the GT3 AM category for quite some time, and in fact, they were from the very start of this event, and they are now at the back. And Sam Swallow now takes the lead of the race in a Porsche in the GT3 AM category. A huge opportunity for the Brit, Sam Swallow, to really take advantage here. Yes,
absolutely. And Sam will be looking to really maximise performance out of that car. We mentioned he's had a very strong stint behind the wheel of the Porsche 911, but now finds himself in the lead in his GT3 AM category. A little bit of traffic ahead to contend with, but that's a real disappointment there for our former race leaders. Again, it's part of sim racing. You can have these technical challenges with your rig or connectivity issues. They all add up. It's all part of the equation in sim racing, and a couple of drivers unfortunately fallen by the wayside as a result of that. So Dan Fisher now in second place in the JWR Ferrari car number 13, which has also had a very impressive outing in the AM class. So Dan will be looking to try and cement that second place at the very minimum in the GT3 AM class.
Yeah, 100%. And tell you what, incredible opportunity indeed. But I got to say, real unfortunate for them at there. Certainly, it's just a big shame to lose someone like that. Obviously, we've had lots of technical hitches for some drivers in this race event, but that I have to say is absolutely devastating for them. But nevertheless, we've got Rob Tyson here now as well, making his way through. He's been on the end of a couple of incidents, but remember, he recently boxed, hence why he's now down into fourth place. And now he's going to look to try and gain on Martin Schmidt, who overtook him in the pit stop phase. Pascal Thomas, of course, doing the same as well. And there's Martin Schmidt now making his way through the circuit too. And the gap between him and Rob Tyson, as far as I can see, currently sits at 66.10, but obviously that can all change after one solitary stop. But Team Racing Netherlands still giving a good account despite the challenges. They've had 2 drive-through penalties that would have affected them, certainly in this race, but still managed to keep it together and stay on for at least 4th place in this race.
Yes, absolutely. Rob Tyson just somewhat out of sync now as a result of that earlier pit stop. So we'll have to keep an eye on how his race unfolds here in the final couple of hours. But the 77 Team Racing Netherlands car has been there or thereabouts throughout in this event. But this man here, Luca Harrison, we mentioned a few laps ago, George, was having a very good scrap with Dennis Meisner. And Luca's not been able to make his way through by the looks of it. So still in 10th place at the moment. And in fact, there is Dennis just a couple of seconds up the road there. So it was a really good scrap between both of those cars for in the GT3 Pro category. But Dennis holding on to track position at the moment, and looks like he's got a gap of a couple of seconds into the bargain as well.
Yeah, I can also tell you that the proto-charged SimSport 2 car of Jakob Verdurker is now currently in the pit lane. Here's Chris Schmidt. Oh, dearie me. And that is a huge, heavy impact. And that is a real disaster, to say the least. That is a huge, devastating blow into the barrier. And there's Chris Schmidt now in 3rd place. But amazing moment indeed. Very heavy impact in with the barrier earlier on, but recovered well, to stay on track, though, earlier on.
He did indeed, but the GT3 AM class is now very much hotting up because we've had a disconnect for the race leader. We've then had P3 go off, so it is really beginning to heat up there in the AM category. So let's see how things begin to unfold there. But yeah, it's been very interesting just to see how things are shaping up in the AM class. Back in the pro field, however, Pascal Thomas now leading the way. Because Jakob Verderker, there he is there. He did opt to pit on the last lap, as has this man here, Martin Schmidt, brings the number 70 car, the solo entry down into pit lane here. And yeah, we're just now beginning to see, George, a couple of the drivers beginning to make mistakes here and there. And this is where others could just be there to pick up the pieces, potentially including this man, Rob Tyson.
Yeah, it certainly is squeaky bum time now. We're coming up to that point now in this race, and the Protocharge SimSport 2 car currently sitting in P2 in accordance to our timing screens. Jakob Verderker currently back there as it stands, but nevertheless, the Protocharge SimSport car, the other one in fact, with a little bit of damage to the front, is currently leading the way, and that is Pascal Thomas who is leading that charge. Tobias Younger there in P5, who we're currently watching on our screens, having a good run indeed, and looking pretty sharp at this moment. Of course, just trying to nurture his position. There's Kai Melcher as well, who I got to see earlier on at the very start, and certainly has done well to hold on to his P6 position too. So plenty of opportunities in this race, but he has got a large gap to find, 153.1 seconds to find of the realm. Tobias Younger currently 46.3 behind Martin Schmidt, I believe, looking at the screens here. Rob Tyson, sorry, who has now gone ahead of Martin Schmidt. In fact, so that is the gap to Martin Schmidt as things stand. So Tobias Younger can get closer, but not forgetting he will have to box again. But nevertheless, we will soon see how these stoppages, these strategies work out towards the end of this race with just over 1.5 hours remaining.
Yes, absolutely. It'll be very interesting to see how things unfold. We anticipate that the top teams use about 25 to 30% of their tyre life during each stint. Fresh tyres worth somewhere in the region of 1.5 to 2 seconds per lap as well. So all these things come into the equation here at the front. So it'll be very interesting just to see how these teams approach the final couple of hours of this race. You know, tyres they can survive 3 stints. So will someone perhaps risk that? Will they play it safe and go for a change after 2? Lots of big questions still to be answered in the final couple of hours of this race.
Yep, certainly is. Lots of questions and lots of challenges laid upon many of these drivers too, and plenty of times being filtered downwards. There is Chris Schmidt down in 17th with Toby Winkelmann and Mark Codger. They're sort of tying up down at that end as well. Denzel Clark also trying to get closer too, but we can see them now all grouped fairly tight together. There's Tobias Winkelmann now, who is currently 8.5 seconds in behind Chris Schmidt, and trying to bring that deficit down by the moment as things stand. But I've got to say, it's been a very, very intriguing race to say the least. Chris Schmidt himself, the gap he's trying to bring down currently on the man in 16th, Dirk Clem, is now solitary 1.6 as things stand as well. So very intriguing. We'll have to see how this plays into effect. There's Soren Matsgirth leading the GT4 class, and has done so for quite some time. And there you can see at the very top, these are the leaders of the different categories. GT3 Pro currently being held by Pascal Thomas, with Sam Swallow in the GT3 AM. And then, of course, you've got Soren Matsgirth, who we're currently looking at now, who's currently leading the GT4 class as well. So each of these men have everything to be proud of. They have every reason to be delighted with the work they have put in, and just executed to perfection here at the Nürburgring, certainly negotiating their way through some of these very dangerous curves. As Jens Hartramp, who's now making his way through this next right, the WSC Motorsport GT4 car. And he himself has got a fair old work to do, 86.42 seconds behind Soren Matsgirth, which is quite some way to go. He's got a lot to find. So it's certainly all in the hands of Soren Matsgirth for that GT4 victory here today.
Yes, absolutely. I think he's driven very, very well at this race as well, the 3-1-10 car. And Yeah, they're looking very strong at the moment in the GT4 class. So, but again, it's part of this race we've mentioned time and time again, George. When you're driving in the GT4s, it's about trying to navigate your way through the traffic of the GT3s as well. That is a big part of a multi-class car racing. So, yeah, that will be an added dilemma for the GT4 cars, to say the least. But good bit of drama beginning to unfold in both the Pro and Am categories in the GT3s as well, as we're following Derek Irwin in the 14 for the Am class currently in the JWR car. Good bit of clear air around him as well, so he can just focus on getting the maximum out of that car and trying to make his way up the order.
Yeah, and we'll certainly see if they can continue in that vein of form. There's Derek Irwin heading through this next right, and 14th place currently, and looking to try and negotiate his way around this track too. Long way to go still, as we said before, 1.5 hours left. Plenty of opportunities for an upset still, as they now make their way down the straight, and certainly will look to try and close in every which way they can. Obviously still a long way to go to catch the likes of Soren Matskirth, who is driving brilliantly, but obviously this Derek Irwin is trying to chase on the likes of Sam Swallow, who's currently leading his contingent, of course, in the AM category. Dan Fisher is in behind him as well, and also you've got the likes of Tino Husser, who's in P3 in that category, and Chris Schmidt as well behind him, and Jordan Johnson and Ruthke Gerritsen as well. But yes, what a event this has been. There's the Lion GP esports car of Tino Husser. They are now back and about on track, but they've got a lot of work to do, Andy. They may have come back from a disconnection, but nevertheless, this is going to be very tough for them to claw this one back.
Absolutely, and they've got no other option but to just go for it if they want an outright win here as well. That's the thing. So it's going to be an interesting 90 minutes or so for the 600 car. Yes, let's see how things unfold for them. But yeah, it'll be frustrating because they've driven such a great race as well, and they'll feel very hard done by because it's really through no fault of their own they find themselves now in second place. But as we well know, anything can still happen in this one. So it's just all about dusting yourself down and going again. But Tino just going a little bit wider in the carousel, just beginning to now begin his charge towards the Dottinger Hole straight. And this is again a very dramatic sequence of corners to get you there. It's very, very challenging indeed. Again, rewards bravery throughout this section in particular. And I think the Porsche is quite well balanced around this part of the track as well, George. You know, it's just, it looks very comfortable, it looks very settled, and we've got a new driver behind the wheel of the number 4 in the category. Or in the Pro category, the AM category, it's Alex Van Gien out there in the Porsche 911 for the Missed Apex Predators. There he is there in the AM category. So George, will be interesting to see how he gets on behind the wheel in the final phase of this race.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good opportunity for Missed Apex Predators because obviously they could take advantage of this situation with Line GP falling down the order. So making that driver change and at the same time maybe putting a new set of tyres on, a squirt of fuel as well, it would give them a huge chance just to secure that advantage ahead of Lion GP Esports. So no surprises to the fact that they've taken hold of this opportunity. So that surely puts them in pretty much pole position to win their category, as long as they don't make any mistakes. We've seen mistakes made, and of course technical failures occur. Obviously going back to Lion GP Esports, who unfortunately lost connection whilst they were leading. But there's Dan Fisher, second place in his category, the JWR 2-mut curve. So you'd expect Lion GP Esports to come through as they now make their way around the next right-hander, and the Lion GP Esports car is now doing its damnedest, trying its best to try and recoup the time that was lost.
Yes, he certainly is. Just trying to maximise the slipstream here as well. Side by side they go down the Dottinger Hole straight. So can Tino make this move stick? Still a long bit of road ahead of them before they go into turn 1 in the Grand Prix layout, of course. But Tino not quite got enough there to try and force the overtaking manoeuvre. Goes in for a second helping of slipstream. Will that perhaps be enough? No, it won't. So still has to bide their time there in the Line GP esports car. So not quite close enough to make a move at this time of asking.
No, not at all. I'm pleased to say as well, folks, back with us in the commentary box, it is none other than Chris Stevens. Chris, welcome back.
Thanks, George. Happy to come back in for the last 90 minutes here as we've got a bit of intense action still to come. And I'm enthralled in this GT3 AM battle for reasons you already know about with the Mr. Apex Predators car leading. But I'm very wary of that Line GP esports car with Tino Huysse at the wheel. He is their high iRacing driver. And remember, he was the driver that qualified the car and took the opening stint. He is very, very fast. And Alex Van Gien, I have nothing but respect for him, but he's not the fastest driver in that lineup. So hopefully he can keep it on the road and secure the class win here.
Well, he certainly could do. He's in a very good position, but obviously Alex Van Gien still, I'm sure, is very wary. But an opportune pit stop for Mr. Apex Predators. Obviously the right time for a driver change, just to maybe secure that first place in the GT3 AM category. But surely there's no certainties when it comes to racing, is there, Chris?
No, that is absolutely for sure. And the timing of that pit stop should mean that they only have one more stop to make in this race as well. And that's something I've been keeping an eye on just with the leaders, because we could see some teams getting caught out potentially if they need a splash and dash at the end of the race. It would spell disaster for their race. So I'm very keen to see what the stint lengths are like in these closing 90 minutes.
Yeah, we'll certainly have to wait and see. What's your verdict on this one, Andy? Obviously, we got what could be very much a crunch finish between Line GP and Mr. Apex. It could be a corker.
Yes, it certainly could be. The Line GP esports car, the Porsche, we know has got lots of ace, but it's a very interesting dynamic here for this battle. The Line GP team have to go for it. They've got no other option. They've got to gamble here, whereas the Missed Apex Predators team don't have that same level of pressure. So it'll be very interesting just to see how both teams approach this final phase of the race. Don't forget as well, of course, there's lots of traffic out there as well for both cars to contend with.
Certainly is. And I tell you what, answers on a postcard, folks. We don't know who's going to win this GT3 AM category. It could be Missed Apex Predators, but Line GP with their start man, as Chris has alluded to, back in the car. Could he be the man to bring them back to the front of their category? We'll certainly wait and see. But I can see that Jakub Viderka is on top in his category, up in the GT3 Pro. Not to mention Florian Kruger now in behind him as well in P2. So those two are going to duel it out now as well. Currently the gap exists between 41 and 40 seconds, with Rob Tyson in behind them, two in third place, with Martin Schmidt in fourth as well. That's been the story pretty much up at the top end. But Alex Van Gien ahead of a few classy sorts, certainly in the GT3 Pro category. And so he's given a good account regardless. I mean, he'd be delighted if he came away with a victory in this one. But I have to say, it'd be no surprise to see the likes of Tino Huysse challenge him towards the end. You can just see, look at the gap being brought down by Tino as he tries to put a bit of a spoke in the works here, trying to hit every apex he can with sheer venom in order to try and bring that delta time down. We'll have to see whether it pays off for him.
Yeah, I'm trying to do the addition in my head of the interval times between Alex Van Gien and the cars, between him and Tino Huysse. I make it probably close to about 2 minutes. So that is a significant gap that he has got to close down. I doubt that is the kind of gap you can bring down on pace alone in the final 90 minutes of the race. So it needs to be squeaky clean from the GT3 AM leader.
You could strap a set of rockets to the rear spoiler. Maybe that'll help. I don't know, but no, it's going to be interesting. He's going to need something to go his way, I think. But nevertheless, still a quality driver, and I have to say, it's going to take, I think, a mistake from Alex Van Gien in order to turn this right around. But take nothing away. We could still see something happen. Tino is a man on a mission right now. And the Lion GP car certainly wants to be back where it feels it belongs, and certainly would not put any doubt in anyone's mind that it could certainly achieve that. There is James Wingfield. Obviously, he was involved in a bit of an incident earlier on as well. If you guys remember, obviously there was a little bit of carnage in the midfield, but doing well to hold on to P5 currently in his category, and is certainly making his way around the next right as well. And we'll have to see how he gets on. There's Bill Walker as well, and he's all the way up in 4th place, chasing after the likes of the man in 3rd, John Spinrans, and ahead of him is Jens Hartframp, and then Soren Matskirth as well, who's been leading this contingent as well here in this Nürburgring 12-hour. What a race it certainly has been. And once again, guys, BMW's littering the GT3 Pro. It is the dominant car, Andy.
Yes, it absolutely is. It is the car of choice throughout the field here, and it just offers a safe option for the drivers, and that is the big thing in endurance racing. You want to ensure that the car that's underneath you is one that you feel confident in first and foremost. You can then begin to chip away at the setup to maximise performance. But if you're not 100% comfortable with the car that you're behind the wheel of, then it's obviously going to be very difficult, isn't it? But the BMW offers a really nice balance between stability and performance. So it's no wonder that so many cars are out there for the teams on track.
Yeah, well, I have to say, just a little comment on Jens Hartframp. He's been iRacing since 2018, so 4 years amassed in experience, and at the same time, he is a crew chief of the esports team of WNS Motorsports, of course, a real team. So he is very experienced at this level of the game. Despite only iRacing for 4 years, it's amazing what you can achieve in those 4 years, and I think this is a good idea of what you can achieve. 2nd place currently in his category in GT4, and that's certainly something he can be proud of, Chris.
Certainly is, and it's great to see so many of the real-life racing teams taking a dip into the esports action. Certainly, the pandemic helped the sim racing community grow and gain a little bit of credibility with, real racing drivers getting involved in real racing teams, and just the level that the teams brought to iRacing in particular, with things like the digital NLS series, where they were taking it so seriously and working very hard on setups and actually, finding things out that ended up helping them in the real world as well. So yeah, definitely great to see. Just on that incident you alluded to earlier between the James Wingfield Racing GT4 and the Protocharge SimSport, I was quite nervous for the Protocharge SimSport car, because we've seen Richard Molden, the race director, come down very heavily on impatient GT3 cars getting through the traffic, and just from the offboard, my initial reaction was that was an example of that, and it was going to be a slam dunk penalty for the number 53 BMW there. But he's gotten away with it, and right now the only man that can spoil the party for that team, and the only person who can stop them getting a 1-2, is Rob Tyson in the Team Racing Nederland car.
Well, just to speak on real-life experience helping people around the track, I just want to talk about Soren Matskirth a minute. Current marshal at the Nürburgring. Can you believe that? Marshal at the Nürburgring, and has been there for many of the major events, for 24-hour events and NLS events as well. And fair play to him. Obviously, he's utilised that knowledge to his full potential, and he's currently leading his class in GT4 and has done so in such a dominant fashion. So he must know this track like the back of his hand.
I hope he hasn't been put on blue flag duty at any point.
Not going there, Chris.
The marshal's worst nightmare.
I'm sure that wouldn't be the case, but it's amazing though, isn't it? You're absolutely spot on. I mean, these drivers who have real life experience, obviously now he's one that's proven as a marshal now. This isn't a driver we're talking about. We're talking a marshal who obviously knows this track and has been there on many an occasion, but once again transitioning that real life element into sim racing. And it's proven to be quite fruitful for him. P1 at the moment, and as it stands, he looks like he's in dominant form. I mean, 86.83 seconds ahead of Jens Hartframp. So you can't say he's done a bad job at all. There's Martin Schmidt. He's in a bit of a sandwich. He's Got a purple car in behind him as well, not to mention what looks to be, I think, a Porsche in front of him as well as they come together, coming through the next left. And needs to take great care of this one, finds his way through. But what about the purple car in behind as well? Hopefully we're not going to see any madness towards the end of this race, but no, gets through in good fashion, Martin Schmidt. But certainly the stories we've seen, or certainly the moments we've seen throughout this Nürburgring Nordschleife, some people can suffer heavy consequences in those situations.
Yep, certainly can. It's just one of those ones where, your race can unravel very, very quickly indeed. But Martin Schmidt in the 70 car has done a very good job here driving solo, I must say. It's been a strong performance from him from start to finish, and he'll be keen to end his race on a high. Currently 4th, of course, in the Pro class. But it's one of these ones where we've been treated to some fantastic action throughout. But it's the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and things can change so quickly at any point as well. So don't think for a moment that the order that we see on screen is the way it will finish at the end of this race. There's still lots of twists and turns in this story, particularly in the GT3 AM category. It's Alex van Gien currently leading the way. And the Mist Apex Predators Porsche 911 making his way around the carousel, but Tino Husnell, there he is there, fellow 911 driver, looking to potentially reel him in and take the win in the AM category. So that's one narrative that is certainly developing, and we'll keep a very, very close eye on it.
Just looking at the top two as well, by my reckoning, the second placed 53 car didn't take tyres at the last stop, and we're expecting them in only once more, I think, at this point. So he's either going to have to triple stint a set of tyres here, or we'll have to lose time changing a set for the final stint, whereas the two cars either side of him will not have to do that. So, there may well be 33 seconds between the second and third place cars at the moment, but that could all change if the second place car does in fact have to take on an extra set of tyres.
Yeah, that could be a very poignant point. You're absolutely right, Chris. I mean, obviously Florian Kruger, either way, he's gonna lose time, because obviously if he's going to take those tyres to the end, naturally he's going to be well off the pace. Rob Tyson could, really take it to him with only 34 seconds separating him right now from Florian Kruger. It could get exceptionally tight towards the end here. And Rob Tyson with a huge opportunity. Remember, that's the car that's been involved in a couple of instances where they've had to take drive-through penalties, and they've yet managed to cultivate a really positive performance. I mean, P3, in amongst all the carnage that they have suffered, and the dramatics that they've been involved in, they have managed to turn this right around at this moment in time. And now they're chasing on Florian Kruger. I mean, give them credit. I tell you what, they could easily turn this around.
And let's not forget the leading car has just under 50 seconds to its sister car. And that's, not an insurmountable gap if anything should befall the leading number 97 car, whether it be a technical failing or some sort of incident on track, getting caught up with traffic. They're still under pressure to keep it clean.
Yeah, and we've just had a word from race control. Car 77, calm down warning, causing an avoidable collision. So that has been penalised. Car 77, and that is Rob Tyson again. Rob Tyson has hit a GT4 car. I'm not sure whether we're going to get a replay of that, but he's going to be in a little bit of trouble. It's been investigated. Well, it has been investigated. He's had a calm down warning. So, I mean, we'll have to wait and see whether there's any further repercussions, but not a good sign. And that, I believe, is Luca Harrison, who is right there, currently in 14th place in accordance to our timing screens. And there you can see Brad Philpott's car in there as well. And we've got some new interviews. I can tell you, folks, we've got a couple of interviews now joining us. We have got Pascal Thomas and Nick Kuiper as well, who are coming to join us. We're going to do Nick first. Nick Kuiper is going to join us in the commentary box, and he's from the IRNL Purple team. So big welcome to you, Nick. Welcome to the commentary box. How are you doing? Can you hear us, Nick? Pascal joins us now. Unfortunately, we couldn't get hold of Nick, but Pascal Thomas is here with us in the interview room. Pascal, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking, and thanks for having me.
Oh, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. You've been right in the thick of it up at the top end. We've seen you scrapping it out, obviously, in the midst. You seem to be in a bit of no man's land, but there were times where you were fighting with the likes of Rob Tisson and a couple of others, including Martin Schmidt as well. Just talk us through your race. How's it all been going out there?
Actually the race has been pretty fun. As you said, we didn't have as much competition as maybe a couple of others. In the beginning, I thought we were quite slow. I guess we qualified in P9 if I remember correctly. But there were a lot of quick guys. But as Nordschleife always does, quite a few of them got picked out and weren't able to finish the race. We'll see. Maybe I don't want to jinx it. Maybe our race will end shorter than expected as well. But I don't hope so. That's the way how we got further to the front with time. I had a couple of fights with the Deutsche Payment, I guess, with Martin Schmidt and with Team Netherlands, as you said. I've heard a bit in the broadcast that you've also talked about the setup, the issue or the dilemma, I want to say, between having good top speed and having good corner speed, which I guess you explained it quite well, and it was very frustrating actually to go against against Team Netherlands, because I was pushing it throughout the whole track, and then always on the straight they pulled away, and it was a bad emotions that it gave me, but that's what it is, and it was still fun, of course, and it was nice to have them in front of me, because I had a goal that I could drive to, if you know what I mean. And that was quite fun.
Yeah, I mean, just talk us through that. Obviously, you speak about the dilemma, the cornering and the straight line speed. Obviously, you mentioned that it was so frustrating that you could not make those crucial overtakes in the straight line because you just didn't have the pace. But also, when you sort of head into the corners here at the Nordschleife, you can't really take a chance, can you? Because there's a lot on the line, certainly here at the Nürburgring. And all the corners are treacherous ones. They're not easy. And we've seen many cars go out, at the carousel, for example, and many others as well. It's a tough circuit. I mean, how do you go about trying to make those overtakes happen? Is it a case that you do try and wait for the straight and just do what you can, or is it a case that you do look for answers in the corners?
It's hard to say. I'm a quite spontaneous guy, I want to say, when it comes to racing, and I'm also quite aggressive. If you ask Flo, my teammate, then he can tell you a lot about that. He's not happy with me if I do that, but I'm maybe more prone to also go for moves in the corners, whereas he's more of a conservative guy, and doing the moves on the Dattinger Höhe. Which
has he told you off at all today or not?
One or two times. I guess I've listened to him once, and the other one was a bit hairy, but I managed to get through, and I'm glad that I did so. In the end, it's as you say, it's very hard. Also, actually, if you don't overtake, the times where I pushed behind Racing Team Netherlands, it was quite a consideration that I had to do, because the way I pushed, I was getting quite on my limit of driving abilities, and in a 12-hour race, that's not a spot where you want to be at.
No, I mean, just talk about the team itself, because Proto-Charge are currently holding on to a P1 advantage with the two team, and then you've got Florian Kruger in second place. I mean, what does that result mean for a team like that? Obviously, because you could take away the top two places. I mean, that's brilliant, isn't it?
So actually, what you probably don't know, it's for me, it's a guest start for Proto-Charge Sim Racing. It's my first or Sim Sport. I'm sorry, it's my first start for the team, which is of course
What a way
quite
to
nice.
start.
Yeah, I wanted to say that is quite nice to have those positions. Yeah, at the moment it's not finished yet, of course, and we gotta see what we can do strategy-wise against Team Netherlands. But if we're able to bring it through, then that would of course be nice as a start. And yeah, it's just a great feeling, you know. If you get home in P2, it's normally the worst thing that can happen because you've got something to win here and you miss out on it. But of course, if it's your sister team winning, then it doesn't hurt as much or at all actually. And yeah, it's a great feeling.
Well, it certainly hasn't come without trying, so I want to congratulate you on some great stints, Pascal, and I wish you, Florian, and the team the very best for the rest of the race.
Thank you, and have fun watching it.
Thank you. And we got an update. We have got the representative from M4EM, Martin, of course, who we spoke to at the very start of the broadcast. Martin, thank you for joining us again. Just talk us through it. Have you enjoyed the race so far?
It's been absolute. You can hear me okay, yeah?
We certainly can. Loud and clear.
It's been absolutely brilliant. I've sat here and watched every minute of it. Thoroughly enjoyed it. And the commentators, the broadcast has just been absolutely brilliant. I can't thank you commentators enough. You've learnt so much, you know so much, and it really helps people like us that don't know the circuit that well, you know. But no, we are over the moon with how it's gone so far.
Can I just ask, any commiserations for Brad Philpott after the disaster earlier on? Obviously, a technical hitch got in the way. Have you got any comments on that?
Well, absolutely gutted, really. Obviously, when it goes down, Brad knows, you know, if there's a problem, it's going to be a problem. Brad's not a quitter, so it was good to see him come back and fight back again and again and again. And then the last thing, when his paddle shifters broke, that's so unfortunate. Yes, we're totally gutted, but we, as M4EM, have learned so much about dealing with these broadcasts and everything like that, and we will be racing straight into the next one to get it out there, and let's do it all again. Totally gutted for Brad. But Brad has done exceptionally well in getting this all together for us and making it such a good event. So happy with it all.
Yeah, he's done a superb job. And he did allude, actually, in our interview earlier on that he was keen to put these events on again. I think this has obviously been the start, almost the breeding ground for the future. Can you foresee greater success, obviously, with these kinds of events as well?
Absolutely. I've told Brad just to go ahead. We're going to finance it. We're going to get the next race up and running. I think in June we're going to up the prize money. We're going to, you know, we're really going to push this from now until whenever. If we can get it 3 or 4 in this year, that would be great. And then looking forward to next year, get some more in. I know Sim Broadcast have got some updates to make. Once they get that sorted, I think we'd just be a cut above the rest.
Absolutely. Well, certainly sounds like there's a big, prosperous future ahead for these races, which is great to hear. Obviously, the hard work has not gone unnoticed. I think the viewers at home have been really, really enjoying it. Just the talk, the pride being M4EM. How proud is it being part of this company or owning this company and driving this new possibility with sim racing and things like that, opening more doors for yourselves? You know, how big is that for M4EM?
For us, see, M4EM means Martin and Emma, and Emma being my wife, and we started up a business. You know, we found Brad, and you know, we've always backed Brad. And then to step up the mark and be involved with this, it's not just pushing our name forward; it's helping us open our eyes to the future of iRacing and other types of events. It's absolutely amazing, and to see all the cars all livered up with our name on it is such a proud moment. Such a proud moment to switch it on and see M4EM here and M4EM there. It's been absolutely brilliant. It's really good. I just can't thank everybody so much, and hopefully in the future our name will be known in the motor world, which would be a good thing. So
Well, little acorns, they grow big trees, Martin. I certainly think there's more to come, but certainly we've got a brilliant tree here with this wonderful event that we've hosted here today. And certainly everyone in the broadcasting team have done a super job, and yourself as well, certainly contributing to this wonderful race event that we've had on today. Just to quickly ask as well, obviously people may want to know what M4M are all about. Can you tell us a bit about the company and also where they can find you?
Yeah, well, they can find us on most shopping things if they are interested in that. We have a Facebook page which promotes us a lot. We actually couldn't be further away from motor racing if we tried. We actually make animal shelters for alpacas and goats and stuff like that. But I've always been a petrol head. I've always loved motor racing, a big F1 fan. I like all motorsports across the board. So that's why when we found Brad, it also opened our eyes up to where we can go. So really, it's not so much about the M4M selling stables and selling animal shelters. It's more about M4M helping the motor trade and just getting our name across there.
Absolutely. Well, I think on behalf of everybody, I think that's brilliant. I think I speak on behalf of many as well to say thank you for obviously partaking and bringing across your interest into motorsport and obviously into esports as well, certainly for this event. So I'd like to personally thank you as well. Also at the same time, we've raised quite a bit of money. I'm not sure whether we can get an update on the current the money that has been raised so far for Macmillan. We will get an update shortly on what it is. But obviously Macmillan Cancer Charity, a big charity, well-known, established charity in the world. I mean, again, a big cause, a grandiose cause. Great that we're contributing. I can see that we've raised £440 already for the charity. It's gonna go a long way, isn't it?
Oh yeah, the charity is quite close to our hearts here. We are amongst loads and loads of people that have lost people to cancer, so it's nice to do something that we love and also help a charity that we love, and a lot of people depend on it. So I'm hoping the money will go up. We will certainly add a bit to it shortly before the race is over, I should think. So, but no, apart from that, it's been an absolutely awesome day and thoroughly enjoyed it. We did lose our Brad, but we live to fight another day, and we get Brad some good equipment, and some super glue, and hopefully at Le Mans we can see a win.
Absolutely. Well,
one quick thing.
Yeah, no, carry on. Yeah.
Okay, so obviously people know. I just wanted to get across that all three categories of cars, first, second, and third, will be receiving a trophy from us, which we've had specially made of the track and everything like that. So the top three of each class will also be winning a trophy. So the top winners will get prize money, and the top three will get trophies.
Well, what an update that is. Fantastic news. And I got to say, I'm sure the teams will be delighted to receive those. Obviously, it's been a superb race.
Yeah. And
just to hear that is so generous, Martin. Thank you, and Emma as well, and M4M for that very kind generosity. Thank you.
Thank you very much for such a great day, and the commentary has been absolutely awesome.
Well, thank you very much. And enjoy the final hour, Martin. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you. Well, what can we say, folks? What a perk, certainly, for this race. Amazing stuff indeed. All three categories, the top three in each category, receiving a trophy from M4M as a reward for their hard work and finishing in this race. And that is what this is all about, isn't it? Community at the end of the day, folks, contributing to this wonderful sim racing community. It's just absolutely special. And that's what it's all about, isn't it, Chris?
I was just going to talk about the trophies. Actually, we're getting up to that point where we should talk about what it is they're actually fighting for in this race. So thanks, Martin. So the £500 prize pool, as we mentioned, £250 going to the pro winners, 125 to the GT3 AM and the GT4 winners, and then the trophies as well. So these trophies, they are laser etched glass Nordschleife outlines on a wooden mount, and so that goes for the top three in each class. And then there is an overall winners trophy as well, which is a big old tree stump that has been carved into the shape of the Nordschleife, and that will have the winner's name etched into it as well. So some very cool trophies on offer here.
Good Lord, that is absolutely special. I mean, Andy, what are your thoughts on that? Certainly special trophies for a very special event.
Oh, very much so. It's great to hear about such good prizes on offer, and that's why we race. We race for trophies, don't we? And these sound like some very unique prizes on offer, and they've been closely contested throughout, and the stage is set for a fantastic finish in the final hour of this race.
Yeah, we're into the final hour of this 12-hour of Nürburgring, folks. What an occasion. What a special, special race this has been. Plenty of opportunities for results. Jakob Verdke still leading the way as it stands. They'll be going away with the highly prized tree stump that has been carved into the shape of a Nürburgring. That's sensational craftsmanship to do that, by the way. Amazing. Insane, incredibly amazing, I have to say.
Yeah, I believe that's been done by David Edwards, a UK club racer and big Nürburgring Nordschleife fan.
Oh, there you go. Well, he'll know it like the back of his hand, I'd imagine. So wow, that's incredible. So the winner's name burnt onto the trophy. Amazing. I mean, that's just superb, and just goes to show how much it means to these people. Race control have confirmed 1 hour remaining in this race as we now watch Rob Thyssen now make his way down towards turn 1, of course representing Team Racing Netherlands, and they are very much within the shout of getting a P2. Remember, you did allude to it, Chris, that the way things are strung out right now, that the Proto-Charged SimSport team will need to stop again if they want fresh tyres, whereas Ps1 and 3 do not need to do that.
Yeah, and of course the crucial thing about the last pit stop as well is, of course, the later you can take it, the less fuel you'll need to take into the tank, and you can shave off some crucial seconds there. So we may see some big gaps at the moment, but I think this is just far from done. Yeah,
well, you might well be right. I mean, Andy, where do you see this going?
Oh, I wouldn't want to call it, you know.
Stop sitting on the fence, Andy. Stop sitting on the fence. I refuse.
Oh, the last hour of this race, honestly, it's going to be so difficult to call. We've seen time and time again when we begin to think, okay, this could be one team's opportunity just to really cement their advantage. Something happens. And, you know, I suspect there's more in store here across all three categories. But, yeah, it will be very interesting just to see how the drivers tackle these final few laps here at the M4EM Nürburgring 12 hours event. It's been brilliant to watch throughout. And, yeah, what I'm sure of is whoever wins this will be absolutely delighted because all the drivers throughout the field have been in very fine form throughout.
Yeah, they certainly have, and what a special occasion. Tino Husa there, we can see in the Lion GP. He's got about 90 seconds of the realm to find on Missed Apex Predator. It's going to be a lot of work to do to certainly find it. We're just looking now on the timing screens. That is the gap. Of course, in between, you've got Hesse Chuisano and, of course, Dennis Meisner, who are making their way through. Alex Van Gien there as well, currently leading the charge for Missed Apex Predators in GT3 in the AM class, and doing a very good job indeed, a sterling job, in fact, up at the top end.
So, I know we were saying it's like 90 seconds and that, and it was about 120 seconds the last time we talked about it, but at the moment, Tino Husa is lapping about 10 seconds a lap quicker than Alex Van Gien. And with an hour to go and maybe an estimated 9 laps remaining, I don't know, I'm not very good at maths, but I think that is what we call a close call
what are you saying?
By the end of the race.
What are you saying, Chris? Are you saying he's going to unseat him?
I'm saying just keep an eye on the gap between the Lion GP Esports car in second place in GT3 AM as this final hour progresses, especially in the last 10 minutes. It could get close if Alex Van Gien keeps lapping at the pace he's running at the minute.
I can't believe how many fence sitters I can't believe how many fence sitters I've got with me in the commentary box today, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't it shocking? Isn't it? Everybody at home. Is anyone willing to put it on the line in the live chat? Please let me know. But incredible.
Is that Van Gien slow? Is he crabbing? But Alex Van Gien, race control's telling us he's spun and hit the wall. And it looks like there is some rear damage on that Porsche. It looks like he's crabbing. That's a disaster.
that explains the loss of time. So maybe that will bring the Lion GP into play. We've got a replay, folks, of this incident. Alex Van Gien, unfortunately, coming a cropper. Let's see this all unfold. Lost the rear straight away up onto the curb, and it was doomed. He was doomed at that point. As soon as he skipped the curb, that could be really costly. I'd imagine there could be some suspension damage as well.
There's most definitely suspension damage, I think, there, because I don't know if it's just a visual glitch, but he really looks like he's crabbing. He has one fast repair left. Oh, we're going to see it again. This time from on board. It's still going to be as painful to watch. And
it is bent.
Yeah, look at the steering. It's completely bent. So he's going to try and bring that back to the pits as quick as he possibly can. He's got one fast repair remaining, crucially, and the Lion GP Esports car will rack up a pit stop and then some on this car, and then, well, it's a duke to the finish. I wonder if they might swap out Alex Van Gien for either Sam Swallow or Kyle Power.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, but all bets are off now, folks, here in the final 55 minutes. Incredible moment in this Nürburgring 12-hour. Alex Van Gien suffering suspension damage, and the steering is bent, and that does not help at all. You did call it, didn't you? You had to call it. You ruined his day. That's incredible, Chris. No, amazing. I'll
never forgive myself.
Yeah.
Brad was texting me earlier saying, are you okay? Because Alex is winning.
No, honestly, I doomed someone earlier on. Andy was with me earlier on. I did doom somebody else. So I do feel partially guilty. I don't think we're all absolved of guilt in terms of the commentator's curse factor in this race. That's for sure. There's Alexander Dobbetsberger there in third place as part of the GT3 AM category, and he's got a little bit of a battle on his hand as he now makes his way through this next left. To tell you what, these two coming close together, and you got to be very careful, gentlemen, as you make your way through this next. Oh, dearie me, a bit of a loss of the rear. That got a bit tight for Mr. Van Gien, and I'm pretty sure he must be absolutely sweating buckets in that sim rig right now. That is absolutely sensational how he kept that straight.
I can't handle this. It's just painful to watch. And for Alex, I'm sure he's feeling absolutely gutted right now. Keep it off the grass there, Alex.
Oh, dearie me. I tell you what, he must be having a Connery in the seat there. I don't think he's smiling like he is in his picture right now, but incredible moment, I have to say. We didn't foresee this happening, but I suppose you could argue missed apex by name, missed apex by nature.
Oh, that's low.
Sorry, I couldn't read this. Sorry, Alex. I do apologise. I couldn't help it.
Look, see here, we'll get a good representation of just how hard Alex is having to drive to bring this thing back to the pitch. You can see he's steering left just to keep the car in a straight line. Going around Galgenkopf, that wheel is practically level and it's turning right.
Yeah, it is indeed. Just look at it. He's literally doing everything he can to keep control of the car. I mean, you can't blame him for being cautious, but at the same time, at any point of this track at the Nürburgring, having a bent steering wheel is probably the last thing you want at this point in time. But obviously, he's going to have to bail into the pit lane. I mean, Andy, what does this do for the confidence levels? I mean, surely the sensible thing to do for Mr. Apex, if anything, is to make potentially a driver change.
50 minutes or so left in the race. It is a big call. I think, to be honest, Alex will take a bit of confidence in the fact that he's managed to take that car back to pit lane, because it was a big accident and he's had to go a long way back to the pit lane. But it's a difficult call for the team if they do opt to change the driver. I suspect we'll find out in just a moment or so, because into the pit lane comes the number 4 car. There will be considerable damage, but one fast repair, as Chris mentions, so it won't really cost them that much time. But it is it's an unscheduled pit stop all the same. So will they opt to put a little bit of fresh rubber on at this stage as well, potentially, or will they try and stretch the existing tyres? So Alex Van Gien goes into the pits, and let's see what the Miss Apex Predators team ought to do with their driver.
I'll tell you what's on their side as well, is we're just inside the pit stop window at this point. A little over 50 minutes remaining. If they fill the tank, they should be able to get to the end of the race from here. And that means they won't lose a pit stop to Lion GP Esports. Sorry, George.
No, it's all right. Just receiving news that Pim Bauer was in the pits as well. Tino Husa now making his way down the start-finish straight. So this now means that he will now overtake the Missed Apex Predator car. Surely, will he actually? It's going to be nip and tuck in towards turn 1. Is he going to take a chance as they go deep diving on the outside and backing off? Is Tino Huysser. So the Missed Apex Predators car stays out and about, leading the way. And we've got a fascinating battle now for the final 50 minutes. This is the race to watch now, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the battle for GT3 unfolding right in front of us. We think that the leader there, the Missed Apex Predators car, can go to the end, and Line GP will have to make another stop. But Tino Huysser has been hauling in Alex Van Gien so far in the last 40 minutes or so. So even after he makes that stop, he could well hunt him down. But Van Gien back on track.
Yeah, certainly is nip and tuck now around the next right-hander now. A big chance, certainly, for Tino Huysser. But he needs to pounce, needs to get something away. Just put the pressure on. Just get in front. He'll have a chance, though. But certainly, I have to say, Alex Van Gien is going to do everything he can in his power to hold on to that advantage for Missed Apex Predators. Certainly, the battle between these two is far from over. And I'm going to go to our professional fence sitter, Andy. Andy, what's your view?
But you know what I'm going to see here, don't you?
Couldn't resist. Couldn't resist.
It's absolutely, it's so close between these two drivers here, I have to say. But you know, I think Alex will take. Honestly, I think he will take confidence from the fact that he managed to get that car back to pit lane and use the fast repair, and now he can just put it behind him and go again here. But yeah, that's easy for us to say here watching this race when you've got a very, very fast car hot on your heels. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting 50 minutes or so left in this one. Tino Huysser got lots of pace here, looking very, very lively indeed. He senses an opportunity to win this race in the YAM class, but can he do it? Well, we'll have to wait and see.
Just thought I'd let you know the Missed Apex WhatsApp chat is going absolutely mental at the minute, as here is a look here from Tino Huysser. Anyone who's seen the Missed Apex F3 Championship will know Alex Van Gien is one of the best defenders in a single-seater, and he's got to put all of that experience to good use here. It may well cost him time, but he won't care about it because his direct rival is the car right behind him.
Well, he's doing a sterling job already. He managed to fend off the approach from Tino Huysser in that first move. It looked like Huysser was going to try something down the inside, but he was level to it. It was a good move indeed from Van Gien to hold him off, but can he hold him off again? The speed, the overspeed here for Tino Huysser starting to come into effect. He does have a little nose, getting so close. The gap thinner now than a fly's eyelash. They're absolutely screaming. Apparently, it gapped on the outside, a big chance. Oh, they're inside, it's getting close. I have to say, it was very tight indeed as they head their way through the next left. Nose to tail, the gap, and I'll say it again, thinner than a fly's eyelash. Nose to tail, they're off. They're off. They're off. Van Gien's off. They're back on. They stay on. They're staying on together. Tino Huysser losing a lot of time, but crucially keeps it out of the wall. A crucial moment. But you can see they give the time back, and he's given the position. Incredible. That might have just saved that car a penalty because we had the perfect shot of it looking overhead. We're going to see it again because Van Gien, I'm afraid, did turn across the nose of that car. Did he just keep it out the barriers there? I think he did. I think they both did, crucially. And yeah, giving that position back, it might just make the race director look a little bit more favorably upon them. I tell you what, that could have ended a lot worse than what it did, I have to say. But credit to both drivers for keeping it out of the wall. What a moment. Tino Huysser now leading the way in very interesting fashion. It was Missed Apex Predator Van Gien who let him through, obviously as a result of the incident. I mean, I'm not sure whether we can question faults or anything. I mean, just call it a racing incident. I'm not sure what you'd say in that situation.
And you wonder why I don't want to pick a winner for this race. Incredible stuff. Wow. That one, yes, there is race control saying this one is under investigation. It looks like Alex Van Gien has dropped back quite considerably. It looks about 15 seconds or so is the gap between him and our current race leader.
Yeah, I'm told his car is dead.
Yeah, it looks like considerable damage, unfortunately, for him. There he is there, and that car, I think he's actually just had another bit of a moment.
He's crawling.
There's a puff of smoke there. Car is crabbing along the straight, so It's been a disastrous few laps for the Missed Apex Predators. Let's find out what happened here on the replay. So the car's already, the rear of the car stepping out here, coming around this right-hander, and then again, you can already see the rear of the car facing the wrong way. Thankfully, Alex does keep it out of the barriers, but this is going to be a painful couple of minutes to bring that car back into the
Are you sure this isn't a replay from about 20 minutes ago?
Well, it's been a very, very challenging couple of laps for the Missed Apex Predators team, and all the meanwhile, it's Lion GP Esports now leading the way in the AM category, but that is, of course, a position that is under investigation from Race Control at the moment. There is a current third place car there, the number 13 JWR machine, all the meanwhile back in the GT3 Pro category. Jakob Widerka is in the pits in the 97 car from the lead of this race. That could well be his final stop here in this event. Florian Kruger in the 53, not too far down the road either. That's Protocharge SimSport 1-2 at the moment in the GT3 Pro class.
I don't have the stationary times available at the moment, so it'd be just good to see if that car does go up on the jacks and if they are going to take tyres for this one. We're not anticipating that they will, but it'd be good to just get the confirmation on that one.
Well, Florian Kruger is now coming on the straight. He now takes the absolute lead of the race. So let's just keep our beady eyes on Jakob Widerka to see whether he does opt for tyres. Martin Schmidt making his way down. Oh, no, I don't think so. I think he might have just gone out for a bit of fuel. But
yeah, that didn't seem long enough.
Yeah, I think it's just fuel, I think, in that instance. And it's still going to be Jakob Widerka in the car. So they didn't swap the drivers. So may as well send it to the end, Jakob, they're saying. So Florian Kruger, are they going to respond at the top as we now see a change for P2? No doubt, obviously, as a result of the damage to the car for Alex Van Gien. And he's now down, rooted into P3 in his class. And that now allows what looks to be, I think that's actually Jordan Johnson who's gone ahead. I think Chris Schmidt in second place, is it? Oh, he spun again. Yeah, I think that car's had it, isn't it? It'd be a miracle to get it to the end. I think he needs to get it to the pits, if anything.
Well, it begs the question, should they have changed drivers just for the last stint there, just to give Alex a bit of a break there? Well, what's done is done there, and Lion GP, can't deny they've been the class of the field in terms of the pace all day.
Yeah, well, they were leading at the start, weren't they? And they were brilliant, to say the least, and already in the pit lane. Now, you have to wonder or suspect, is that a last pit stop? There's surely no resulting damage. Do you think that they're looking to correct?
If there is, it won't cost them too much. They can definitely go to the end from here, so they can easily cover this off.
Yeah, okay. Well, Alexander Dobertsberger now, we could now seeing him make his way down through and past the one of the Ferraris, but there you could see the Lion GP car currently in the pits, and as they do so, you could see now that Alexander Dobertsberger just trying to whittle his way through past some of the cars, still neck and neck though, and nothing can separate them right now, as you can now see them literally nose to tail, and gotta say, getting very close and tight. We do have a word from Race Control. Car number 004, that is Alex Van Gien, has got a warning causing an avoidable incident. So interestingly enough, only served with a warning, a slap on the wrist. Apparently, word from our ears is that he's penalising himself.
Yeah, well, he did very much come off worse in that incident and yielded the position almost immediately. So, yeah, I think that's a fair enough call. There's no point rubbing salt in the wound there with a stop-go penalty or a drive-through or anything like that. I mean, he hasn't even made it back to the pits yet. And once again, you see the crabbing on that Porsche. Spent more time driving it with the wheel bent in the last 20 minutes than he has done driving it straight, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, it does mean that Team R4F Esports have a chance, perhaps, to maybe get a chance at a top three.
Definitely.
So we'll have to wait and see. So this is a huge opportunity for Chris Schmidt, who now has a chance to to jump Missed Apex now, who now come into the pit lane. So let's keep our beady eyes on this one, because obviously if R4F can make their way down the straight, I get the feeling that now, is this going to be a retirement, or are they going to keep going? That is the big question.
Going. They'll keep going for sure. But I mean, how do you aim for your pit box when you can't steer straight?
Difficult, isn't it? But there you go. RF that Chris Schmidt is now up into P3, so it's resulted in a positive for them. So they'll be delighted with the fact, but obviously at the expense of Missed Apex Predators, they must be absolutely devastated at the moment.
Yeah, of course. I think we still expect one more stop for this 111 car, but I think the damage has been done already to the Missed Apex Predators, unfortunately.
Yeah. What's the view from the team? Have you heard anything, Chris?
There's a lot of anger. There's a lot of disappointment. I won't read out any of the messages specifically because they're not really safe for broadcast.
Oh, not PG. Okay, no problem.
Yeah, they're not safe for work.
No, okay, no problem, no problem. I mean, Andy, yourself. I mean, that was some moment. I mean, obviously it was the calm before the storm. I mean, to be honest with you, I was a bit skeptical when Chris was saying we were going to see everything uprooted in the final hour. But lo and behold, he was absolutely right.
Yes, definitely. It's been, this has been a race full of ups and downs, and one thing for certain, that will be a big, big talking point. Race control, obviously, just issuing the warning in the end. The penalty had been served in so much as a very long trip back to the pit lane, but it's disappointing way for the Missed Apex Predators team to finish this one, particularly when they sensed class win, but that is just part of racing. Unfortunately for them, it will hurt. It'll be really disappointing, but it's one of these things in motorsport. These things happen, unfortunately.
Yeah, they do. Alexander Dobbetsberger now leading the charge in the GT3 AM class, and the Lion GP esports team in P2 currently as well. This is obviously after the Lion GP esports team have obviously boxed as well, but they're letting loose now and trying to catch that of the JWR2 team. It's now come through the next left, of course. Tino Huser fresh from his encounter with Alex Van Gien, and as you can see, there's been a couple of changes in the timing tower as well, and obviously Alex Van Gien is going to be under the cosh a little bit here. He's got a lot of work to do, but there's going to be certainly some more pit stops around the corner. Plenty to look forward to for the rest of this race. Well over half an hour left to go. 38 minutes of the realm. Only a matter. Oh, dearie me, that was close. And that's the JWR Moot Curve car, Alex Dobbetsberger. And I believe, is that at the carousel by any chance?
That's down at Versiphen, I think. Down at the bottom of the hill. He's just rotated down at the lowest point of the circuit. Yeah, here he is. He's just coming through dry Rex now, and I imagine this is going to be an under-braking error. Yep, just caught the rear brakes there and rotated it around, and was about to light up the tyres when he saw the Lion GP esports car coming at him at a rapid rate.
Yeah, I mean, that was a frightening moment, Code Brown, I suppose, at that point, but an incredible moment indeed, but managed to at least keep it out the wall. If you're going to spin it, that's the way you do it. But it now puts the Lion GP esports team, I tell you what, it came off very lucky. It could have ended in a cropper for both cars, in which case that leaderboard would have changed right up for that GT3 class. Undoubtedly, there would have been a lot of damage sustained, as we're now watching Tino Huser make his way through. There's Alex Van Gien. He's finally made it to the pit lane.
Wow.
So let's see what happens. I mean, credit to him for getting it there, because it wasn't a pretty picture for them, was it?
Certainly wasn't. So 37 minutes left on the clock. I think they just keep it out of the barriers now at this point, and it will be a job well done. But that car, it's seen better days. I wonder if Alex is going to take it through to the end. Of course, they don't have any fast repairs left for this one, so they're going to have to sit this one out.
Yeah, well, obviously that's going to take them right into the end of this race. We don't know how much repair work needs to be done, but obviously it's going to sap away some of the time. We've got another car in the pits. Oh, there's Jakob Verdurker now leading the way, and currently now leading this race. And we got the other team as well, Florian Kruger, who has landed into the pits too. Dennis Meisner's in the pits as well, along with Alex Van Gien. But Florian Kruger now in the box. And we'll see how close Martin Schmidt gets to Florian. And Pim Bauer also in the midst too. So we'll have to see how this works out. But Jakob Verdurke now retakes the lead of the race and will now hold on to it absolutely. And he is in the clear. He's now got to try and see out the next 36 minutes of racing. And it's going to feel like the longest 36 minutes of his life.
So by the looks of it, that number 53 car did not take tyres in that stop. I was just watching him. And if I'm correct, that's a third stint on this set of tyres.
Wow. They're going to be exceptionally worn then. Very brave of them. So they've gone for a mere splash and dash then, have they, Chris?
Yep. So just about 35 minutes of fuel, and I annoyingly couldn't see whether the 70 or the 77 could do so as well. So, well, they're going to be under pressure. Let's put it this way: those tyres are going to be pretty shot by the end of this race. So. Keep it on the island. That's going to be the message.
Well, is that just an effort to sort of cover off any chance of Martin Schmidt and the Deutsche Payment Esports team of perhaps stealing the P2 off them?
Yeah, because they know that if they have to take a set of tyres, the two cars behind are close enough to mount a challenge, really, and they'll be closer than what they need, more they will want them to be, really. Although that being said, Team Racing Nederlanders dropped off a little bit in fourth place now. I think the main worry was going to be Martin Schmidt, but they've got they've got a healthy margin now over that third place car.
Yeah, well, if I'm not mistaken now, this is Line GP now putting a lap on Missed Apex Predators. So a very painful run, certainly for them, and they'll now take the certainly will take the absolute lead of the race. They're well clear at this moment, and the JWR to Moot Curve car is now also in the pit lane, I believe. So are they going to be boxing as well? They certainly are. There it is, Alexander Dobertsberger, who was leading at one point. Remember, he had that massive, at that little bit of a spin and that uncertain moment, which very nearly collected the Lion GP car as well, which would have really twisted this order up. But they are in the pits, no doubt. Now, will this be for a change of tyres here, Chris?
I doubt it at this point, unless they've sort of mistimed the stops at any point. Then, ideally you want to be taking your last set of tyres at your penultimate stop and then run them through to the end. Just wondering if that spin for Alexander Dobertsberger might give R4F Esports a run at second place in the closing stages of the race.
Yeah, it could well do. I mean, it could go anywhere right now. We've got quite an enthralling battle between those three teams. The JWR team actually on pit exit now. They are leaving and are now going to hold on to that P2 spot. The R4F Esports car now in third place.
Yeah, they'll gain on the... because they haven't made their last stop yet, have they? The R4F. So they'll gain in that final pit stop because they'll have less of the tank to fill to reach the end.
Yeah, so they were. So yeah, they were. Is it a case that they'll have a lighter car as well, so they'll gain in time?
Not necessarily. You'll gain the time in the the less stationary time to fill the tank with what you need to get to the end of the race.
Well, Andy Golden, if there's one thing's for sure, Andy Golden is currently enjoying the lead as he has done for quite some time. He's been pretty much undisturbed in the GT4 category for the Deutsche Payment Esports team and looking in good shape. The nearest competitor to Andy Golden, and he's sort of we've sort of left him to it a little bit on the broadcast, but Jens Hartramp in second place, still chasing 53.6 seconds the difference, but Jens has got a car in between him and Andy right now. He's got at least another I think actually on top of that, I think it actually works out around about 90 seconds separating the pair. So good performance from Andy Golden. And I'd say from one Andy to another, what have you made of his performance, Andy?
Yeah, he's put a foot wrong, has he? It's been a very, very clean drive throughout here from this Deutsche Payment Esports 310 car, and yeah, we'll be very keen to end the final 30 minutes or so on a high by taking the top step of the podium in the GT4 class. So this is just all about being clean and smooth, nice and consistent, and just bring the car home. But it's been a very, very impressive drive from Andy.
Yeah, it certainly has been. I mean, Chris, it's pretty comprehensive, isn't it, at this moment in time? I mean, with half an hour left to go, he's in the perfect position right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when I left the commentary box last, there was a little bit of drama with contact with the GT3 car. That's kind of the most jeopardous thing that's happened to them all race, really. And yeah, we've seen that up and down the field. So it all sort of cancels each other out in the end, really. So yeah, very much the dominant performer in the GT4 class. And Deutsche Payment Esports will be happy to come away with a class win.
Yeah, absolutely. And it puts them in good stead, that is for sure. I mean, Team Racing Netherlands now, they're trying to work their way back up the field too. They want to try and challenge for this second place, but they did dip off the pace a little bit. Of course, Pim Bauer now in the car, replacing that of Timon, obviously the previous driver, who made up part of this Netherlands team. But they'll certainly look to try and pull it back, don the orange of the Netherlands, of course, and certainly have a lot of fans in the world of motorsport and a lot of supporters. Obviously, Max Verstappen, the current Formula One world champion, in orange too, emblazoned in orange as a Netherlands driver too. But as now watching this car now in fourth place. Overall, Pim Bauer now trying to fight, trying to bring back any deficit he can to maybe finish in the top end, but still a little bit of work to do. There we can see Martin Schmidt as well, also right in the fight, and trying to get some sort of an advantage himself as well. But both of them could get something out of this. Obviously, we know about the proto-charged SimSport car that was due to maybe change a set of tyres. Obviously, it's going to put them on the back foot slightly. They might lose a little bit of time and open the door to Martin Schmidt. And and you never know, Pim Bauer as well, which could lead towards an almighty scrap towards the end. But we will have to wait and see. There's Florian Kruger in the proto-charged SimSport car. They're going to make a heavy gamble towards the end. Can it pay off, Chris?
Well, we're all here to find out, isn't it? So the gap is very healthy. The gap is very healthy still. So it would take an issue and an error from Florian Kruger at this point. I think the gap between the top two and the two chasing cars behind them has sort of really grown rather unexpectedly, to the point where Martin Schmidt is losing touch with the possibility of taking second place away, even if an issue befell that car. And Pim Bauer there, he was running in third place at one moment, now 26 seconds behind the third place car. That just puts me even more out of touch. So it is a risk to take that set of tires through to the end of the race for the 53 car, but it's worth it, because if they keep it out of the barriers, they'll have it pretty secure.
Yeah. Well, it's all a question of race management and taking great care, consistency as well. But Pim Bauer now is going to try and certainly land. They've got to go for it at this point, so they may as well just try and attack this circuit, try and do as much as they can to close the gap. Obviously, their balance of risk and reward, they can sort of side more towards risk, I would say. Marcus Kennel in behind as well in fifth place for Sim Racing Centre GT3. Also in the BMW, there's still a lot of BMWs dominating the field in the GT3 Pro category and doing exceptionally well as well. Obviously well suited to this circuit. If you all have an opinion as well, please don't hesitate to hit us up in the live chat. So obviously, if you're watching us live here on YouTube or on Twitch or even on Facebook, thank you ever so much to every single one of you for tuning in. Obviously, you've been in for a treat. You haven't missed any of the action. We brought every single bit to you, and it's been a sensation, that is for sure. And if you want to get involved as well, please make sure that you leave a follow, like, subscribe wherever you are, on whichever platform. Not forgetting as well, here at the M4EM Nürburgring 12 hours, we're obviously supporting the Macmillan Cancer Charity. If you want to donate, your donation would be certainly it'd be very generous of you to do that. Thank you ever so much to everyone who has donated. And if you would like to partake and get involved and donate, please do so. We've currently raised £440 of a £1,000 target. So please make sure, if you want to get your donations in, it would really be much appreciated. Just click the links in the description and post your money through. You can see the link there on the screen as well. So massive thank you to every single one of you for supporting this wonderful charity, this wonderful race, this wonderful event. And a big thank you to all the organisers, broadcasting team as well. As we're now watching now, Alexander Dobertsberger, fresh from the pit lane. Of course, in behind, he's got a little friend as well. It's going to be very, very tight between these two. Chris Schmidt as well in a fight of his own for a top 3 finish. As we're now watching them head down now this next straight. This could be tasty.
Yes, as expected, the R4F Esports car now smells, has a whiff of second place now with Alexander Dobertsberger just right in front of him. But once again, we're coming back to the battle of the Ferrari versus the BMW. That Ferrari has been a rocket down the straight.
And you could argue this is probably the first big test we've seen all race, because obviously it's been very rare that we've seen them dual toe-to-toe pretty much at a point where I would say we're on pretty level ground. I mean, at this point, obviously, Chris Schmidt now will try and unleash something he needs to. Obviously, you'd imagine that he'll get something to work in the corners. Certainly, JWR curve car is going to try and unleash it on the straight. And there you could see the difference. Obviously, the BMW trying to find something, anything to close the gap as they make their way down towards turn 1. And Alexander Dobertsberger certainly is going to look to try and hold on to any advantage possible, but it could present a bit of a problem when they make their way into the Nordschleife part of the circuit. It could be very testing for him.
Yeah, and of course, this will mean a lot to James Wingfield Racing as well. Of course, they've fielded so many cars in this race across all 3 classes as well. And so far, this is the only one that's in podium contention. So that second place is going to mean an awful lot. But will it be worth just hanging on to the podium place and not squabbling too hard with the R4F car? It's all going to come down to the pace. And, Alexander Dobertsberger, another of the drivers from the Missed Apex F3 Championship, he certainly knows how to go wheel to wheel.
Yeah, certainly does. And I'm sure we'll be seeing something of the sorts now very shortly. You can see that BMW starting to urge closer and closer. Alexander Dobertsberger will surely be looking in his mirrors and just thinking, well, I got a fight on my hands here. And there you can see the mean green machine of Chris Schmidt, the German in the BMW, rising up through the chicane. And very shortly they'll take to this section of the Nürburgring as well, the real dangerous section, the gruesome section as they call it, making their way in towards the next left. And will very shortly tackle the helter-skelter that is the Nordschleife part of the circuit. It's going to be intriguing, of course. We see many different events across this track, certainly sim racing. This circuit is very well known and used in both 12-hour, 6-hour, 8-hour, 24-hour for that matter, and over 160 corners, over 14 miles long. It certainly is going to present a challenge, certainly here at this late stage of this race, as it has done all race long. 23 minutes left, and certainly now Alexander Dobertsberger with the fight of his life on his hands. Can he keep the relentless but surely calculated R4F team behind? That is the big question. That BMW menacing. This is their chance to shine.
Well, there'll be no way through in the vast majority of this section of the track, especially with the Ferrari having the legs on the straight. So Chris Schmidt's got to pile on the pressure to Alexander Dobertsberger, like we saw with a couple of the guys battling up at the front of the field earlier in the race as they round Arenberg with just 22 minutes remaining on the clock. And Chris Schmidt certainly smells an opportunity here to take second place away, having, come up through the pack really rather nicely and has been getting on with the job.
Certainly has been getting on with the job, and now this is where it matters the most. I mean, now you can see them getting so tight. This is where the BMW is so good. Tends to find a lot of it, as we said, in the corners, but obviously the Ferrari will get the upper hand in the straights. But I tell you what, the BMW will have a chance if it can get in the slipstream. That's what he needs to do. And coming around the next left, Chris Schmidt will know exactly what the job in hand is. You can see him getting closer to the red of that Ferrari. And That Beamer certainly is stretching, getting into the curves, arguably a little bit wide at the apex, but finding a good bit of turning circle and able to put his power down on the accelerator nice and quickly in order to get himself out of the corners. But certainly we'll have to wait and see whether he can make that crucial maneuver. And Chris Schmidt, can he get that second place? That is the big question. Obviously, Dobertsberger is going to make it as tricky as possible as they make their way through the next left. They start to both come into camera view now, into the low camera, so you can see that that's Chris Schmidt gaining and gaining and gaining all the time. Certainly in this sector of the circuit, this is where he needs to make lemonade. When life gives him lemons, that's what he's got to do as they rise through the next right-hander. And still Chris Schmidt pushing and pushing and pushing, getting closer and closer. And they got a little bit of traffic in behind as well, coming to join in the fun as they come through in the next left and drive on through down this next semi-straight before they reach this next right. This in-swinger and feathering the throttle, putting the power down once again. And he's now getting closer and closer. I get the feeling we've got a huge fight on our hands. This is going to be a corker.
So this will be the slipstreaming opportunity for Chris Schmidt here. We'll see. It's had good acceleration, but just lacks in the top end speed. So we see it often gain on corner exits and down the early part of a straight sometimes, but can really struggle once the speeds start to reach, like the fourth, fifth gear range, and that's where the Ferrari just pulls the legs a little bit. Here is Florian Kruger in second place, the second car in the Protocharge Sim Sports team. Still a 1-2 for them at the moment, currently separated by 45 seconds. And when you consider that we've been racing for 11 hours and 40 minutes, that's it's not bad at all. 20 minutes remaining, say Race Control.
Yeah, not long at all. That'll seem very short indeed. And I have to tell you, the gap between those in, certainly in those positions, we can see there the battle for that GT3 AM is getting tighter and tighter and tighter. They're now pretty much nose to tail. And at this moment, nothing separates them for that P2 and 3 place. Alexander Dobertsberger trying to fend off the approaches, certainly of that BMW in behind, but it might be for naught because Chris Schmidt is putting in the attack of a lifetime here in this circuit right now. Just look at it. You can see the angry face of that BMW as they make their way through on the next left. Certainly the lights blaring in the darkness now as they make their way through. The grey clouds here in the Eiffel Mountains will surely light up with the sound of these cars, as now you can see the BMW still skirting on the rear of that Ferrari as they make their way through the next left. You can see there the mean greenness of it as they come down the next stretch. Certainly nose to tail, nothing separates them still as they plough their way through the semi-chicanes, the snake section of the circuit, round this next right now as they do so. And still the gap being sprung open slightly, still a Ferrari able to find some good gap speed down some of these straights, the high speed corners that it seems to favour, but naturally it's the tight corners that it seems to get lost at. But still the BMW probing in the gap. You have to give credit to Chris Schmidt. He has found time on this Ferrari as they come through this next right. But Dobertsberger doing everything he can, putting on the brakes, trying to hit the apexes, clipping every single one he can in order to try and maximise the performance of this Ferrari. But this BMW showing that it is no fool, no muppet. Chris Schmidt certainly on a mission as they head through the next right this time. Certainly still, they've got more traffic. This could cause an imposition to Dobertsberger. Needs to get through quickly as they make their way down this next straight. They've also got one in behind as well, so surely at this rate Chris Schmidt is going to be looking in behind too. But now crucially it is going to be the case that the slipstream effect will surely become fruitful. Can that BMW find the pace? If anything, the car behind is finding some. Also another BMW as well. You can see the Ferrari pulling away, and that surely is not going to help. That's the kryptonite to that BMW. And incoming now the one behind that, as you can now see them nose to tail, wing on wing. Chris Schmidt wouldn't have liked this at this point, but now has had to give the position to him because obviously he is quicker, but unable to cause a stir in the Ferrari, and that's brought the gap right out, Chris.
Yeah, the Ferrari's just got the legs on the straight over the BMW, hand over fist. But of course, that fifth place BMW there, the Sim Racing Centre GT3 car's now got to put the lap on the JWR car. And look again, you see the BMW closes up again through Tiergarten and Hohenrhein, and it's on once again. But the James Wingfield car will have to yield here to the fifth place car overall. And Chris Schmidt is right back in it as he's having a look towards the inside because Alexander Dobertsberger had to leave space for the Sim Racing Centre GT3 car. And look at that once again. It's right back down to what it was before. But Schmidt's going to have to get inventive here because he can't pass him on the Dottinger Her.
Well, equally, Dobbetsberger's got a problem because there's a car in front of him now, and if that holds him up, that could present a problem for Chris Schmidt. Not for Chris Schmidt, sorry. That will actually prove to be fruitful for Chris Schmidt, but they've got another car in behind. The purple car is still right on the rear, but we'll have to see how this affects this lap now. We're into the final 16 and a half minutes, folks. It's getting real tight between these two, and I'm looking forward to seeing what happens. Just look how close they are. Chris Schmidt urging closer and closer. Might get a chance, though, before they even land themselves into the Nordschleife part of the circuit. As you can see them still nose to wing as they now make their way up towards the next left. He's going to have a look down the inside, potentially late on the brakes. No, he's going to hold off as they come through the semi-chicane, well, the chicane, now up through towards the next left. Still the Ferrari hanging on by the skin of its teeth, but that BMW still getting closer, all lit up and ready to attack. Dobbetsberger has got to put in the defensive of his life, Chris.
Yeah, there's plenty of places where the BMW is much quicker than that Ferrari, but unfortunately, none of them are places where you can overtake. So he's got to just sit in the wheel tracks here and pile on the pressure on Alexander Dobbetsberger and hope he can force him into a mistake. If he gets him to mess up the exit of Galgenkopf before the Dottinger Her, then he might just have a run. But even then, I think the Ferrari would come back at him.
Yeah, has Schmidt got enough in the tank here, Andy? Has he got enough here? Can he pull something off here?
Do you know, I was just thinking the exact same thing here because, you know, there's this, he's going to try every trick in the book to try and make this move stick, but there's not a lot of time left on the board. Look in the top left-hand corner, 15 minutes, about to go into 14 minutes. It's a couple of laps left in this race, and the Ferrari, Chris has mentioned, it's got the speed in the straight line, so he's going to have to try and do something a little bit different here to force a manoeuvre. That little bit of traffic just ahead as well, I suspect, will be giving him a bit of food for thought as well, because he's going to have to try and address it in some way, shape or form if they continue at the rate that they're going at just now.
Yeah, is it time to get creative, Chris?
Well, for sure it is. The time to get creative is right now. And, you know, he's running out of time. He's going to run out of laps very, very soon. He can't just rely on waiting for the Dottinger Her and trying to get through there.
Well, there you can see them still once again nose to tail, but you get the feeling that the longer this goes on, the more it favours the Ferrari. And back again on a straight, it doesn't matter how long the straight is, the Ferrari will excel in it. And there you can see the gap still being maintained or being sprung out, but the BMW in the cornering, he gains it right back. It's literally kryptonite for kryptonite right now as Chris Schmidt now still, as we ride on board, you can see the blinking lights of the Ferrari as they make their way into the deeper part of the Eifel Mountains. Now in amongst this Nürburgring circuit, it's getting feisty here towards the end of this race. We're very nearly in the final 10 minutes. I'm watching on intensely. I do not know which way this is going to go. Are we going to see an incident? Is it going to be the day of Chris Schmidt, or is it going to be Dobbetsberger who hangs on to this P2 place? That is the question. We can already see that there's been maybe a development up at the top end. I think Jakob Verdke now is down in P2. We'll get an update on that soon, but we're just watching now. We can't take our eyes off this fight between that of Chris Schmidt and Dobbetsberger. There you can see them still together, nose to tail. I'm intrigued. I just don't know who's going to come out on top. It is literally one car with its own set of strengths against another on a track that is so diverse, so different, and at the same time presents a new challenge in every corner.
That's why we love it. That's why we love GT3 racing. Wooderka still out in front by 50 seconds, just to confirm that. So no change over there. But once again, we're seeing the BMW just unable to get through in the places where it's quickest because it's far too tight and twisty. And even this high-speed section they were coming through down at Kesselchen was not enough of an opportunity for them to get through. Still, the GT4 class being dominated by the Deutsche Payment Esports number 310 car. Jens Hartranft there in second place, and Jorn Spirens there for Project Dynamic Deutschland, the number 33. Once again, we're seeing the Caymans dominating in this class, with the two McLarens sort of dipping down the order a little bit. Back to this battle for second place as they exit the Caracciola Carousel, and once again the BMW lacking just a little bit where it needs it most.
Lacking a little bit of acceleration as well, I think, guys. Just watching the onboards from earlier in the laps, just a little bit slower out of some of the corners, but then looks far more stable, particularly in the middle part of corners as well. So it's a little bit too tricky for this BMW. It's nice and stable, but it just can't quite close down the Ferrari. So it's all about trying to make that BMW look as big as possible in the rear view mirrors. Try and force that Ferrari into a mistake and dive up the inside and take the position.
This is where the BMW is strongest, through this section of Wipperman and Esbach, and they'll come through Brunchen, and I have no doubt the BMW will be right on the rear wing of that Ferrari as they now come down into Flansgarten, and we'll see the BMW. This is where it's so strong. Hasn't had the best run though on this particular occasion, as the Ferrari still got just a nice little margin there, but still a few corners to go before they reach the Dossinger Herd. There you see the pace of the BMW. Look at it hoovering up the slipstream there through Flansgarten 2 and into Schwalben-Schwanz. This is where it can use some of its speed in a straight line, but it won't have it where it matters most, unfortunately. So a couple of corners to go until they hit the Dossinger Höhe. He's got to put maximum pressure here on Alexander Dobbelsberger and hope that Dobbelsberger makes enough of a mistake on the exit of the corner here. He's just lost the ground again. The Ferrari very good through the Kleiner Carousel as well, and that margin that he has coming onto the Dossinger Höhe now, that's going to be far too much for the BMW to usurp.
It certainly will. If anything, the gap could be sprung out even more. Obviously, now the situation tells us that Dobbelsberger will gain furthermore as they make their way down the down that long straight. So we'll have to wait and see. There's Jakob Verdurke still leading the charge in the BMW and doing so in great fashion right now. 68.4. I think just looking at the time here, he's clear by a considerable margin from the sister car of Florian Kruger, and already. That's quite an incomparable advantage. Chris Schmidt himself, though, that gap has now sprung out to 1.28 seconds between him and Dobbelsberger right now. But like we said, anything can happen. He can still claw it back. There's still areas of the circuit where that BMW is better than the Ferrari, and we've seen it consistently in this race. But we'll have to wait and see as to whether he can unlock some sort of potential. But being out of that slipstream, Chris, that's going to be so key, isn't it? If that Ferrari can escape the slipstream, get onto the straight, then he could be home and host.
And I feel like the Ferrari is still fundamentally, the BMW, sorry, is still fundamentally a faster car in clear air. And it will be just tough to get it ahead of the Ferrari. You see, it's got the pace in the corners. You just can't use it at the moment.
No, not at all. And it relies on such a good exit. That's what it needs to get the overspeed and then close onto the car of Alexander Dobbelsberger, the GWR2 Mutker Ferrari. That's now actually pulled out another little gap. I think it's now out to 1.3 as opposed to 1.2. So it's going the right way now. But the key point now is, what is the BMW going to bring to the table now as we get through the nitty-gritty on this next lap? Because we're now down, really, folks, to the back end now of this race. Literally, very nearly only one lap left.
Yeah, I think even if the BMW is alongside Ada Galgenkopf, the Ferrari will still pull clear. We've seen, even with the toe all the way down the Dossinger Höhe, with a BMW going up against the Ferrari, as soon as it pulls out of the slipstream, it cannot match the top-end performance of the 488.
Yeah, no, absolutely, you're spot on. It's just the pace, the sheer straight line speed, and there's Florian Kruger and Jakob Verdurke who's leading this race. The two proto-charged cars potentially coming away with two very, very positive results here, and it'd be a great day for Verdurke, and he will lay claim to that overall winner's trophy the way things stand. There's Tino Heuser as well, leading the way for the Lion GP Esports. Just think of the drama they've been involved in today. It's been absolutely exhilarating. I mean, that GT3 AM class has just been full of excitement, hasn't it, Andy? We've seen all sorts of big incidents in this race today.
Oh, absolutely. There's been so many twists and turns in this story. We've had changes for the lead. We've had changes for podium places. We've had everything in between. There's been so much drama. And it has all come down to this. So Tino Heuser in the 600 car currently leading the way for Lion GP Esports in the AM class, but this is the battle that is not done just yet. The Ferrari still leading the way from the BMW. It's a very interesting dilemma here, and it's all about holding your nerve. It's all about being composed, because this track, as we know, it's still a very, very testing one, despite how well you know it. It's all about being nice and steady and just bringing that car home. You're interestingly to note the BMW taking some very different lines into some of the corners. Once again, trying to unsettle the Ferrari, trying to look big in the mirrors and potentially trying to pounce on any error that may come their way.
So some information just on the third place car, Martin Schmidt in the number 70 BMW. According to the strategy timers, will have to pit this lap unless they are stretching out the fuel, potentially, which at this point they're going to have to. They've got 20 seconds over the Team Racing Nederland car with Pim Bauer at the wheel in fourth place there. And if they can just eke it out, they might just hang on to that podium place.
They've got to go all in then, Chris.
They certainly do. If they pit, then it's game over for the podium, that's for sure. I'm sure Martin Schmidt in that car will be lifting and coasting like crazy in that number 70 BMW. And of course, there are plenty of high-speed sections followed by big stops where you can do some decent fuel saving into Arenberg, for example, and into Stahlstrecke. And of course, where we're seeing Florian Kruger come through now at the Dottinger Höhe, at the end of which, where you'll find Tiergarten, there's an opportunity there as well. So it is doable, but it's crunch time now.
Well, hopefully we don't hear mode slow over the radio or anything like that, but we'll brace you with updates. Andy Golden in the midst of a bit of a traffic jam here, despite leading the GT4 category, but I think he had to get out of the way of those particular cars that are currently flying through at the moment, but no disputing his performance here today. He will surely come away with a victory unless something happens between now and the checkered flag. And I'm going to be careful because, of course, I did commentate as curse somebody earlier on. We'll go into that, but obviously it'd be a shame if that happened to Andy Golden, that's for sure. It's definitely after his dominating performance. I mean, I wouldn't wish to do that to anyone called Lord Schleifer. At the risk of me being faced with a court-martial offence. But we'll have to wait and see how Andy Golden gets on. He makes his way down through this midpoint of the circuit, and I have to say it's been a grandiose performance from Andy Golden. Deserves all the plaudits for his efforts in the Porsche, and certainly this is a grandiose achievement in the GT4 category. Still looking up, though. Chris Schmidt managing to bring the gap down between him and Dobertsberger. It's down now to approximately 0.8 of a second. I get the feeling the BMW is trying to gain. He's got to throw everything but the kitchen sink at it now this time. He hasn't got a lot left to do it in. There is certainly the time ticking down now as we reach the final 3.5 minutes. He's got to go for broke, hasn't he, Chris?
Yeah, absolutely. So apologies, there was a bit of a miscommunication there. It's the Pro-Am P3 car. So the car we've been talking about, the BMW R4F esports car, that is the one stretching out the fuel on this one. I thought that might explain why Martin Schmidt was losing time to Pim Bauer there, but that's an unrelated reason. So yeah, the car we've been talking so much about, this battle for second place in GT3 AM, he's trying to stretch out the fuel, but having been in the slipstream of that JWR car for so long, that should be a much easier feat to achieve.
Yeah, it certainly will be. That BMW, incidentally, has got a lot closer. It's currently now 0.2 of a second apart, but a tremendous effort, to say the least, as we're currently watching Florian Kruger in P2 in the GT3 Pro category right now. He's going to go shooting by any second now. And indeed he does, in that high-speed, long straight, over the hill, over the hump, and down through this next right, and the next series of bends. And once again, just looking in my other cameras, I could see now that this gap's still getting closer and closer between Schmidt and Dobertsberger. It's absolutely intoxicating and thrilling to watch, I have to say. Just waiting for one person to make a mistake, and it is entirely possible as they make their way down this long stretch now. Big chance, certainly for them. Over there in the BMW, but that Ferrari is pulling it out, and I can confirm race control. It is the final lap, folks, and leading the way, it is going to be none other than the guys in the Protocharge Sim Sport 2, currently charging away. Jakob Verdke, what a day for him, making his way through some of the lapped cars. I tell you what, he's going to enjoy this final run.
And he certainly should do. They've been perfect this whole race. And, there were plenty of guys who had the pace to challenge them, and they all fell by the wayside for one reason or another. And this is the car that has just been on rails throughout the entire race. Only half a lap remaining now as he comes out of Bergwerk. And I don't know about you, but this is when I would just tend to sort of tense up on the steering wheel. Don't make a stupid mistake now. And what a day it's going to be for the Protocharge Sim Sport crew as well. Set for a 1-2 finish at the M4EM Nürburgring 12 hours.
Yeah, what a result indeed. Very well deserved as well. I can confirm as well that Chris Schmidt has actually entered the pit. So unfortunately, that battle for second is not going to happen. There he is. And you were absolutely right, Chris. He had to box for fuel. He could not stretch it. So that has put the end to that fight. And now Alexander Dobertsberger is now in the clear in second place and will surely bring it to the end. But we're now watching all the cars make their way towards the end of this incredible race. It certainly has been a thriller here at the Nürburgring. We've enjoyed every minute of it, folks, and bringing you all the action. It's been nothing short of scintillating as we now watch Jakob Verdke make his way through this next section, looking absolutely on the money right now. Number 97, the Protocharge Sim Sport car. Andy, just give us some words. What must he be feeling right now?
Well, I think the key to this here is just to enjoy every corner. It's been a fantastic race for the 97 team, and it's just about bringing the car home and reflecting on what has been a fantastic 12 hours of action. And Chris hit the nail on the head. There's cars round about with lots of pace to challenge, but just weren't able to string together opportunity to really unsettle them. The 97 just stayed nice and composed throughout, and we'll be absolutely delighted to collect the checkered flag in a few moments' time. But full credit to Jakob Verdke and the rest of the team at the Protocharge Sim Sport 2 BMW guys. It's been a great bit of driving from them, and they will be absolutely delighted not to just win this race here as well, but they've got a 1-2 on the cards as well.
Yeah, well, he's got the Topolnjak now coming up very, very soon. This long straight, you can just sit back and relax, soak it all in. And you've got to give him a lot of credit for how he's performed. And I mean, it's a performance that they could have dreamed of. I mean, it was incredible. They've just led pretty much the majority of this race. There was a lot of drama earlier on. But the Protocharge Sim Sport team can be pleased. Both cars currently sitting in Ps 1 and 2. He's just got to get past now. I believe that's actually the leader of the GT4 category making his way through as well, if I'm not mistaken, as we're now watching them make their way through now. Might be mistaken, actually. Not quite sure. But as we now watch, it is. I'm absolutely spot on. There you go. We can see there now Jakob Verdke now down this long straight. And will very shortly come across the start-finish line very, very soon. You can see him. Look at him weaving, and the lights are flashing. Both of them in absolute, pandemonium. Just look at them. It's like a strobe effect in a nightclub. They are loving life out there, Chris.
Yeah, and well-deserved for both of them. Just a few corners to go now. Don't muck it up at Tiergarten. That's the crucial thing. So we're going to have both the overall leader and the GT4 class leader coming across the line together. What a day for Protocharge Sim Sport. Jakob Verdke is going to come out of that final corner. Powers the BMW number 97 across the line. It is victory in the M4EM Nürburgring 12 hours for Protocharge Sim Sport. Across the line behind him, Andy Goulden for Deutsche Payment Esports. Number 310 in the GT4 class. A very dominant performance in there. And Lion GP Esports due to come across the line to take the Pro-Am with the Am win in GT3. The first one across the line, though, is Alex Van Gien, and that just about sums up the last 40 minutes of their race. But big congratulations to Protocharge Sim Sport number 97, Jakob Verdke and Arkadius Neumann. They have been unstoppable.
Amazing effort indeed. I mean, how do you summarize a performance like that? It's almost been a dominant display at the very top, of course, in the GT4 class as well. It has been brilliant. Andy Goldin leading pretty much the majority of the races. We now see Ruthke Gerritsen come across the line as well for the IRNL Purple team, and they've got a lot to be proud of as well. But the Line GP team, of course, who were at the top, they were involved in such a huge scrap earlier on in the race, and have managed to wrestle off any opponents to manage to cultivate a win in the GT3 AM class, and they deserve all the plaudits in the world for their efforts. And I have to say, what a tremendous race we witnessed. I hope everyone in the live chat enjoyed that. Andy, what are your thoughts? What a brilliant finale. The two proto-charges take the Ps 1 and 2 spots. It's been a lockout at the top of the GT3 Pro. And then, of course, you've got Lion GP Esports GT3 AM winners. And, of course, the Deutsche Payment Esports M4EM 310s top in the charts in GT4.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic finish to what has been a brilliant 12 hours of racing here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And yeah, as you say, in the GT3 Pro category, the Proto-Charge duo will be absolutely delighted to have locked out the first two positions in the Pro class. Line GP esports team, great performance from them in the AM category as well. And as you mentioned, the GT4's Deutsche Payments Esports 310. Great driving throughout there as well. The GT4's putting on a great show for us. So many big talking points throughout that race as well. And I'm just glad that we have all been treated to a great spectacle here throughout and a thrilling finale into the bargain.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Chris, any comments from yourself? Obviously, alluding to the finale there. I mean, obviously, it was a testing race. Lots of toing and throwing battles across the circuit. I mean, certainly the Nürburgring providing a test for many, as it always does. But it definitely goes to show the true talents that we had in this race today, and who managed to, I suppose, manage the race to the betterment of their ability.
Yeah, just quality up and down the field, really. I'm so impressed, and I always am, by the sheer efforts of these teams that they put in, especially with the spanner in the works of this new iRacing build that came out on Wednesday, that just scuppered everything that all these teams have done over the last few weeks to prepare for this race. They had to cram all that into the last few days. And yeah, we've seen just an amazing race from it. It kept us guessing. Even with the great performances of Proto-Charge Sim Sport, it was always a question mark over it, and that's what we like to see. It keeps us on the edge of our toes, and they can be very, very happy with what they've done. As can Martin Schmidt, the solo entry in the number 70 car on the overall podium. That is going to be one well-earned trophy that he's just got.
Yeah, I just want to give a big hat tip as well to Ben Hack, who actually finished the race after completing the race solo all by himself. And so did Martin Schmidt. So those two deserve a big round of applause. I've just seen the
Danny Lee as well.
And Daniel Lee as well. Well done to those three drivers on securing and finishing this race after doing a full 12-hour stint. Incredible effort to all three of them. No matter where they finish, they deserve a lot of plaudits for taking it all the way to the end. Not many would, but they did. So round of applause for them.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And we've got we haven't even had all the podium finishes come through on the checkered flag yet, I don't believe. Still waiting on the R4F esports car to come through third. Donuts from Alexander Dobertsberger, and rightly earned their second place for the James Wingfield Racing crew. That will be a well-earned win and a very popular result for that team. They put in a lot of effort, a lot of cars, a lot of entries across all the classes. So good to see those efforts being rewarded. Here comes Ring Fitsiet Sim Racing Schwedenkreuz, 6th place in the Pro class, 6th place overall. And David Wasserman in the IBAC Sim Racing team across the line in 12th. And it will be their sister car, the Audi, in 13th place. That will be across the line shortly as well. Pineapple Racing Club, 13th in AM. And Sim3D Sport, the Ghostbusters crew. We've seen a lot of action from their three cars over the course of the race. There's the IBAC Sim Racing Audi. Marcel Voigt there. And Here comes another car that has had quite an eventful race, number 69, Deutsche Payment Esports BMW, the car that started from the very back of the grid, having been excluded from qualifying, and makes his way up into 8th place overall. That's a great performance there by those cars. Turn 1 comes across the line 4th in the AM category. Still plenty coming across the line here. Another James Wingfield racing car, their Porsche in number 014, that is 14th in the AM category. Derek Irwin at the wheel.
Yeah, coming through indeed, and big credit to them as well. Credit to all the finishers for completing this event. Obviously, it's always a tough test to come to the Nürburgring, and across the line will come Derek Irwin in 14th place in the GT3 AM category for the JWR3 Flugplatz team. And what an incredible performance indeed. Another man across the line will be Jorn Spirans as well, making his way down the straight here for the GT4 category, and 3rd place in that category as well on the table for this team, and they would be absolutely delighted with that fact. We'll be going home with a trophy should they finish this up now. Here comes Jorn Spirans now into the next right and into the next left very shortly. Will make its way around the next right-hander before then, well, coming down this long straight past the paddock, and they will come home in 3rd place in the GT4 category. Very well done to Jorn Spirans and the Project Dynamic Deutschland team. Deserve it indeed. Very well done, I have to say. Plaudits go around to all the drivers who have finished here today, as we've said. I think we're still waiting on the JWR5 Tiergarten car as well. But donuts being done across this circuit. Here comes Steve Taylor of Map Turnip. And of course, what a phenomenal race this has been. I really hope you've all enjoyed it at home. Please let us know in the live chat if your predictions came true or what your thoughts were of the race. We'd very much like to hear from you, and obviously your experiences as well. If you were driving in this race event today, be very keen to hear what you have to say. It's been absolutely thrilling. Massive thank you to everyone who's been able to watch Steve Taylor come up towards the line, and he will complete the number 999 car. Call an ambulance, no need. He comes across the line into P12. Brilliant stuff for Map Turnip. A tremendous effort.
Yeah, if I remember rightly, there is Mike Stoner in that car as well, who's a magician by trade, and there was certainly something wizard about some of these guys' performances today.
Yeah, absolutely. It certainly was. Magical performances, you could say. But Bill Walker also coming through as well, also representing in the GT4 category. And the GT4 car will come home in P4 here in this race at the Nürburgring in his category as well. Congratulations to the American Bill Walker. And he does complete as well. And marvellous to see. Nevertheless, pulls over to the side, no doubt, to finish. And there's more donuts being done. Mikael Hulk there as well. The Dane enjoying himself out there. Many of them enjoying themselves out there as well.
Oh, rightly so.
Yeah, I think so. I think this is the chance for you to let your hair down. So a good opportunity to say the least. But we've got an update to the results. As you can see, folks, here, the M4EM Nürburgring, 12 hours. We have the confirmations. Racing in aid of the Macmillan Cancer Support. First place goes to the Protocharge Sim Sports 2 team, and they finish on top. In second place, the Protocharge Sim Sport, the sister team, finished there as well. P3 to the Deutsche Payment Esports M4EM 70 car, with in fourth place, the Team Racing Netherlands car. Fifth place goes to Sim Racing Center GT3. Sixth for Ringfisser Sim Racing Schweden's crew. In seventh place, Sim3D Sports Ghostbusters. In eighth, the Deutsche Payment Esports M4EM 69 car. Ninth place goes to ESR Red by ESRshop.com. 10th place goes to Project Dynamic Grello. In 11th goes to Getpol Racing 66. 12th goes to iBack Sim Racing Team, with 13th iBack Sim Racing Team 2 as well. In 14th, the JWR 1 Metzgetsfeld team as well. In 15th, iBack Sim Racing Team 3. 16th, M4EM Timber Products in 16th. 17th, Sim 3D Sport Robocop. In 18th is Deutsche Payment Esports M4EM as well. And to round off the GT3 Pros, we have also got the 19th place finished IBAC Sim Racing Team 51. Now in the GT3 AM class, Lion GP come home as victors in P1, JWR2, Mutkurv come home in 2. In second, third place is R4F Esports.de. In fourth place comes Turn 1 with fifth, IRNL Purple. In sixth place, Lucy Goosey Racing with seventh goes to Map Cucumber. Eighth goes to Angry Beaver Racing 1 with ninth going to Iron Skull Motorsport. 10th goes to IRNL Purple 2 with 11th Missed Apex Predators. 12th goes to Map Turnip with 13th Pineapple Racing Club. 14th going to JWR3 Flugplatz. 15th is Team Heat Together. In 16th, JB Motorsport. 17th, ESR Blue Whales. And Ben Hack finishes in P18 in the GT3 AM class. The last riders in this race as well. Obviously 19th in ESR, Black by ESR Shop in the GT3 AM class as well. We've also got in 20th the UK Sim Racing Silver Team. In 21st, Map Chile with Map Aubergine, the sister car, in 22nd. Panthera Esports in 23rd with NCR Italy in 24th. Now in the last but not least, the GT4 category. We'll bring these up for you now, folks. It's in first place, the Deutsche Payment Esports M4EM 310. Second place goes to WSE Motorsport GT4 Treble 8. Third place goes to Project Dynamic Deutschland. In fourth goes to JWR 5 Tiergarten. In fifth goes to JWR 4th Schwabelschwanz. Apologies if I got that wrong. Sixth goes to Frontline Coffee, with seventh going to JWR 6 Energy. Eighth goes to Sim 3D Sport Predator, with ninth going to Core Sim Racing Onyx, and 10th going to Green Delta Motorsport. Okay, I'm pleased to say, folks, that we have got an interview joining us as well, and we'll get confirmation in now. We've got Philip Hover joining us in the live chat. Philip, welcome to the commentary box. Just talk us through that race. Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, good evening, first of all. It was a great event. I just wanted to hop by to say a massive thank you to all the people who made it actually possible. It was a great event, even though there were quite risky situations sometimes with some GT3, but yeah, overall it was a good race, good fun. Lacking a bit of pace in the end to keep up with P1, but yeah, we were happy that Core Sim Racing and Sim 3D got punted. Well, obviously, unfortunately for them, and nobody should get punted out of the race like that. But it earned us a safe P2 in the end. We were in the fight for P3 for a while, and after half of the race, it was quite stuck, so to say.
Well, it got very competitive in the GT4 class. I know you were right in amongst it. I think that certainly the WNS e-motorsport car, it was a superb battle up in the higher echelons of that. But I got to give you guys credit. Just talk us through the race. Obviously, it's a bit of a dual challenge for you guys, because not only have you got to worry about your fellow GT4 competitors, but at the same time, the GT3 cars, you've almost got to try and dodge and weave, haven't you? How difficult is that around a circuit such as the Nürburgring?
Well, it's quite challenging sometimes. I mean, it's a narrow circuit, and there are not that many spots where you can actually overtake nicely. And it was actually more difficult to avoid the GT3s than racing actually their own class. But it was good fun. I mean, it's part of the race, and that's what we love, I guess. A bit more patience from some drivers would be nice, but all in all, it was just good fun, I would say.
Did you have any expectations before coming into the event? Was there anything you had in mind or some goals that you had set?
Well, I generally thought we have a quite good pace, and when I did qualifying, I was kind of surprised. I didn't expect starting from P1, to be honest, because Core and 3D Sim Racing and Deutsche Payment are really, really quick. So that was quite a surprise. And unfortunately, I couldn't keep up the pace in the race over the distance. But yeah, the first stint was a good double stint, and could catch up or keep up with the Deutsche Payment Cayman. And we fell a bit short in the long distance, but overall, I'm quite happy with P2, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, it was a huge effort, certainly from yourselves. And as I said, you were pretty much scrapping up at the top end, and it was a tricky race from time to time. Certainly, the Deutsche Payment esports team looked in pretty smooth. It seemed pretty settled. Andy Gilder put in a massive stint, but yourself and Jens Hartramp, has there been a lot of effort being going into preparation for this event?
Well, we're kind of used to the Nordschleife because we are racing a lot of events taking place on the Nordschleife, so we are used to the track. But obviously, I mean, the level of pace and skill, especially by Deutsche Payment Esports and Core, who unfortunately got punted out, are quite high, and it's not that easy to actually keep up with them. I mean, Andy Golden obviously is always really, really fast, but Zoran as well, and I think Ben, the third driver today. Yeah, it was quite challenging to stay in his slipstream in the first stint. Yeah, but we managed, and I think that was difficult or important, more to say, to stay out of trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, does this put a bit of hunger in your belly to sort of maybe come back for another M4EM event and potentially maybe turn up the heat some more, maybe get a chance at righting some wrongs and getting a P1 on the next occasion?
Well, never say never. It was a good event. And yeah, I'm kind of looking or thinking about taking part in the Le Mans race as well. Let's see if we can get a car for Le Mans. But yeah, I just enjoy P2 for now. But I'd love to come back. It was good organized. It was quite fun, and yeah, the whole build-up was really good.
Marvellous effort there, certainly from yourself, Philip. I'd like to wish you all the very best for the future. A tremendous effort, certainly, to say the least, and congratulations on a P2.
Thank you. Good evening,
Thank you, Philip.
And thanks, Jens, for being a good teammate.
Thank you. No problem at all. Anytime. Thank you, Chris. I'll let you take the next one, Chris.
Yep. So we're going to be joined in a moment by some of the other drivers from the race. I believe we had Lord Schleifer himself from the GT4 class. Yeah, we are joined by the Lord Schleifer himself, Andreas Gulden, the part of the GT4 winning crew. Andreas, that was a fantastic display there by the Deutsche Payment Esports team.
Absolutely. Hi, guys. It was a fantastic race. So congrats to the organization. Congrats to the whole podiums. It was a really big pleasure to join this event. And yeah, I'm super proud of my team, especially Martin on P3 in total. So he was amazing. He drove everything alone. Totally crazy. And yeah, our car with the Cayman, especially Ben and Sören, they did also a fantastic job. So it was good fun.
Well, you certainly lived up to your nickname, and the Deutsche Payment Esports teams in general doing a very, very good job. Martin, third overall, as you mentioned, and the number 69 team coming up to 8th overall from the very back of the grid.
Yes, yeah, Michi Götz, the Bavarian Götzinator, did. I think he was a little bit too quick in qualifying. So therefore, his job was to go out of the pits, and therefore the result is also pretty awesome. Yeah, again, I'm super proud of my team. Everyone is doing high professional, but yeah, they all have the heart on the right place, and it's always really big fun to race with these guys and also with you guys. Sure.
Yeah, just a word on the event. Obviously, this is the first big venture by M4EM into putting on an esports race. We've seen some fantastic racing on the stream throughout. So, have you enjoyed your time at the Nordschleife today?
Yeah, absolutely. So I know Brett since a couple of years. We had a lot of funny races in real life on the Nordschleife in the VLN in the 24 hours. So and therefore we our pit boxes was next to each other, and I was always jumping into his pit box just to grab a coffee, having a chat, and it was. Really good fun all the time. So I know him quite well, and he's such a good guy. And when I saw that he's planning this event, so it was clear to be in there. So it was a really big pleasure, and it was pretty well organized. And I hope all the spectators had also a good time in the broadcast.
Well, we certainly had a lot of fun up here in the commentary box. Andreas, congratulations once again on a great result for your crew and great results for your team. And we hope to see you out again soon.
Thank you very much. See you later.
Let's go from one Deutsche Payment esports driver to another. We have Martin Schmidt in the waiting room. Martin, third place overall after a solo run. How are your shoulders doing?
My shoulders are doing well. My hands are hurting a bit, but I'm okay.
You wear
Let's say
through the
okay.
gloves.
Yeah, even through the gloves. Hands are pretty sore.
Well, you
But-
had a really great battle up there with the Team Racing Nederland cars, with the Protocharge Simsport cars, but of course they all had teammates that they could rely on. You had to face them solo.
Yeah. So congratulations to the winner, to the podiums in every classes, by the way. Really well done to everybody who managed to finish it. Yeah, and just want to thank everybody that helped me getting into this race. Thank you to Richard for the race control, and for Bradley for the organization, preparation, scheduling, everything. Yeah, we're looking for the next one.
Yeah, so well, of course, the talk now is that we're going to go and do a 24-hour race next. Will you attempt that one solo as well?
We'll see by then. Little story here. Last year in this 24-hour race in France, the name will not be mentioned. I did 16 and a half hours on an LMP1.
Right. Well, hopefully by June, your hands and your arms will have recovered by then. But honestly, yeah, one a great achievement to do 12 hours solo. A thoroughly deserved podium there.
Thank you.
Well, that is the drama. That is the action of the M4EM Nürburgring 12 hours. George, I don't know about you, but I think we've all earned a bit of a rest. Just do you have any closing thoughts from that race?
Well, I think it was a clinic, and I got to say, a great spectacle for M4EM to pull off something of this magnitude. It was brilliant to watch, and wonderful to see some of the battles out on track. We saw some crunching moments and some devastating moments as well, but at the same time, there were some brilliant moments, and I'm sure this will be the foundations for something certainly larger, I think, for M4EM, and it's great to hear all the plaudits from everybody, from drivers to organisers to broadcasters, to all the fans watching at home. And personally, I would like to say a massive thank you to everybody for certainly having me and allowing me to be a part of this wonderful event. So thank Thank you ever so much. We have got a raising total as well. We can confirm that altogether it was 440 that we did raise in towards the Macmillan Cancer Fund. So it goes to a worthy cause, that's for sure. Well done, everybody.
Cool. Andy, any closing thoughts?
No, it was a race packed full of drama from start to finish, and that's exactly what we hoped for in this endurance race. There was so many big talking points along the way. The drivers were producing some fantastic action from start to finish. Lots of bravery, particularly through some of the tricky sections of this track, but it was a fantastic spectacle. It was great to be a part of it. It's been a pleasure to have the company of everyone for this event, and thank you very much for being part of this journey.
Well, it only remains for me then to thank the team that has brought you this stream today. The producers from Sim Broadcast, Peter Butcher and Chris McElroy. They have put in a monumental effort. We've been talking about the drivers who have had a difficult time adjusting to the new iRacing build. It is nothing compared to what these two have done over the last few days. So a big thank you to them and everyone in the comms team, myself, Chris Stevens, George Morgan, Andy Alston, Zdravko Topolnjak and Travis Mehlinger, none of which I've commentated before with alongside, and my first experience with all of them has been wonderful. So thank you to all for a great time in the commentary box, and we will see you all very soon.